On politics. Man. I feel like, for some reason, there's just so much to get to. And I got to most of what I wanted to cover yesterday, but I somehow got off feeling like I didn't accomplish exactly what I wanted to. Hey, what's up, Anna? Good to see you. You're first in chat. I think that you actually, oh, you beat me. That's saying it, partner. All right. Well, I appreciate you being here. Welcome. I kind of feel like you almost did the equivalent of like walking through the doors, just like, bow. Welcome, howdy. Would that make me the bartender then? I think like that would make me the bartender of the saloon. Give me one sec. Come on. There we go. All right. Hey, what's up, Ruben? Choo-choo! I can't help it. I just see the train and immediately I'm like, wait a minute. Is that a cruise ship today? That does not look like a train. You doing that accent is an act of northern aggression. Yeah, especially me. All right, I'll give you that. Oh, man. I hope you were good, because I'm not sure if you were around yesterday, but yeah. Definitely was an interesting show, to say the least. Why is my Twitch off? What the hell? Give me one sec. I don't know why my Twitch just disappeared. I didn't back out of it either. Huh. Okay. That did. Twitch is up, right? Yeah, okay. That was really weird. No, you were not. Was doing other thing. Hey, I mean, it's okay. I appreciate. I can appreciate it. Yeah. No. Yeah, we had a little situation where somehow I got lumped into being pro-cop. And I am definitely not pro-cop in the slightest. So it was a very odd argument to have. And I just kind of felt like it was very dumb. It was just a dumb argument. So, yeah. You will also be proud of me. I have been going through Liberation News a lot because I think that you'll also be happy to know this. Ground News has been picking up Liberation News a lot for their left-leaning pieces, so it's been interesting. It's definitely been interesting. Did you see like that whole thing for January 20th? Yeah, like that. I was kind of like, So, yeah. Thank you. Oh, I get a trophy. Sweet. I appreciate that. Also, cheers for being here, guys. I cheers for fears. This thing is working very well after I cleaned it. Which, did you know that just like Kleenex on the like the bottom it just works perfectly. So I don't know why I didn't know that before. So. Oh, you already knew about that? Okay, yeah, see, I didn't know about any of that. I hadn't heard of anything like that, so. Did you guys see that? I'm not sure if you follow the stock market at all. Did you see that, like, the Dow just, like, tumbled today? And it ain't looking good, so. You're already making plans? Cool, yeah. It's alcohol. My plans involve alcohol. You know what? I think mine do too. I'm kind of a tequila guy. I like a Blanco tequila. Use it for oh yes. Oh, you use the rubbing alcohol. Yeah, okay. So I use the 90%. No. What I was talking about was specifically like when you have like coil issues, because I don't know why, but it was specifically this one, like this specific cart was having like major issues, and I was just like, And I was gonna use rubbing alcohol on it, but I just read a thing on Reddit where they were just like, no, just put a little dab, just a tiny dab of water, rub it into the Kleenex to get all like the loose Kleenex off, and then use the Kleenex, and it got it all off. So yeah, that was kind of refreshing. And now that, as I said, the thing works like a freaking beast. But yes, the Dow is tumbling, and dude, I'm a little worried because, so my wife works in the beauty industry, and every time that there has been a major economic downturn, yeah, it was carbon building. That's exactly what it was, by the way. But my wife is saying that, you know, they're starting to see increases of like lipstick sales, and they're seeing people kind of cut corners. You know, not as many haircuts, not as many, you know, specialized services, you know, like brows, all that kind of stuff. So they're kind of just like, they're sounding the alarm, which leave it to the beauty industry to be the ones to get it right. Because I'm not sure if you've heard of the lipstick theory, but once lipstick starts, you know, flying off the shelves, that's the cheapest way to feel pretty. And apparently it's been pretty accurate every time that there's like a significant economic downturn. So, hey, Squishmallow Dragon, what's up? It's good to see you. I appreciate you popping in. Also, right now you're holding it down on Twitch, so appreciate that as well. There was something that I wanted to do real quick. I needed to there's also the hyper pop theory, the laughter curve. There's a ton of them. Oh. So, when you say the laughter curve, can you let me know like a little bit more about that? Because I've never heard of the laughter curve. I've heard of hyperpop theory, but hey, Brandon Whitney, it's good to see you. I am glad that you are here. Oh shit, that's what I was doing. Give me 1 second. I need my live dashboard up so I can see the live chat from here. Okay, cool. We're all good. All right, so I want to go right into this because my first little topic involves me. It involves what I'm doing here. Apparently, leftist YouTube, we kind of called it. We have to be a little careful, I guess. I mean, we just have to be aware of what's going on, but I think that there's a good chance that that Trump specifically is going, and his FCC are going to be trying to come after leftist streamers. So I want to go into that a little bit. Also, we got a few interesting videos to get to. Specifically, GamerGate 2, I think, is on the rise. Which, yay! That's definitely something that I really wanted to do again. Yeah, we got Mehdi Hassan. Then we also have a pretty good debate between, of all people, Destiny and Luke Beasley on Piers Morgan. I saw a very quick clip of it. I was just like, ooh, I want to cover that. That seemed pretty good. So, all right. And laughter curve is the 5-year return rate on bonds. Oh, see, when you said laughter curve, I kind of had that thing where I'm just like, oh, is it like people go to like comedy shows? Is there like a comedy booth? I legit thought that, so I'll own it. I like to point out the confirmation bias that exists behind lipstick theory. Of course, shortages happen in economic crises, but they happen in other circumstances as well. Oh. So, wait, there's confirmation bias. So are you saying that, like, the beauty and... Oh, wait, are you all... I'm kind of confused by what you're saying. Because confirmation bias... like, why would they want it to be confirmed that the economy's bad? I'm just a little confused by that. Compared to stocks, IIRC... can talk a bit more about it. Heck yeah. No, Anna, that's I appreciate you giving me a little bit of a lesson on this, because I've only heard again like the lipstick theory I knew about, hyperpop theory I've also read about, and I've also seen just like the basic like gambling theories too, where so for instance like the legalized betting markets, specifically like track. This goes back to like the 90s when like the OTB, but the OTB, anytime they started seeing like a little bit of a spike, they also were kind of like, economic downturn. Oh God, it's the debate of final bosses of ignoring an act of genocide. What? Brandon Whitney? Basically, a shortage happening can't indicate an economic collapse. Saying that a shortage is a sign of a recession is inaccurate. I'm not talking about a shortage. It's not like a lipstick shortage. There's nothing like that. We're talking about specifically an increase in the purchasing of lipstick because women, like, they'll cut back on, like, haircuts, blowouts, brows, and, certain types of makeup. But they'll always buy lipstick. And you can, again, this is anecdotal, and Anna kind of was saying like, yeah, it's not really a metric that we can measure it by. I'm just saying, I do know that the last time that there was a economic downturn, and the recession before that, I saw it. Hey, Bloodstone, what's up? Good to see you. I have to get ready for work, but I'll be listening. Awesome, Squishmallow Dragon. I appreciate that. Also, oh my God, is that Hamtaro? Oh, I love the Hamtaro emote. Thank you for that. That made me very happy. The joke about the debate regarding Beasley versus Destiny. Okay, my bad. I missed that. Just right over my head, man. Also, I'm trying to make my chat go a little bit faster. It's been a bit of an issue, because I timed it yesterday. It is 6.6 seconds behind where it should be. So, yes, I'm that accurate. So, if you guys have a little problem with the chat, the other option that you can do is you can type to me in the Discord chat, and I'll be in voice chat later once I'm off work and we can talk about it. Okay, cool. Yeah. That'll be fun. Just so you guys know, I'm going to ping people, because I think that not enough people know. Sorry. I know. It annoys some people when I'm just like, everyone should know about this. So, but I think everyone should. Everybody should know that I am live. Also, if you guys feel so inclined, it has been a wild week already. I can just say that I have gotten older, like physically and just numerically. So you're catching my drift. And honestly, I am at that point of feeling my age. I don't know what the hell happened, man. It was just like the last few days, it was gonna kick you in the nuts and just be like, hey, you got older. Poof. Lipstick is a versatile product. I get it. Yeah, well, yeah. I also just learned, I watched this really interesting video about like the origin of lipstick and the pigments that they used, and also how there was like so much lead in like the white pigment makeup from like the 1700s that it was giving royalty lead poisoning. And it can be attributed to a lot of like the mental decline of the royal family. It is interesting. I'm annoyed when you ping me and when you don't. There's no winning here. You know what? See? I appreciate the honesty. It's just like, I just rather have, Xander Hall's community. they do the same thing where they ping everybody. So I get the notifications and I don't care. It's one more notification. I don't have, notifications on my other devices. So it's just like, whatever. Also, lipstick was originally made for men. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. So that part I did not know. I just knew about the pigment that they were using. And, that's interesting. All right. Let's do a little education arc. Lipstick. Origin. And then we're going to also look at lipstick theory. Zan, you mean Discount Destiny? Yeah. Hey, you know what, Anna? I gotta give him a little bit of credit. If I didn't watch Zan, and it was a very specific day where it was like a Friday and he was doing a Q&A about just anything. He was just like, yeah, if you want to know how I do this. And when he said that, I was like, you know what? Screw it. So I popped on and just started asking questions. And I was literally using my phone to talk to him through Discord. And he gave me almost a play-by-play on how to do this, and he also sent me an email with a bunch of links. So I got to give the kid some credit, He's also, for how young he is, like, he's got, give him some room to grow. I was not exactly my complete self at 25, 26? Like, trust me, it took another few years. I'm not exactly happy with the person that I was. Yeah, it was really cool, honestly. Like, for, me trying to get into this field, I thought it was one of the coolest things that anybody had done. And it was weird because he had like 400 people on, so he just went for it and he was talking about Streamlabs and how it works, and, it being like the one account if you're going to pay for, like, you should, because it is definitely useful. It was so useful. So actually it was yeah. I can't even put a price on it. So sorry, I got distracted. So around 5,000 years ago, when the ancient Sumerians and Indus Valley civilizations may have been the first to wear lipstick. The first lipsticks were made from crushed gemstones, red algae, and fish scales. Wow. See the SH and then another S, and I'm like, no. All right, ancient Egypt. Cleopatra and other ancient Egyptians use lipstick to indicate social status. They made their lipstick from crushed insects, such as cochineal bugs, and to deep red pigment called carmine. I knew about the carmine. Ancient Greece, red lipstick was associated with sex workers who were required to wear red lip paint in public. Huh. So did they all kind of like have a Joker look? Red algae, yum. I feel like the whole Habsburg thing probably did more than lead in lipstick, though. Yeah. Well, that was, I think the carmine also had a problem with lead. I was looking for the with men. Men and women. Okay. No, it says that both of them wore it. It wasn't just exclusive to men. Okay, but starting off, using fish scales is so cool, considering a lot of those have a sheen or a gloss to their coloring. Yeah, you know what? That would make sense, because they also said that like the pigments that they used to wear on their face, they actually this YouTuber that was recreating this makeup, she did a really cool experiment where even though it had a very high lead content, she was able to wear a little bit of it. And it was really cool because it had almost like a glow, like an actual glow to it. It was very, very cool. Yeah. No problem about the fact check. Yeah, because I was like, I kind of remember that, but I felt like it was like, no, I'm pretty sure it was just like a civilization thing, and yeah, it was. But yeah, I don't know why, but the origin of makeup is actually something that is very interesting. It's just like, oh, cool. Also, yeah, it's kind of going back to my point about the whole if the economy is on the downturn, which I'm just gonna say it legitimately does look like we're not in for a very good time. Because, yeah, just the stock market alone doing what it did today. Yeah, Dow tumbles by more than 260 points for 9-day losing streak, longest since 1978. Boy, this is Biden's fault. It's Biden's fault. Guys, I had one of like the most soul-crushing arguments with my mom today about like her friends and like the group she hangs out with. Oh my god. The shit that is apparently being said in just normie circles. Ugh. It's not boding well for anybody. Because, yeah, they're doing exactly what we thought they would do. They're just like, oh, this is all Biden's fault. Oh, did my tongue heal? Yes, it did, actually. Squishmallow Dragon, I appreciate you asking me about that. Yeah, it healed. I have like one of those little, it kind of feels almost like a cold sore, but it's like, it might be a scar. Because, man, that sucked. I went upstairs and I realized that it was bleeding at one point. I was like, oh, so I really did bite my tongue that bad. Great. Oh, just wait till corporate real estate gets hit. Ever since the pandemic and work from home, their rents have gone down and it's a bomb waiting to go off. Yep. I know that in my area, they are talking about making some of like the empty business or commercial buildings into residential. So I'm interested to see what happens there. Yeah, the other thing that I am also doing is waiting to see what happens with all this, because I have way too many people in my life that are playing the Doomer game, and I'm just like, I don't want to do that right now. I'm sorry. Like, I'll Doomer when it's time to Doomer. I'm definitely going to prepare. I'm not going to not prepare, but it's this, yeah. I kind of think that, like, also the preemptive, Trump stuff is like, does anybody else feel like this is fishy? Just him talking about the tariffs and then all of a sudden, prices start skyrocketing again, and it's anticipation for Trump. It's okay, sure. I hate that our measure of economic success starts and ends here at the stock market. A bunch of rich people being antsy shouldn't lead to millions of financial destitution, to financial destitution. Yeah, you know what? I agree. Also, the fact that like our 401ks are tied to the stock market is insane to me. It's just, how the hell are you gonna let these assholes just bet essentially with our retirement funds, which we all know. Like, somebody also said that I was being too cynical recently about like my 401k. I was like, yeah, sure. Tell me again how I need to sit here, because you're pushing the retirement age, and then you're also telling, like, we kind of have it ingrained in us that we might not have our fucking retirement fund. And it's been that way since I was in high school, so I don't know what to tell you. They talked about it for years. Only 10% of corporate real estate is convertible. Oh, shit. Really? Okay, I didn't know those numbers. Yeah, again, it's easy to see it, like, just anecdotally, where, I walk outside and I see a few things and I just go, hey, this could work. We'll see. Hopefully. I don't know. I'm trying to be more hopeful, man, because I've been a little bit pessimistic lately, and it's not working for me. I'm just going to be completely honest. I've found myself getting a little depressed where I shouldn't be. But yeah, I think that I think we'll be okay. And I hate to admit it. It's from reading the news. It's from just thinking about this shit too much. Every once in a while. That's also why, like, I kind of harp on the idea where, like, Matt Leck and Emma, they like to shit on, like, Marvel movies and video games and escapism, essentially. Which is insane to me because, yeah, I don't understand the need to constantly live in the reality. I mean, escapism has its place. Too much escapism is a problem, though. You know, people that literally, that's all they do, you know. I have friends like that too, where they don't engage in politics. I hate to say they barely engage in reality because, yeah, they just want to stay in their little game land, which, again, I cannot begrudge it all that much. Even in their situation, it's just like, yeah, life is kind of shit, you know. Things are just not that great. So, yeah, sorry to get a little dour there, but they aren't really shitting on escapism as much as over commercialism of escapism. Well, no, they're not. No, they're not. That's not their argument, Brandon. I'm sorry. Like, as much as I would love to, if that was their argument, yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I hate the fact that, like, they do this over commercialization where they also, like, will hammer a franchise into the ground. Like Star Wars, I still, like, dude, they messed that shit up so bad. And it's not like right wing or left wing. It's just, ugh. And I disagree. I've laid out why I think they shit on it. Oh yeah, no, I know. I don't know. They were doing it again today. So, Anna, although, you know what? Emma had a really good arc today where she kind of renounced her gambling habits, where she was just like, I don't think gambling is cool anymore. I'm like, wow, that took a while, but nice. I'm glad that you're finally there. You know, this idea that sports betting was somehow, you know, cool. Star Wars is anti-Vietnam War. The U.S. is the empire. Very left. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I thought so. Yeah, Anna, yeah. Yeah, finally, right? Good for her. It's just like, that took too long, but hey, it happened. So, I'm happy. But, yeah, Star Wars is, I just feel, again, they did too much. You could go back to even Lucas kind of doing the prequels, you know. I'm making them for my kids. Yeah, sure you are, George. Okay. Alrighty. We're going to move into the ground news segment, so let me do that real quick. Yeah, no, Star Wars was ish. It was also a complete ripoff of other, you know, 4 other things like Battlestar Galactica and just the hero's journey in general. Okay. Let me take this sip of coffee and then we're going to go into ground news. Where is it? There it is. Cool. That hurt. Here we go. This segment is sponsored by Ground News. Ground News is a news aggregator that will it'll cut through the algorithms and give you the news despite the algorithms, which that's why I really, really enjoy it. The homepage is definitely one of the most user-friendly I've seen in a long time. As you can see here, the bars indicate whether you have the white being just independent, centrist news. Then you have red being right-wing, and then you have blue being left-wing. So it's pretty self-explanatory in that regard, except we got blind spot. and this is my favorite part of Ground News, is the fact that they just put a collection of stories together that they think that both sides are missing, and just kind of go, hey, we think you should see this because only, one side is reporting on this. And I keep reiterating how important this is, where everybody is just like, oh, it's the news bias, but nobody really understands how much their algorithm really keeps them locked into their own little bubble. So I truly do think that this is one of the better things. But like this, okay. Former GOP gubernatorial candidate thinks Star Wars is real. A former GOP gubernatorial candidate believes that events and characters depicted in the Star Wars franchise are factual. He often discusses how the political themes in Star Wars reflect real-life situations. So, yeah, this is the story that got them to talk about Star Wars. And then they kind of took it a little too far, where I was just like, hey, because that's just one, again, if they could just keep it to their broader points, fine. But then Matt has to just be like, oh, it's so juvenile. These people need to grow up. It's like, Anna screams. You're saying Star Wars rips off a hero's journey. I think you're going to be real upset to hear about. Yeah, I know. Trust me. I know. I know. I'm saying pretty much, I'm repeating just the base fact of what every Star Wars, fan knows, but Anna, the tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. Yeah. Cheers, y'all. Good afternoon. What's up, bro? Ooh, Taco Tuesday. Oh, man. The fact that you're always telling me what you're cooking, it does actually make me jealous. I'm actually hoping to have Taco Tuesday myself. We'll see. It all depends on a certain someone is off at a certain time. Brandon, a different way of putting it. We are shaped by the stories of the past to write the stories and the histories of the future. Yeah, I actually think, Anna, didn't we talk about how the histories, though, the whole biased nature of the histories, not just the winners writing history, but how there's just micro history that isn't talked about, and how that has a broader impact on everything. Excuse me. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but our weather has fluctuated an insane amount in the last 2 days. It went from being 12 degrees outside to yesterday was 50. And now we're going back to 20. I'm just my head hurts. Yeah, history is taught in silos. Yeah. But also, I had a conversation with somebody about that where they were almost using it like an excuse to not participate in history. I was like, that's a really bad way of looking at it, but okay. Brandon, yeah, I mean, literally all of history is biased. That's why when viewing historians, I prefer modern cynicism. Yeah, me too. I'll be honest. I think that that's one thing that, 2024 has given us, is a little bit of a way to break through that stuff. Again, kind of like Ground News here. Let's see. I still can't believe this dipshit. He has expressed admiration for the leadership qualities shown by characters such as Yoda. This dipshit is real. What is going on? Harris challenges young Americans stay in the fight. Yeah, great. Let's see. Yeah, 41% of young voters say UnitedHealthcare killing was acceptable. I think that number is skewed. I'm just saying. And I think it's skewed in the wrong direction there, where they're just like, nah, we don't want to make this seem popular. Can you explain cynicism is inherently negative? Like 40K and dark interpretation. Yeah. I mean, God, talking about 2024, I think we might be talking about it like it is a little bit 40K-ish. God, that's so scary. Dude, you gotta Google Marco's Hot Dogs, Colorado. It's to us what Superdog is to you. All right. That will be happening here in a minute. Reminds me of when Trump killed the Iranian general, and they replied, "Who are American heroes? Will we kill SpongeBob?" Ooh, nice. Yeah, drop it in the Discord. I appreciate it. Alright. Bud Light no longer the best-selling beer at bars. Data suggests... Oh, we're still doing that. Of course. Lean's right. Who is it? Michelob Ultra. So you're telling me... Ew, really? Michelob? Gross. I've had people offer me Michelob, so I'm just like, nah, I'd rather just not drink. I wish I was kidding about that, but eh. Here we go. Reported drones include aircraft and stars. Doesn't sound like a little bit of a cover-up, right? Guys, it's just random aircraft. Here we go. FBI, Homeland Security provide updates on drones in Maryland sky. The FBI and Department of Homeland Security say they may have an answer for what's behind the increased sightings of mysterious aircraft. Absolutely nothing unusual. In a joint statement, agencies said that they've received 5,000 tips. Let's examine the technical data and tips from concerned citizens. I mean, yeah. I will say that there's definitely a lot of people that are just seeing shit. Like, I've even seen people in, like, next door just saying, "Guys, I think we have a drone problem, too." It's like, oh my god. And then the conspiracy theories. Nah. There we go. Yeah. I'd rather just not drink at that point. If you just had, I only have Michelob, it's like, I'm good. People have private drones, and I bet with the hype they're out flying their drones, adding to it. Oh yeah. 200%. That is, yeah. Yeah, dude. I can already tell you, though, there's also the overblown part of it. Kind of what they were saying. Because as much as I want to sit here and be like, this sounds like the cover-up, like, let's do the Alex Jones side of this. Or I think that this is just the cover-up story. This is the government. They're making sure that they have a cover-up for the State Department. Although I said this yesterday about Trump, like kind of almost burying the lead with it, where he was kind of like, I may or may not know a little bit about this. If they just said where it came from, I think that a lot of people would just stop and shut up. But that's where a lot of people are now insinuating that, yes, this is the State Department, and that they're testing domestic drones. So, like, military technology, so... Gotta love mass hysteria linked to UFO sightings occurring only when space is in the public consciousness, creation of NASA, etc. It's almost like during some big space race or after space movies. Yeah, but hold on. Like, what was the big one now? Now I'm confused because, again, man, I disagree with people that have been saying, oh, well, this is kind of linked to the idea that we're trying to send somebody to the moon. Dude, that moon thing was supposed to happen so long ago. The new satanic panic. Oh God, let's hope not. What do you think? Oh, wait. Oh, man, that Marco's place looks great. Oh. Sorry, I just got the picture. I was like, oh, that looks delicious. All right, these look like the drones that Israel... Yeah. Anna, I actually had the same opinion that they kind of look like the ones that were used in Palestine. Increased SpaceX contracts. Yeah. Although, you're not going to see that used now, so... Excuse me. All right. Prosecutors charge suspect with killing UnitedHealthcare CEO as act of terrorism. What? Okay, I didn't know about this. Now we get into this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's up, Duke? What's up? Also, the drones did happen. It's wildly blown out of proportion. I mean, yeah. Okay. So, they're charging this kid with terrorism. Yeah, no. Yeah. Anna, I was saying this yesterday about how they were trying to tamp down the class consciousness. This is also why I was getting angry about like the just dumb fight that I had yesterday, because it did kind of lead to a fracture where somebody left my community, and I was just like, oh, well, that's great, because it was pretty much based on me just saying, like, they said I wasn't educated about something, and I just asked them, like, hey, well, then educate me, please. You know, like, I'm just kind of, I am that way. And then, yeah, they're just like, nope, not even worth it, gotta go, kind of thing. I was like, all right, whatever. So, just sucks, because my broader point is not the time to be fracturing on, you know, our side, because we definitely need to be ready for this kind of shit, and not being unified or united. Yes. Yes, Rome Dog. So now if we support Luigi, we're terrorist sympathizers. Yes. I want to know, but I don't have time to watch stream. Oh. Oh, it's okay. I mean... Too late, I love hummus. Haha, Brando, under feudalism, you win by having a bigger army. And it gives you fuel to the right. Oh, it gives fuel to the right, yeah. Well, I mean, dude, the fact that they're charging the kid with terrorism. Keep calling him a kid. How old is he? What is he, like 26? Yeah, 26. Prosecutors have charged a suspect with, well, yeah. No shit. When was this reported? 23 hours ago? Really? We're still talking about it like that? Instead of just, I don't know. ANSA actually has a pretty good breakdown. Luigi Mangione indicted murder as an act of terrorism. That's insane. This is insane. Alright, screw it. No. I'm not giving you my information. Go away. Never mind. He's 27? Oh, okay. What, he turned a year older in prison? Oh, here we go. BBC. They'll at least give it to us and not try to paywall this crap. Luigi Mangione has been charged with first-degree murder in the killing of healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. How the fuck are they, like, again, gonna try and charge him with terrorism? What? What? Mr. Mangione faces various charges, including first-degree murder, 2 counts of second-degree murder, which describes the killing as an act of terror. The intent was to sow terror. What? Calling the shooting a frightening, well-planned, targeted murder. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, guys. Actually, yeah, it's a great... This is about power. If they call you a terrorist, it means the ruling class is afraid. It means you're winning. Yep. Yep. That's also why I was kind of, you know, like, let's not lose this momentum, because I can tell you right now, despite what they're trying to even, like, look at the way that they reported that. Oh, what was it? 41% of the youth support this? It's like, guys, like, poll everybody. I think that the broader populace, I think this is more like a 80-20. I'd even say 90-10. But enough people are recognizing it. Like, dude, when you have people my mom's age coming out and just saying, like, yeah, I think that they're trying to definitely scapegoat this kid. Because you got people that in my mom's circles that were saying that this is a conspiracy. I was like, what? And these people are as right-wing as they come. So they think that it's, you know, the same kind of crap. So, hey, what's up, Disco Loops? I appreciate you checking in. Also, everybody like the stream. Excuse me. I don't know what the hell is going on today. But yeah, like the stream. It really helps me out. Free for you, and just makes you that much cooler if you do. So, I still can't believe this though. They're charging him with fucking terror. If extradited, the 26-year-old is likely to be held at Rikers. Evidence against Mr. Maggione. Positive match of his fingerprints with those discovered at the crime scene. Been denied bail. He's definitely going for trial by jury. I mean, as much as a lot of people are just like, they're gonna bury him. It's gonna be a quick trial with a judge and blah blah blah. And I'm like, as much as I think they are trying to railroad him, I don't think they're gonna be that brazen about it, because that would just be, you know, also kind of be the whole due process thing, just not a thing anymore. So, all right. So what do you guys think, actually? Sound off in chat. Let me know what you guys think about Luigi getting a fair shot. Do you guys think it's actually gonna happen, or do you think that they're just gonna continue to bury this and they are somehow going to gaslight like the entire populace? Since it's state TV or state court rather, it will be televised, the trial. Yeah, that's what I thought. Somebody was even trying to be like, yeah, but just wait, the FBI's gonna try and step in and make them federal charges. I think that's, oh wait a minute, if they make it a terror charge, does that mean that the feds can step in? Let's look that up. Yeah, Joint Terrorism Task Force. It falls under the jurisdiction of the federal government. So that could be why they're trying to charge him with terror. I don't know about this, guys. It seems a little, they won't be fair to him. No, Squishmallow Dragon. No, I agree. I can give my personal opinion. I think that they are going to just railroad him. I also think that they are going to select a jury that, you know, just got pre-screened, like with very, very convenient questions of, well, how do you feel about billionaires? Bragg bows down and lets Trump off on 34 felonies, basically, but one of us takes out one of them, and now it's terror. Hey, what's up, Lena? Good to see you. Yeah, dude, Rome Dog, you're making me depressed because you're just pointing out the facts. Oh, it sucks. Everyone on the jury is a CEO. Lena, live every day? Yeah, pretty much. I try. Or C-suite. Wait a minute. I just kind of thought about that. So, could you imagine? Oh, man. Yeah, hashtag free Luigi. Yeah, have you seen how much traction that one picked up in the last week here? Whoo, boy. Yeah, Twitter's been trying to bury it, but Blue Sky, it's all around. He will definitely be get convicted for premeditated murder. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I hate to say it. I do think that is going to happen because the way that Eat the Rich but spare Dolly Parton. Hey, yeah, don't touch Dolly. Yeah, Dolly is one of us, and she is not to be messed with. She is to be protected at all costs. Stella Robert, hello, bro. What's up, dude? Appreciate you popping in. If you haven't already left that follow, leave that follow, and then also, yeah, you guys can pop over to YouTube at some point, sub to my channel. Really helps me out, so I appreciate it. You were fine. Good. I'm happy for that because not enough people are, man. Like, so many people are just like, I'm not doing okay. A lot of people have been refreshingly honest about it, but it has also been like borderline trauma dumping where it's just like, how are you? And they're just like, I'm not doing well. It's a lot. It's just like, okay, well, I am here for you. Oh, the Hamtaro. Oh, man. I love Hamtaro. I don't know why that stupid hamster. He just happened to come out at that time. I remember when they did a Godzilla double feature, like here in the States, and the only way you could see that Godzilla, I think it was Tokyo SOS, you had to watch a Hamtaro, like, it was like a half-hour movie, but like beforehand. So as a teen at that point, I was kind of like, I really don't want to do that. And I remember after the Hamtaro thing, I kind of forgot about the fact that I was there for a Godzilla movie. I almost walked out. I was like, oh, that was actually really good. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. Not enough double features are done anymore. I remember seeing that's how I saw The Lion King. I got to see it during a double feature. The good old days. There was something also cool about like going to the paper and just being like, what time does this play? Ooh. Dolly wrote 9 to 5. She is a comrade. Hell yeah. Dolly is all right. All right. No, Dolly's cool. I like Dolly. Childless cat lady. That was the one thing that I liked about the Kamala campaign is when they did latch onto the childless cat lady thing. I was like, not bad. Also, I was just like, cats. That just... Am I selfish for just being like, well, this means we get more cat pictures and videos on the internet. That's a win. Which, by the way, I really am that much of a sucker for that kind of stuff. I love me a good cat video. I'm not sure if you guys are in the same boat, but yeah, but I don't go on TikTok. Like, that's the one thing that I try not to, because like just the way that they have it like formatted right from the get-go, where it's just like, here, we're gonna give you like this video, and then we want you locked in, we want you looking at this. So the way to beat that is by not participating. I'm just kind of like, yeah, you know what, I'm good. I'm not sure if you guys are kind of like me, where I just don't like short form content that much. This goes back to when Vine was popular. Maybe yeah, Logan Paul ruined it for all, like, everybody for me. I'm just like, nah. If it's under a minute long, I'm not interested, because that just means it has that much more opportunity to just be stupid. I grew up on double drive-ins. Yeah, you know what? We have a drive-in that's like maybe like an hour away from me, but I did a double feature there. That was fun. Every once in a while though, it'll just like, yeah, I'll leave like halfway through the second movie. Occasionally, if I do that, because yeah, you get tired. Dude, I am getting older. Oh man. So we won't see you doing the latest TikTok dance trend. Wait, do they still dance on TikTok? Is that still a thing? I don't know. See, no, you won't. You won't see me do that. You will see me fart on my dog because, yeah, somebody said that was a Hassan thing. I was like, oh, you know what? That might get me some exposure. That was like the most sellout thing that I think I have done on this channel. So, judge me accordingly. It's okay. I still love it. I can't believe that there was one lady specifically. Like, God, she had to... I'm guessing, but she had to be, you know, middle-aged, because... just the way she hit me up, where it was so well thought out, well typed out. It was like 2 or 3 paragraphs in the comments. And she was just like, I cannot support this type of animal cruelty. I was like, what? Wait, what? And she's like, she listed off what video she enjoyed of mine, and then was just like, but I cannot in good conscience support this channel anymore. I am unsubscribing and taking my views away. I'm like, oh, you know how to take your views away? Oh no! Let's hoping not. No. Yeah, that sucks. But what you gonna do? It's gonna be ebbs and flows, and also you can't make everybody happy apparently. But farting on the dog, though, that was the fact that was the bridge too far. That was kind of funny. All right, but do you guys think that they're actually gonna ban TikTok? Because I don't know, man. I've been thinking about it. I don't think that they can they actually do this? Because if they do. You do know that that's a result in a lot of pissed off Trump supporters too, like Duke of Bread, LOL for every Karen you lose in the comment section, you will gain 2 dog fart enjoyers in the subs. That is the weirdest type of Hydra I have ever heard of. I'm just trying to even picture like that kind of thing. Oh no, I spilled my coffee. Crap. Oh no. Alright, give me a second. That's bad. That is bad. Ah, shit. I guess that's what I get. You know what? I wasn't paying attention. You ever do that where you like go to put something down and you just kind of miss? You're just like, oh shit. Yeah. I'm doing that a little bit too much. But, alright. Well, I think that ground news is pretty much good for now. Oh, wait. The Ukrainian... Ukraine kills Russian nuclear weapons chief in Moscow in a scooter bomb. They will... Brandon Whitney. They will if Americans specifically don't profit off it. That's all it is. Cutting the competition off from the market so... Insta can continue ignoring their own studies about teen depression. Yeah. Wait. I don't use Instagram, so I don't know much about that. I don't. So wait, they were ignoring teen depression like studies? That's crazy. Wait, was this just Meta in general that was ignoring that data? Because I kind of remember a little bit of that. Like, I do remember them calling them out, but... Alright. Stella Robert. We have not said anything else, so... Oh, wait, here, guys, I forgot. I'm gonna link my YouTube for you guys. So you can hop on over and leave a sub to the channel, because I am very close to getting 1,000. I'm 25 away from 1,000 subs, so let's make that 1,000 sub push. All right, there we go. Also, I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate you over here on Twitch. I appreciate you guys on YouTube. Also, I want to kind of... Duke, you'll appreciate this, I think, because I'm... This is a tail between my legs moment. Yesterday, I was just kind of in a really bad mood. Not sure if you guys could tell, but I had a really shitty weekend. I got some news that I was not happy about, and for some reason, this is the first time that I've had a birthday happen where I was beyond not happy. I actually kind of like fell into a bit of a depression. Rome Dog, is that normal? Is that normal? Because I haven't really experienced that yet. I thought I would have experienced it like right around 35, but man, for some reason, yeah, 38, that one became real, where I was just like, oh, dude, like, that age thing is happening. So, but, Squishmallow Dragon, thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, they had, data court release, it's both Facebook and Meta, but several studies were specifically on the effects of Instagram on mental health. Oh, dude. If you guys must know, this is why I don't really plan on doing much of the social media stuff. I have to protect my mental health, and I understand the impact that's having on my channel. I've already kind of seen it materially, where I'm like, okay, technically I could get more growth if I were to be on Twitter, but it's just, even that little bit of growth isn't worth it. I'm sorry. My peace of mind is worth something to me. So. But I appreciate anybody that will also kind of work with me on that. But as I was saying, yesterday I was just in a very bad mood. So, and yeah, if you guys have not figured out that this week is my birthday, and I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it at all. So, I guess this is actually, I should probably get a little bit better about doing this, but yeah, you know what, if you guys want to, donate for the birthday, that'd be cool. That would help me out, maybe make me a little less sad. But, yeah. Rome Dog, I hope it gets easier. Because I hope this isn't like... I don't want to feel like this on my birthday, man. Like, I'm one of those people that usually really enjoys, my birthday. But this year it was insane. It turned into damn near a full-blown depression, so... And also, it turned into a little bit of lashing out yesterday. I'll be honest. It was, it's my unbirthday. Your unbirthday? Wait, is that like the half birthday or unbirthday? No, I don't like unbirthday. Is that that doesn't sound right to me. That sounds like it could be a bad thing, if you know what I mean. So, but yeah. It's also been kind of a bitch always having the birthday right before Christmas. I'm sure that any of you guys that have, Christmas or near Christmas birthdays understand that. Definitely have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder. My birthday is on Christmas, so I've never been able to do what I want on my birthday whatsoever. You get it. You get it. You know what? Even being a week out, I'll tell you what. Same. It sucked. Every fucking year, man. well, we'll just have your party when we go to Christmas at your grandmother's. It's always the same shit. Obviously, I was being completely honest with you. I got that little bit of a chip on my shoulder about it. Or I was like, eh. On the bright side, I'm always, oh, that's a good way of looking at it. You know what? I appreciate the fact that you were just like, silver linings. It's my unbirthday from Allison. What? Oh, you know what? I should know that. Squishmallow Dragon, if you haven't joined the Discord, I'll, number one, you should. It is very, it's a very fun community. But on top of that, I have some pictures that I'm going to be posting about, of a wedding I went to where it was Alice in Wonderland themed, and I got to be the White Rabbit. It was a lot of fun. I also got some really good tea there. The bride is a major tea enthusiast, so she took the tea party very seriously. Like, very seriously. But it was also one of the best damn weddings I've ever been to. It was like the most fun I've had at a wedding, so highly recommend the themed weddings if you guys can do it, because it makes it a lot more interesting for the people there. So I'll join the Discord. Cool. Here, that means I gotta find my link. Give me just 1 second, if you don't mind. There you are. And then we're going to be going into Trump coming after the leftist YouTubers. Again, not clickbait, man. This sucks. Like, I was a little bit worried about this happening. I also hate to say I might have been a little ignorant about it because I was kind of like, nah, there's no way. Oops. I know. It's one of those things. I should always take that stuff more serious. But, what you gonna do, man? I huff a little hopium from time to time where I'm just like, this can't be that bad. That's like, no, sir, it is that bad. I'm like, crap. I don't want to do this. Come on, what the hell? Where's my... Let's go. Fine, start watching. I don't care. Give me a second. Oh my god. All right. All that work just to get my frickin' Discord link. Which I think we have the permanent link up. I'm not sure. I know that our mod was working on that yesterday, but I'm not entirely positive if she got that taken care of. So, but alrighty. So appreciate you joining the Discord. So, and if you guys can leave a like on the stream on YouTube, that would be awesome because that really does help push me into the algorithm. It is all that fun stuff. And yeah, on Twitch today, I'm going to be raiding somebody for the first time because I hate to say that the last times that I have been using it, I just forgot. And when I get out, when I'm getting off stream, I'm just like, ugh, I'm done. So I totally overlook it. So nice, Squishmallow Dragon. Awesome. I appreciate you joining. It's a really fun community. Ooh, what do we got? Somebody in video games. Okay. Nope. Okay. So let's go into the Trump story, because this could be good news or bad news, depending on how you look at it. Because, hey, you know what? The rebel YouTuber, that could be a good look for me. Rebel, baby. All right. Also, this is Adam Mockler for you guys. He's definitely a little bit more liberal as far as like the center liberal side that I not a big fan of. Did I also mention that the Midas Touch, not exactly a fan of them as much either, but Yeah, he is reporting that Donald Trump is coming after the left on YouTube, so let's find out if this is true or if this is just clickbait from his side.
All right, listen, to all of the Trump supporters who have been relentlessly commenting on my video since the election, all that I ask is that you stick around while I concisely lay out the case as to why Trump is a threat to our media and why he's not the free speech candidate that you guys think he is. He's actually quite the opposite. Now, I'm going to lay this all out in good faith. I hope that you approach in good faith as well, and I'll be using Trump's own words and actions from the past few weeks to demonstrate my case and to prove that he is very intentionally creating this chilling effect on the media where he wants them to be scared to criticize him. He wants the media to be too scared to publish articles. And if you're saying, oh, the media already sucks in the first place, you're missing the point. In a democracy, the media exists as a check on politicians, a check on powerful people. If somebody's doing something bad and they're powerful, you want the media covering that, the same way that the courts act as a check on our politicians or on citizens. So when Donald Trump is undermining the media, that undermines some of the checks that presidents have. And if you're going to say, oh, the media already is beholden to Joe Biden, please. The Washington Post wrote like 700 articles about Joe Biden's age over the course of the past year. So the idea that the Washington Post or the New York Times are beholden to any one party is totally false, but Trump wants it to be that way, and I can demonstrate that to you guys. But really quickly, I just want to say, I have the best audience ever. I genuinely love you guys. It's been a stressful week for me because I'm moving apartments, I'm traveling a bunch, I'm visiting family, so it's been very uniquely stressful. And when I made a community post about that, the comments made me feel so supported. Everyone was saying, we'll be waiting for you, you can take a few days off, make sure you get some rest. And in the moment, that really did help ease my stress levels while I was going through this uniquely stressful week of moving right in the middle of the winter for some reason. But thank you guys. I love every single one of you. I have the best, most supportive audience ever. And now that I said that, let's jump into the main topic of the video, because there's a real chance that my YouTube channel or Midas Touch gets targeted over the next 4 years. I mean, Midas Touch already popped up in a few court filings that Trump and his team filed a few weeks back. So I guess we can start off
if they're
with
doing
the
court
ABC
filings, hold on, I might be okay.
2023. To run you up to speed, George Stephanopoulos said that Donald Trump was found liable of rape. So Trump and his team immediately sued ABC and said, whoa, 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 he wasn't liable of rape, he was found liable of sexual abuse. Like that makes it any better. But again, Donald Trump doesn't actually care about the contents of the lawsuit. He just wants to make it seem like he is battling the media. So last week, ABC decided to settle this for $15 million. And I want to point out, ABC settling does not mean they lost. It does not mean that Trump was right. There's really no winner or loser there. There could be a multitude of reasons why ABC would settle before it goes into discovery. Maybe they did the cost analysis and realized that this will cost them way more than $15 million if they let it drag out. Maybe they didn't want to be battling the president as he takes office. Maybe they just are bending the knee. There are so many different reasons, but it does not mean that Trump was right in his lawsuit. I just want to clarify that. I mean, they were right about to enter the discovery stage, and you guys remember how terrible that was for Fox News. All of the texts got leaked, all of the emails got leaked, so maybe ABC just didn't want to go into the discovery phase. The point here is that Trump's lawsuit was complete BS, but now this creates the permission structure for him to sue the media more, for other people to sue the media more, and maybe even get away with it, maybe even get some money out of it, even if the case has no standing whatsoever. So I just want you to put yourself in the shoes of someone like me for a second, or just a young journalist who's living on their own.
You're not going to settle a case if it doesn't have standing, though.
CNN. Or imagine you are a pollster, or you are a social media influencer. Now, if you're someone who works hard to provide objective facts all of the time, to report the truth, and you see Trump suing Seltzer, which we'll get to, he just sued Seltzer, he also sued ABC, he sued so many different media organizations, then you're going to start second guessing yourself. You're going to start stopping yourself from publishing things that could be critical of Trump. You're going to start thinking, is this worth bankrupting my entire company? I mean, I personally do not have any...
That is insane that they are just like cowering, but at the same time, this is so unconstitutional of him to even do. Like, they have to start pushing back, because this is gonna start like becoming a free speech issue, also like freedom of the press. Like, these are things that are ingrained in our constitution. So if we're just gonna be like, nah, you know what, it makes sense that he could totally win this, and it makes sense that they would just settle. He made a good point. I think that ABC had something that they didn't want to come out in discovery.
Anywhere near the resources to fight any sort of legal case against a Trump admin or a DOJ. My best resource has probably been Marcellus, to be honest, but just think about the chilling effect that creates. People will stop themselves from publishing stories if they think it could bankrupt themselves. And it doesn't even have to be, like, when people think of media oppression, they think that CNN is going to get their door kicked down and there's going to be guns pointing at CNN journalists. It's not even that. It doesn't even have to be that insane. It just has to be Trump and his cronies bringing lawsuits towards the media that creates a chilling effect and makes the media not want to cover him as much. I can promise you guys, we will be relentlessly bringing you guys the truth. And I know that everybody hates to listen to Trump, but I really want you guys to listen to this quick clip where he says that social media influencers could very well be targeted. People with individual platforms, YouTubers can be targeted. Just listen closely.
Crap.
I want to expand on the defamation lawsuits. Could you see moving that to other people with individual platforms, social media influencers, people that...
Or newspapers, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I do.
He even builds on it. Okay, so Trump is asked, Can you see that moving to
Wow,
other
this
people?
is actually just as bad as I thought it was.
Social media influencers, and he goes, or even newspapers. So he is totally on board. And just think about this for a second. He knows what he's doing here. He is very, very intentionally posturing and saying, hey, I will bring lawsuits towards these companies if they criticize me more, and then people won't be publishing critical stories as...
they're going to start pushing back the free press is anti-worker.
Much. Yeah. You don't want that in a democracy. I'm okay with people posting stories critical of Biden, not because I don't like Biden. I love Biden. He's my favorite person ever. But the thing is, I think the media should have the freedom to criticize who they want, to publish who they or what they want, without the threat of a lawsuit being dangled over your head.
I don't know. It kind of seems like it could happen. I mean, did you just see how flippantly he was just like,
at any moment? And here's what I find annoying. Trump supporters will so quickly make the argument that when Trump is talking about tariffs, he's just posturing. He's posturing so that people fall in line. He wants Trudeau to fall in line, so Trump is acting like a strong man. But then when we apply that same argument here, hey, maybe when Trump is giving these press conferences and he's posturing towards the media, he's doing that because he wants the media to fall in line, which should not happen in a democracy. So it's almost like a one-to-one comparison. Trump supporters will very quickly admit that, yes, he does use inflammatory rhetoric so people fall in line, but you shouldn't do that with your own media. That's absolutely disgusting. And it kind of reminds me of an iceberg in the middle of the ocean. Think of an iceberg in the middle of the ocean. All that you see is the tip. That tip is probably the ABC lawsuit or the Seltzer lawsuit that he's about to bring. You think, okay, the tip of that iceberg is really bad. You probably shouldn't bring lawsuits like that, but it's not a big deal. But what people are missing is the entire iceberg below. Underneath that tip, there's this invisible current that changes the way boats have to go. It changes the direction of the waves. So what I'm saying here is that this ABC lawsuit and the Seltzer lawsuit, they have a way bigger effect than people think.
I almost vomited it. I love Biden. He's my favorite president ever. Ugh.
Yeah. Oh, I do. I think you have to do it because they're very dishonest. We need a great media. We need a fair media. We need
one that only reports, fair to you. And dude, fuck this.
And we need borders.
Borders? No. How did it get to borders?
What?
He always finds a way to somehow bring it back to immigration when that's not what he was asked about. But when he says he wants a free media, a free
it's already
press,
begun.
That's only rhetoric. His actions do not align with that. When literally the next second he says that he's suing Ann Seltzer, a pollster. He's suing the pollster, Ann Seltzer, who released the Iowa poll because he thinks that is election interference. It actually hurts my head because this dude tried to overthrow the election 100 different ways, and now he's suing Ann Seltzer for election interference, which again, only muddies the waters and creates a chilling effect. What if pollsters now are scared to release their polls because they might get sued? Watch this quick clip.
I see others. I have a few others that I'm doing. I'm going to, as an example, I'm doing this not because I want to. I'm doing this because I feel I have.
No, then we sue Fox News. We sue every right-wing publication, and we flood the courts.
An obligation to. I'm going to be bringing.
If they're going to do that, then we fucking fight back with that.
The people in Iowa, their newspaper, which had a very, very good pollster who got me right all the time. And then just before the election, she said I was going to lose by 3 or 4 points, and it became the biggest story all over the world because I was going to win Iowa by 20 points. The farmers loved me, and I loved the farmers. And it was interesting the way she did it.
I cannot stand this guy, but let me show you this article from the Midas.
This kid looks like one of the McPoyle kids from Always Sunny.
Touch Network, because again, there's a very real chance that over the next 4 years, Midas Touch is somehow dragged into some Trump lawsuit, or my channel gets messed up because we criticize Trump too much. But Ben Mycelis wrote, I will keep this short. This is a message to Donald Trump. We are not scared of you. You threatened us in 2 pages of your New York court filing. Guess what? Not scared. Your settlement with ABC and George Stephanopoulos does not scare us at all. You can't bully us or intimidate us. We will never settle or submit to you. I will sit there and personally take your deposition if I have to. You keep coming after us and you will only cause our platform to grow bigger. We don't run. We don't obey. We have no investors who we answer to. We have no...
Yeah, see, this is why guys like the Midas Touch and YouTubers can fight back, because we don't, like, go ahead, take us into Discovery. What the hell are you going to find, like, that's even shady, like, about, Ben Mycelis and even myself? Like, go ahead. Good luck. Like, for real.
No oligarchs pulling our strings. We have no billionaires forcing us to submit. We have my brothers, our hosts, and the Midas Mike. You guys. That's it. Our
that just means that I take you to Discovery then. Ha ha
ha. The same thing with my channel. Being a subscriber to my channel means we're building the community here. And I'm being genuine. I'm being genuine when I say that, because being a content creator is a double-edged sword, if you think about it. So right now, I have no outside investors, like that article said. I'm not beholden to anybody except for what I want to provide to you guys, the truth. There's no investors pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Hold on, he's on the Midas Touch network. No, he can totally...
Way. But in that same vein, if I got dragged into some sort of lawsuit, the lack of backing from an institution could also hurt. So that is why we have to keep building this community and make sure that we're almost bulletproof over the next 4 years. I'll leave it at that. I love every single one of you. Drop a like, subscribe. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Nice. No, I do appreciate him as far as his reporting. Yes, he's a little rad libby. as Elirda said in chat here, but I think that overall he's pretty good. Well, so my take on this is, yeah, this isn't good, guys. This is definitely as bad as I thought it was, if not a little bit worse, even. Because I'll be honest, I thought it was a little clickbaity as far as the way that he titled this and the way he started his video, but then just seeing Trump's his own words, and again, it was the flippant way that he was just like, yeah, oh yeah, totally. It was like, oh no, he's totally gonna do this thing. Like he wants to go after the press. Oh my god. And yeah, the FCC might be right behind him. But yeah, this is where we definitely have to push back on the free speech issue. And I get to look into, is Google actually going to, oh yes, it is 420 somewhere right now, so. There we go. But what's up, Lex? It's good to see you, member squad. God, smoke a Tide Pod. I still can't get over your name. That's hilarious. Oh. But cheers, you know what? First time chatter. I appreciate that. Okay. What do you think? Do you think that he's gonna like have a special like FTC or FCC squad that's gonna come and round up every YouTuber that is critical of him? This is so weird. Like realistically, what's he actually expect to do? Like, and I'm not even trying to be flippant about it. I'm worried. I am. Like that one's. This isn't. All right, I'll take it seriously. I hate to say that I was kind of. This is not as memey as I thought it was. So, God, hold on. Do you think? So does that mean that he could technically go after people like guys like the Majority Report and the bigger shows? God. All right, so if they go after Hassan, then I know it's like, uh-oh, my days are numbered. Don't be surprised if I change the name of the show at that point. Also kind of change the format a little bit and just do it, tongue-in-cheek and just like, hey, so I kind of know that you guys are a little used to this, but... All right, what do we got? Destiny versus Luke Beasley. Not a fan of either, really, but apparently the content was there, so I'm definitely interested to see what happened. Because I had this one suggested to me. So I am interested if I can find the frickin'... There it is. All right. I was like, where is it? Oh yeah, for anybody that wasn't here yesterday, I kind of upgraded a little bit of my setup, so if I'm, looking off in all directions, that would be why. And also, why I'm losing things frequently, because they'll end up on a screen, or I'll put them on a screen and just kind of forget, It's the, totally the equivalent of walking into a room and just being like, what am I in here for? The doorway effect. Which, every time I do it, I just go, damn doorway! And then I just kind of subconsciously blame it where I'm like, it was the door, it's not this, it has nothing to do with this. Guys, come on, I mean, there's, really, it's totally this. Come on, I gotta be honest. Alright, well, let's check out Luke Beasley. Oh, wait, sorry. All right, now I can say, hey, let's check out Luke Beasley versus Destiny on Piers Morgan. I heard that this was pretty good, so let's see.
Fascinating story. Senator Bradley, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, joining me now are entrepreneur and Trump supporter Grant Cardone, the host of the Luke Beasley Show, Luke Beasley, the streamer and commentator Destiny, and the spokesperson for the Turning Point USA, Caitlin Sinclair. Let me start with you, Caitlin.
Oh.
What is going on with these drones? It is very odd, the whole thing.
Yes, Piers, I think this is one example, or I would say a microcosm of what has been happening on such a larger scale across this country, where you have the mainstream media, where you have the government elites telling the American people,
serious.
Don't believe your lying eyes. We had Alexandra Mayorkas being sent to be the media's darling this past weekend, Piers, going on all of the weekend shows, telling us there's nothing to see here. We had Adam Kinzinger tweeting out this morning on the show saying the drones are actually airplanes, nothing to see here. So the American people have every right to ask questions. This is a rhetoric that they've been told for the past 4 years. Don't believe you're lying.
Listen, somebody said that Piers Morgan, like they made the comparison between Piers Morgan and the lady from Home Alone 2. I can never not see it. So now every time I see Piers Morgan, I just think, oh, thank you, Kevin.
Eyes, don't believe you're lying.
Two turtle doves.
Ears, and they have every right to get answers to these questions. It's really hard for the American people to sit back and believe that the government can find the grandma who took a selfie on January 6th at the Capitol 4 years ago, but they can't figure out who's flying drones above New Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, this is probably not your normal wheelhouse of expertise, but as an American, are you not a bit freaked out by all this?
No, I mean, like, FAA regulations happen so that drones can fly pretty high. We're in a pretty weird area right now where these are becoming, like, commercially available to consumers for the first time in a long time. A lot of the pictures and a lot of the video that is being shown is literally like airplane footage. Like you can see the FAA lights like that are done to regulation on these ships, but some people still insist on saying they're UFOs or coming from an Iranian mothership. I don't see any, I guess, like upside to baselessly speculating on what it is. I think people have a right to ask questions, of course, and we'll wait until we get, I guess, better answers about who it is.
But the longer we don't get told, are you not slightly twitchy that there's something very odd going on?
Not really. No, there's a billion different things that you could photograph.
He's playing into it, guys. Like the right wing wants this to be aliens so bad. Again, somebody had pointed out that the timing on this is so convenient.
At any point in the country, at any point in time, I don't know why we're obsessed with feeling like we're
class
constantly under
that's
threat
happening.
of being, destroyed or invaded by drones or invaded by, manufactured hurricanes or George Soros or vaccine. Like, it's just like the fear economy where we have to be afraid of every single new video that's posted. Like if these things started shooting missiles at us or something crazy like that happened, then yeah, that would be a huge problem, obviously. But I assume, and it's been stated by the authorities in New Jersey, that the federal government is looking into it. All you do is wait for answers.
I mean, Grant, what should be done about them in the meantime? I mean, people are going to start taking action, aren't they? They're going to start shooting at these things, aren't they?
Number one, the reason to be fearful is late 2019, it was whispered that there was a thing called COVID being exported. A bat, didn't know where it was coming from, this place called Wuhan.
He's one of these guys.
A year later, by the way, Donald Trump loses the election because of mail-in ballots, conveniently. And here we are today, after an election, before an inauguration. We have drones flying at night, not during the day. That would suggest infrared, looking for something. I would suggest a black swan event is being planned to disrupt Donald Trump in year one.
Swan event.
And to put him back on his heels. So when Destiny says,
guys, this is the whole thing. No, I'm calling this for what it is. This is the victim mentality, even when they won everything. Dude, this is how bad they want to be victims. Can you just, call them on this shit every time that you see anybody acting like this? Just you do know that you're not the victims right now. And somehow, some way, you're just yeah, the drones, this is it. They're creating a false flag attack. That's totally what this is. Just money in the
George
fucking
Soros,
waters.
There's plenty
Even Trump isn't doing this. Trump comes out and he's just listen, I kind of know what it is. It's almost like I get these the same briefings as Biden, but then he goes and he's just Biden should release it. What the fuck, man?
The reasons for America to be on high alert right now. The U.S. government should be trusted with one thing, to lie to the American people, because they repeatedly lie to the American people.
All right, Luke
Does that include
Beasley.
when
I mean,
Trump
that's
is
a pretty.
president? When Trump is the government, does he lie to the American people too, or is it just when Democrats are president?
Right now, we're talking about drones over New Jersey that no one can explain, and you want to make sense of it. Okay, the reason you can't shoot them
Before you just
out
mentioned
there.
COVID in 2019, that was Trump who was president, right? That was his administration. So did Trump lie to us about COVID coming from China?
I don't think you nor anybody on the panel or anyone listening or watching right now suggests that Donald Trump created the Wuhan virus.
I never said that, but you said that apparently people knew about it. It's just weird that right now the current administration is being blamed.
Drones by law cannot fly above 400 feet by law. So look, we know we see something in the sky, right? You agree with that? What is it?
Most of the videos that I've seen.
All right, let me bring in. Hang on, let me bring in Luke because you've been listening to this. I mean, look, Grant. On one level, you might say, well, Grant's just putting out conspiracy theories, but that's what happens.
That's what he.
Yeah, but okay, you don't actually know that because we don't have the official.
Oh my God, they're doing
and
that
the longer
now.
It goes on,
you don't actually know that it's not a conspiracy theory. He could be just as right as you. Oh my. But then he does the thing where he's going to sit there and just be like, oh, you know that very sensible explanation for that? Nah.
Fly around. And one of them, by the way, one of them is going to be right.
Yeah, but I mean, like the official
well,
story.
Hang on, let me bring in Luke. Hang on, Destiny. Let me bring in Luke.
That's kind of the whole way that people like Grant do media is you make a bunch of these bold predictions. People forget months later when the thing you said never actually happened. So there's going to be some sort of crazy thing that hurts Trump's first year and the drones are a part of that. He can just lightly throw that out, freak people out. We'll probably get a more clear answer that's not that provocative very quickly, and then Grant will move on and keep making more predictions. People,
it's
like
literally
going to
be the thing where it's just like, oh yeah, we're testing new government drones, and he's just going to be like, oh, and it's going to be Trump who says it. Like I have a feeling he'll be the one to just let it out, and Luke just made a great point. They're just going to forget about it, and then we move on.
A lot of bold statements right before the election about how the Democrats were never going to accept it. There's no way they would possibly accept the election results. And they immediately do, as we talked about last time I was on here. So again, these false predictions are kind of nauseating.
Yeah, where's your retraction, Piers?
That one I can tell you. But then I'll also say that a lot of
hang on, Luke. Let me just say, when it comes to false predictions, how about this one? I will never pardon my son, Hunter Biden. It's not going to happen.
That was a prediction.
It will not happen. The president's not going to do it. What's the matter with you people? It's not going to happen. What happened to that false prediction?
And the day he said,
I missed the crazy Piers proclamation.
Look how triggered you all get when I point that out. Look how you know the worst thing about what Joe Biden did there? He basically has caused you guys to go into a triggering anaphylactic shock now for the rest of your natural lives. Because by doing what he did, he just ruined it for you. He ruined it.
For us, we actually stand on principle. So I don't know about Destiny's take on this, but I've said he shouldn't have done that.
Good.
And it seems like he misled us whenever he said he wasn't going to, because we actually can criticize the person who represents, our party during a time. Whereas on your end, you'll flip-flop on every single principle to stay and
he made a good point that I can't be objective about Donald Trump and haven't been objective about Donald Trump in a long time, but I still claim to be a centrist and be reporting from a centrist position. Fuck you,
And I don't
Piers.
have an end, mate. I'm British. Just remind you. Let me go to change the topic to the ABC Trump defamation case. I mean, Caitlin,
wait, can we ask Grant? Because let's say the story comes out. Let's say the government, because he said he's waiting for an official story. Let's say the government comes out and they say, "Oh, it was irresponsible hobbyists. We've ascertained this."
Yeah.
Would Grant even accept that story, or we insist that there's something more going on?
I'll buy you dinner every night for 365 days in a row if that comes true.
Wow.
Okay, so you won't even answer the question. This is what I mean. It's just like it's all conspiratorial nonsense.
But hang on. You can't expect people to just hypothetically. I mean, the only person that gives a kind of blanket thing like that is Biden when he's pardoning his mates. It's like you can't just give a blanket thing.
Pardoning anybody has to do with this.
All right, but
It's
look,
a simple
I'm-
question.
Piers-
If the government came out with an official story, would you even believe it? The answer is no, unless Donald Trump says it. Then I
Well,
guess
actually,
you
I
believe
think
whatever
you
he
should
says.
view. I think you should view everything that comes out of the government with a lot of skepticism, healthy skepticism,
Yes.
actually. So the answer would
Unless
be
Trump says
the
it.
answer would be
Yeah,
I
unless
hear
it's Trump's
you.
government.
Let's make sure that is what happened. Would be my honest response. But that's
Well,
my.
is there any single thing that either of the two MAGA panelists have heard from Donald Trump that they don't believe ever in the 4 years of him in government and the 4 years
It's really
out?
bold of you. It's really bold of you and Luke to
No
just
answer. There's not
classify
gonna be an
and
answer for that.
generalize the MAGA population. Yeah, there is an answer, actually. On November 5th, there was a mandate from the American people to actually question our government, to actually dismantle some of these three-letter agencies. That was a mandate from the American people. So yes, I think we have every right to question what we're told.
Well, why don't we get to what
Was
what
there
I
an
want
answer
to?
there?
Hang on,
Here,
You
hang
don't
here's
have
the
a right
answer.
to question what
I
you're
want to
saying.
move to another
One
topic.
Piers, let's get to the
One
ABC
thing.
story
Wait,
because
one
I
thing
have
they
some
heard from Trump that
personal
they don't
data
believe.
about it.
Well, here's the
It's
thing.
not
Here's the thing we have heard about Trump, which turned out that we couldn't believe, even though it came from George Stephanopoulos. Caitlin, this is the ABC defamation payment of $15 million to President-elect Trump to settle a defamation lawsuit after Stephanopoulos repeatedly said he'd been found liable for rape, which he had not. This is a big settlement by ABC, including an apology. Very, very humiliating for Stephanopoulos. But he was so self-righteous in that interview as well, despite being, as it turned out, completely wrong in what he was saying.
Yeah, it looks like we're triggering some people on this panel, Piers. I think the women on The View have their panties in a knot right now after this case with ABC. The mainstream media is on notice now. And again, that plays into the mandate that we found on November 5th in the American people, saying they're sick of the hypocrisy, they're sick of the lies, they're sick of the lamestream media feeding them information that is absolutely false. And look, Kamala Harris had over 80 billionaires. She had the entire legacy media. She had all of the Hollywood elites, most of big tech, and she still lost. And she lost everything. So again, this is a mandate from the American people about what they want, and they want to dismantle the legacy media here.
Okay, Destiny, it is a crushing blow for Trump against the legacy media, whichever way you dress it up. If you're going to posture that Trump, as a lot of people in mainstream media do, he's a terrible liar, you've got to hold him to account.
These people are
blah, blah, blah,
insufferable.
blah, blah. If you hold him to account in the wrong manner and you end up giving him $15 million and a groveling apology, that's a terrible thing, isn't it, for mainstream media?
It's a pretty small payout for a defamation lawsuit, considering the stakes of this particular
That's because
lawsuit.
Trump's a big
My
man.
guess is
That's because Trump
my
allowed the
guess-
settlement.
Trump is not a big man. Trump is a coward. Okay, Trump is
is a
not a
huge
big
man.
man. He's a
That
little
could
boy.
have been a
But
billion-dollar
like,
lawsuit.
again,
This guy
don't
needs a
know
daddy
what
so
and again,
bad.
Like
Destiny?
the last
He's a
question I
big,
asked,
strong man. Don't make fun of my daddy. My daddy will beat your daddy up. That's all these guys are. Seriously, you want to talk about some of the most pathetic people in all of fucking media?
neither conservative, neither MAGA person on here will answer, which is, do you disagree with anything that Trump did in his 4 years? Or is there anything that he said that you didn't believe? Neither side will answer that. Okay, but the second thing is too, when you
Yes.
say this was a
My answer is
crushing,
yes.
when you say that this was a
Usually I wouldn't even entertain this, but who is the skank on the panel? I don't know, but she does kind of fit that criteria.
crushing blow,
Yeah.
okay, to the legacy media. What do we think about the $800 million that Fox News paid out when they lied about the Dominion voting
What's that
machines?
got to
Which,
do
by the
with
way, is
this?
a lie that both these MAGA people
Why do
probably
you always
still believe in.
distract? Why do you always
not a
distract
distraction.
Destiny?
That's what you just
Do you know
did,
what?
Piers.
Sometimes
That's what
it
you
would be
just
very...
did with the direct-
Hang
That's
on,
what you just-
sometimes,
I was
Destiny,
very-
rather than
it's totally
distract-
the same thing.
Hang on, Luke. Rather than distract constantly, Destiny, it would be so much more effective. And I like you know I do. If you just said, you know what, on this one, ABC got it wrong, big mistake, paid a big check.
ABC did not get it wrong. That's
They
not
did.
even true.
Why have they
He did it.
apologized and paid him $15 million?
Piers,
Because they didn't want to
Piers, I
go
have
through
personal
discovery and
experience.
months of
Why?
a lawsuit
Why,
against the guy
though?
who's threatening
Why?
to pull licenses for people in the media. He said that Stephanopoulos said that he felt like Trump raped her, that he raped the woman. She was held liable for rape. He penetrated her with his fingers. Now, in New York, I think the civil statute or whatever is for sexual assault and not rape per se. But like, it's not like he was wrong. He's
Can't
not
control
paying
the
up because
narrative
he
and
thinks
they're
that he lied
panicking.
about
Yep.
what he
He
said.
was
That's
wrong.
absolute
It was
nonsense.
not. It was
Bro, what's
not
up?
liable
No,
for
it's
rape.
obvious. It's obvious that Trump's constant promises to go after the outlets that wrong him, his constant promises to get the government to come down hard, his quote, not mine, on MSNBC, is what now outlets, unfortunately, like ABC, are afraid of. So they're wanting this to be over quickly, as opposed to going to war with Trump, who's explicitly targeted them. And it's crazy that y'all are more outraged that Stephanopoulos used one term that in common parlance is synonymous with sexual assault, instead of the
It's
fact
actually
that
not,
Trump
though. That's
was
where you're
found
wrong.
liable.
Sorry,
Trump
that's where
was
you're
found
wrong.
liable of
Sorry,
sexual
I'm
abuse.
sorry.
No, the judge.
I'm sorry,
please,
Luke.
Piers,
Luke,
just
you're
last and
making,
then go.
Luke,
The
you're
judge
making exactly
actually
the
clarified
Luke, you're making the
that
same
that's
mistake,
what that
Luke.
means.
With respect, you're making the same mistake. It is not the same thing. Otherwise, there would not be
Then why
different
did the judge
categories.
clarify
Hang
that?
on. There would not be different categories of sexual assault and rape. They are different crimes. So if you accuse somebody of the more serious offence of rape, wrongly, repeatedly, in an interview, as Stephanopoulos did, that is defamation and has now cost him and his network $15 million.
That is absolutely
So you're right
not
that there's
defamation.
there's
absolutely not the
specification.
case.
There's a specification
If
between
it was, they
what
would
the
have got a
jury's
higher
deciding
payout. They
on
would have got a real
sexual.
settlement.
Hey, you guys, neither one of you guys know anything about a libel case. Okay,
Wait,
this is a
how
defamation
about
case.
the two MAGA people on the panel?
could've
Are you
won
as
a bill-
outraged
excuse me,
that Trump
excuse me,
was
Piers.
found liable for
Piers.
sexual abuse?
Hang on,
then
let
I'll
Grant,
use the
let
correct
Grant
language
respond.
for you.
Let Grant respond.
Alex Brito is Donald Trump's lawyer on this defamation case. They settled this case in less time than when I filed a defamation case against T-Mobile, the CEO of T-Mobile, for $100 million. We will win the entire thing, by the way. Donald Trump could have got way more than $15 million. That's why I said Destiny, he's a big man.
Honestly,
You
it's
can't
kind of
swallow
funny
that
because
he's a big man, but
these defamation lawsuits, even from Trump's like judges, they don't actually hold up. The idea that Piers could be so disingenuous about that ABC one and not understand that, you know, they would have to pull licenses. He knows exactly how that would go. So he is being a complete fucking weasel on this one.
The big man that he put this behind him because he's got bigger fish to fry, which is to make America the great country it can be. And that's what he's focused on right now. He's going to take his $15 million, throw it in a charity.
Yeah, but
$1 million
Destiny, hang on. Destiny, you talk about cowardice.
This is a massive win.
A massive win. $15 million.
Yeah, but Destiny, here's the point. But Destiny, you call Trump a coward. What could be more cowardly if, as you say, there was no defamation, Stephanopoulos was right, what could be more cowardly than a major... Hang on, Luke, I'm not talking to you. What could be more cowardly, Destiny, than a major network in America, mainstream media network, just caving to Donald Trump and giving him a big check?
Is this a game we're playing? Maybe the other people, Luke might know. I don't know about the other two like morons here. You're a big boy. You work in this field, and I know that you're old enough to be smart enough to know this. I don't know. We're just playing a game right now, okay? If you have a defamation case facing you like that, you know that discovery could unveil who knows what. Not necessarily illegal conduct, but just stuff that can go to the press that might make you look bad. Trump might get more than $15 million of earned media just from the treasure troves of the discovery process of that case. Why not just pay out $15 million and walk away from it? By the way, if you were falsely accused of rape and that was a totally false accusation, do you really think that Donald Trump, a guy who has spent how many hundreds of millions of dollars between all of his different lawsuits, would walk away with $15 million? Of course not. He would have gone for way more if he thought he had a legitimate case there, but that's probably about how much they were willing to settle, knowing that they could avoid the discovery process. You know this, Piers.
Just to add one other point on this, because I brought it up multiple times with you, Piers, I would love to get an answer on it relating to this. Is there any outrage? Is there any outrage that Trump today was saying, yeah, and this is just the beginning, we're going to go after all these different outlets, and Seltzer for doing a poll that Trump didn't like, Trump says he wants to go after, and he specifically said the government should come down hard on MSNBC. That's exactly against what I know the two other MAGA folks on the panel say constantly about their principles, which is pro-freedom of the press, but then Trump's constantly talking about the press in ways that prove that's
I
very
think, you
much
know
not
what?
his
I think if on the Democrat side, if you go after someone like Donald Trump relentlessly and you try and imprison him relentlessly and you try and ruin his life and you try and do everything you can to destroy him and incarcerate him, and then he wins and he flatlines you all in the election, yeah, a little part of him is probably thinking, yeah, there's going to be a bit of pain. Sorry, going to be a bit of payback. Sorry.
Piers,
all right, cool. I like the Constitution, unlike y'all then. I don't know.
Yeah, and meanwhile, your guy, President Biden, is out there pardoning half of America, including his criminal son. So the high moral ground is just disintegrated.
None of that is unconstitutional. And by the way, Hunter Biden is not even implicated in crimes related to Joe Biden.
Wait, how is that not just...
Well, hang on. Actually, Destiny. Actually, hang on.
You're not the big guy.
Actually, that's...
The entire investigation was
you
based
don't
off a
know
lie.
that.
Is that covered here
You
at all?
don't know that.
Nope,
And the
I won't
beauty...
talk about it.
You don't know that. And the beauty of the all-encompassing thing that Biden did from going back to 2014 is it covers all potential crimes from 2014.
Republicans have been investigating those
hang on. The Hunter Biden could have committed, which we don't know, but may have included the big guy being Joe Biden. So he's protecting himself as well.
8 years they had, and they found nothing. With
Fox
all
News.
the subpoena power, all the congressional subcommittees, Donald Trump's FBI, Donald Trump's DOJ, 8 years and nothing. Not a thing.
Destiny, I get the feeling you're struggling with this Trump win, the scale of it.
I'm not struggling at all. I just struggle with the fact that people are so comfortable lying with impunity because they never get called out on these shows. It drives me insane.
Yeah, but when your side lie, like George Stephanopoulos, you don't call it lying. So what is a lie?
Trump
Is a
raped
lie
that
only
woman.
when
Most
Republicans
people would agree
lie?
in common parlance that was rape. Yes, I think it's totally
Piers,
fine to say
the
that.
judge
It
clarified
wasn't
that.
rape.
The judge literally clarified that that's the case. What Destiny just said, the judge literally clarified that the way we speak about these terms in a legal sense, it's not, but in the way we speak commonly about these words, what Trump was found liable of is what we refer to as rape, even if in a legal sense that's not what he was found liable for.
Do you want me to send Trump a clip of you saying that?
That is not what the judge said at all.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you keep...
It's so funny.
Caitlin,
They can accept service.
Caitlin?
Sue me. Yeah, what do you mean?
I won't be cowards like ABC.
It's so funny how you gentlemen keep referring to us as the MAGA people on this panel. You call us morons. I'm going to start referring to you gentlemen as snowflakes over there. Maybe you haven't looked at the post-election polling in this country, but guess what? The men in this country, the young men in this country, showed up for Donald Trump in droves. And you want to know why, gentlemen? Because they were sick of being emasculated, because they were sick of being lied to, and they were sick of being guilty until proven innocent. The real men in this country I'm talking to, maybe not alluding to.
You're going to trigger them.
Huh?
Triggered.
You guys
I don't even know what that
don't even
point
accept
meant,
the
but okay.
outcome of the 2020 election. And you're trying to say we're
trying to bring back the trigger. they miss being victims already. Look at this, guys. Now they're trying, now they're pivoting from, being the oppressed. Oh, we're just so oppressed. Look at the left. They're so triggered. And we're all just kind of sitting here. We're just like, no, we're not. We're just giving you facts. Triggered.
We're triggered. You guys are the biggest babies in the history of
Thank
all
you,
of mankind.
Destiny.
I don't know what.
Which is why you're the one resorting to name calling, right? You're so triggered, you just resort to name calling.
We're the ones. If I call a moron, that means I'm triggered? What does that make Donald Trump, who literally has nicknames for every single political opponent he has, then?
What do you think he'd call you, Destiny?
I don't know. I got a lot of nicknames online, so who knows?
There's an interesting thing coming. Sorry, pardon my lurgy, as I call it. Trump has threatened legal action against the Biden administration over sales of portions of the border wall. He's talked to the Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton, about a potential restraining order. Let's have a listen to this clip.
Now, we ordered an additional 200 miles of wall. It's very expensive. And now it's about double the price of what it would have been 6 years ago. And the administration is trying to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar, knowing that we're getting ready to put it up. And what they're doing is really an act. It's almost a criminal act.
Yeah, Grant, there's a lot of activity on that border, obviously, but that specific point that Trump makes about the Biden administration selling portions of it, what do you make of that?
Well, they're just sabotaging his ability to put that wall up. It's costing the taxpayer dollars. It's just a complete waste of money. You literally have supplies down there that have been paid for by taxpayer money. It's, $150 million worth of wall down there that was abandoned. And now they're going to sell that. So he's got to go back and repurchase that 8 years later at new prices. It's a sabotage, okay? The other side, these guys over here, I'm sorry, Caitlin, you said they're not men, so I can't call them men. So you guys will do anything to sabotage this MAGA movement, which is not a Republican movement, by the way. This is Make America Great Again. And this country has more resources, more opportunities. The first 90 days when he gets in office, Piers, is going to be phenomenal for this country. I don't know if it converts these guys, but the country's going to get on board with this thing.
Okay.
Yes, that's why everybody on the right now is coping with the idea of, oh, you're telling me that if these economists are right that I'm going to be paying more? You mean the people that are spending less this holiday season because they're worried about the economy? Yeah, they're really showing with their wallets that they're so confident in Donald Trump bringing the economy back.
Okay, I mean, Destiny, here's what I would say generally.
Yeah. All that confidence went out the fucking window the second that he even went, you know what? Maybe the groceries won't come down. I might have accidentally made an oopsie poopsie. I did just make an oopsie poopsie. That's why I smell so bad. Yep. Another one.
About the reaction to Trump's win. It's been noticeable for the extreme lack of any protests. No marches, no big protests. It's like you guys have just thrown the towel in. Have you given up collectively? The resistance seems to be over.
Trump won the election. What are you going to do? I guess if you're a conservative and the other side wins the election, then I guess you try to overturn it or you try to
guess
coup
what
the
you
government
guys
like they
called
tried last
that.
time.
Look at the way you guys were just like, you guys also protested.
But no, you're a Democrat. You go back to work. That's all you could do. Wait till the next election. Wait till midterms. Do
why
what you
is that
can.
your
Democrats
takeaway,
work?
Piers? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I'll tell you what's my takeaway,
Look at how
because
much
I
they
think that-
respect the election results. It's so weird.
No, because last time you didn't. Last time you took to the streets in massive numbers and city after city around America protesting and screaming about Trump. This time it's been nothing. It just makes me think you've all lost the stomach for the fight.
I feel like last time you told me that people were crying on the internet.
What's that, Luke?
I think last time we went over this, you said that there are a lot of liberals crying and we're sensitive and we're combusting.
Well, there's a few of you left on the internet, but that's about it. But when it comes to any sort of...
We're going to get to work on trying to oppose his bad policies when they pop up. There's just no need to have the MAGA-type hyperbolic reaction where you get violent or where you question the results for 4 years and stuff like that.
Right. You don't think that's how you all reacted in 2016 when he won?
Do you think that's how the conservatives acted in 2020 when they tried to steal the election?
Well, 2020...
That'll be overturned, by the way.
Well, just to be clear, Trump did, in my estimation...
The 2020 election?
Just to be clear, Trump did not have the election stolen. Trump lost the election in 2020 because of the pandemic. I told him this to his face. Caitlin, this whole issue of the border, it is staggering that nearly 10 million people came in illegally in the Biden administration, the 4 years. Staggering.
Yeah, Piers, I'm sitting here in Manhattan where Tom Homan recently had a meeting with Democrat Mayor Eric Adams, who announced that we have 500,000 missing migrant children on the border. That number started at 100,000 and went up to 300,000, and now the number they're giving us is 500,000, which leads me to believe that number's closer to 1 million children that are missing on the border. So that should really concern all Americans. You had a 7-year-old. You had a 7-year-old that was just murdered by an illegal alien. She is part of the black community. A 7-year-old. You didn't see Kamala Harris taking to Twitter, where she took to Twitter to talk about George Floyd dying over 24 times. She didn't mention the 7-year-old's name not once. Where's BLM now, Piers? And you want to call this MAGA hyperbole or narrative? Really, is it MAGA hyperbole when Laken Riley was murdered, when Molly Tibbetts was murdered, when Rachel Morin was murdered?
What about these young of people dying to illegal immigrants, and it's like the same name brought up for a whole year? Do we not have any new people killed by illegals, or what?
Oh, do those lives not matter? Do those lives not matter?
Nobody else died but Laken Riley. She's the only one, or are they all named Laken Riley? What the fuck?
All right, Destiny, out of interest, how many illegal immigrants...
I'm sure her family will appreciate that.
Yeah, listen...
Hey, Squishmallow,
how many illegal immigrants would you be comfortable coming in to America next year, 2025?
The ideal number is as close to zero as possible.
Okay, so you agree with Trump?
No, because Trump isn't doing anything to address the illegal immigrant problem.
But he'd like it to be zero as well, so you agree. In principle, you agree.
I'm sure you'll...
Trump
I'm sure
we don't
selling
have a
our border
in this
wall
country right now. For anybody that cares...
Hang on, don't talk over each other. Let Destiny answer. Destiny?
Yeah, no, we don't. The issue that we have right now is not with illegal immigrants. It's going to be fixed with a stupid wall. The issue that we have right now is with the asylum-seeking process. Donald Trump and all the MAGA people are too stupid to even understand how the process works. So we're never going to fix it under Trump, unless the Democrats manage to push some legislation that the Republicans agree with, and Trump stumbles into.
And you think you got fixed under the Democrats, do you, in the last 4 years?
No, but they had a bill that was ready to go in the House and the Senate, and Biden was ready to sign it, and then Trump pulled the plug on it. So
it's Trump's fault.
Trump, who wasn't in office.
Can I just jump in?
Definitionally is.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz, Mitch McConnell, people, Langford came out and literally said, yes, we had a bill ready to go.
Luke,
Trump pulled the plug on it.
I'm sure we'll all be happy that we've seen a massive plummet in border crossings in the last few months. And to the point that's previously made, there was legislation that could have done more. But even aside from that, there's been massive progress made. So Trump would be
how has there
inheriting a
been
situation
progress made if
even
Trump
better
stopped any? Well, hang on. If Trump stopped any progress, sorry, hang on, Luke.
Yeah.
If Trump stopped any progress, how are you making progress in the last few months?
No,
Explain
I'm
to
saying after finally, which I think they should have learned this lesson earlier, finally Democrats realized they weren't going to get support from Congress. Then Biden did what he could just through the executive
So why
branch.
didn't he do that before?
Yeah, I agree with you. He should have done it earlier.
Right,
But he was thinking we could do a
so
more
it wasn't
systemic
Trump's fault.
solution.
It's bad
hold on.
politics
Don't
by
even-
a president who's asleep at the wheel.
The issue with doing
Systemic
things
solution.
right now.
Yeah,
The issue right now, we're crying over border wall stuff being sold. The issue with doing things by executive order is that things that can be done with executive order can be rescinded with executive order.
Right.
This way that we've approached border and immigration policy through presidential actions is insane. We need legislation from Congress. We need bills, comprehensive bills that are going to address the problem, not these temporary actions that the president can do via executive order. We shouldn't champion when that happens. Republicans used to be opposed to all of this encroaching federal power from the executive branch, but I guess now when it's Donald Trump, they celebrate it.
And then one just little stat to end us with, I'm sure they'll also credit the Biden administration with releasing less migrants with criminal records in the country than the Trump administration. You can look
I think
that
when
up.
you let in 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years, you don't really get
I'm just
to make
saying,
any,
less
you don't,
undocumented
you
immigrants
don't
with
get to
criminal
take any
records
victory
than
laps,
Trump.
Luke. Sorry. I'm afraid that's
You're
it.
saying your concern was about criminals, okay?
My concern is about safety and security, as always. You've got to have a
And I'm
secure
saying
border.
that Trump actually released
As
more
Ronald
undocumented
Reagan
immigrants
said,
with
if you
criminal
don't have a
records.
secure border, you don't have a country. We've got to leave it there.
I don't think
Always
you
good
heard
to
me.
talk to you all. Thank you very much indeed.
All right.
Well, returning to Uncensored now is the Harvard mathematician and podcaster, Dr. Eric Weinstein.
Nope. Don't care. Fuck this guy. Oh, that's fun. All right, so that was not a debate between Beasley and Destiny, the way that it was described. So I'm sorry about that. It was actually pretty annoying and insufferable, and God, at some point I just have to understand that these are never going to go the way that I want them to, because Piers really is just that insufferable, and he's just, God, he's so bad faith. He really is. Like, he knows exactly how to, like, get these, like, the clips. He knows how to do all this, but well, got a little thing going on in chat here. That's fun. But appreciate you guys sticking through that segment. We're going to move on to the next one. Are you guys ready for Mehdi? It's actually been a minute since I've done a Mehdi Hassan Mehdi Hassan video, so let's take a look at his interview with Brian Tyler Cohen, one of our favorite, centrist center leftists. Can we even call him a leftist? God, he's such a democratic shill. Like, the fact that he's like so cozy with Nancy Pelosi still bothers the crap out of me. But I just have to be I have to be honest. He's very good at what he does. So I appreciate Brian Tyler Cohen's coverage for the most part. Again, I take it little grain of salt.
Now we've got the founder of Zateo News, Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi, thanks for coming back on.
Thanks for having me, Brian.
So I do want to get into a broader
Mehdi.
conversation about the media, about the
He's the
election
best.
results, where we go from here. But first, I want to get your reaction to the allegations against Pete Hegseth and whether the pressure that he's feeling right now and that Trump is clearly feeling right now might suggest that perhaps Republicans aren't as immune to the whole...
Guys, my dog is sleeping and he's doing this. Because, like, and he's, I think he heard me talk about him.
Teflon Don of it all, as this moment might suggest.
It's such a good question, because I've thought long and hard about the Trump era and what Trump gets away with. And one of the only silver linings of all the dark clouds of this era is that he is sui generis, Trump. There doesn't seem to be anyone else like him. No one else, even in his close orbit, can get away with the kind of crap that he gets away with. So we have this whole issue of Matt Gaetz accused of, child sex trafficking or whatever it is, which he denies. You have Peter Hegseth accused of rape. But hold on. The guy appointing them was...
Wait, Brandon Whitney. I'm not sure if I agree with your take. Pretending to have an ounce of journalistic integrity while only doing things to get views is an issue. I don't think that's necessarily true about him. He is pretty fair with his coverage.
Found liable for sexual abuse, what a judge said could be called rape, by a jury of his peers in New York. So the whole thing is absurd, right? If you think about it, who is Trump to sit as any kind of judge, jury, executioner of his cabinet? But that's the world we're in. Trump gets a pass. He's been elected. The public don't care. But they do seem to care about cabinet officials. The media do seem to care. It's been a feeding frenzy since he's nominated all these people. The Hexa stuff gets worse by the day. He had his mother come out to defend him on Fox, where else, his old channel, this morning. Yeah. I love the idea that we're going to be strong in the world and have this strong defense secretary who's going to go up against China and Russia, but he needs mommy to come help him on TV. The same mother who, by the way, wrote an email to him saying, demanding accountability on behalf of all women. He said many women, she said, who he had abused.
Oh, Piers Morgan, my bad. No.
Taking that back.
Oh,
surprise,
God,
surprise.
no.
But not
Brandon, I misunderstood you, dude. I thought you were talking about Brian Tyler Cohen. I didn't know you. I didn't know you were talking about Piers Morgan. That's my bad.
Just that. There's the allegations of rape. There's the stuff about his own views. My colleague Prem Thakur at Zeteo just published a piece last night going through 4 of his books. And some of the stuff he said about women in the military, abortion rights, Muslims, immigrants. You just go down the list. Israel, America's role in the world. He's a real hawk, pretending now to be this kind of peacenik anti-war guy like Trump. He's a hardcore neocon. So, look, there's a lot going on. I think you put your finger on it by saying, can the others get away with what Trump gets away with? We're now hearing reporting from the Wall Street Journal that he might swap him for DeSantis, which is hilarious because Trump suggested Ron DeSantis grooms young girls.
And it was also Trump himself who branded Ron DeSantis Tiny D. So you brand this guy Tiny D, and now you want to put him in charge of the Pentagon and 1.3 million active duty troops? I mean, talk about undermining your own case.
He's got little D energy.
More broadly, does this suggest that maybe in a post-Trump Republican Party that we might revert back to the mean here, and it might not feel like the same Trump party if they recognize that they can't get away with all the shit that Donald Trump gets away with?
So I think halfway I agree with that. I'll tell you the 50% I agree with is yes, they will realize that they can't get away with what Trump gets away with. Only Trump can get away with what Trump's gotten away with in terms of personal morality or lack thereof, and all of the other stuff. Having said that, one thing I do worry about is Gates went because of his personal shit. Hegseth may go because of his personal shit. But what about the others who don't have personal shit, but are actually scarier, more dangerous in many ways?
Right. It's their politics. It's not their past. It's their politics.
Kash Patel being a classic example of it. We don't know what Kash Patel's private life is like. I don't really want to know what Kash Patel's private life is like. But we do know what he said on the record. We do know that he said he's going to go after the media. We do know that what he said he's going to do to the FBI. We do know what he said he's going to do to his political opponents, right? We do know he's a sycophant and a bag carrier for Trump who will allow Trump to use the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a political weapon. That's all there. And Kash Patel probably has the vote unless kind of Murkowski, Collins, McConnell can stop him. So that's what I'm worried about. Yes, I get the personal stuff still clearly does, derail nominations even in 2024. But what about the non-personal stuff? By the way, there's one character, RFK Jr., who's got the personal stuff and the policy stuff, both of which are equally crazily bad.
Mehdi, I want to talk a little bit about the media right now. So you run an independent media company. What do you think is the state of independent media on the left right now?
I mean, we're doing well, but as a big picture, it's not great compared to the right. One of the reasons, Brian, and you know this because you and I talked earlier in the year, one of the reasons I set up Zeteo back in February, March, April was because I left MSNBC.
I got fired from MSNBC.
There was this gap in the market. The people on the right, whether it's your Tucker Carlson, whether it's your Megyn Kelly, whether it's your Barry Weiss, Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, are monetizing their right-wing outrage politics and grievance mongering and are building huge audiences online, paying audiences online with subscription business models. And I was looking around at the left and think no one's really doing it on the left. You've had huge success on YouTube. You crossed 3 million subscribers. Congratulations.
Oh, wow.
But you're not running a subscription business.
I didn't realize that.
It hasn't, and we know that Cheng and the Young Turks have been on YouTube for a while. And there's been attempts to do things on the left. And just narrowing down to the subscription model, no one had really tried to do a subscription model. We've tried to do it. I think we're doing a good job. We just crossed 300,000 subscribers globally in 8 months. We're very pleased with that. We're making some good money off subscriptions. We have over 40,000 paid subscribers. I saw that gap in the market from a purely commercial business point, but also from an ideological point of view. Why aren't more people doing this on the left, given the left in the mainstream media is kind of non-existing? MSNBC, where I used to work, is not left-wing. People get annoyed when I point this out. It's not, right? It's kind of at best center-left. It's kind of at best centrist liberal. It's not supporting the kind of causes that the left cares about.
I've been saying this forever.
That's a problem. And the same with the New York Times, the same with the Washington Post. The conservatives have so successfully branded all mainstream media as liberal left that actually there hasn't been a real space for actual liberals and lefties to go, well, these are our offerings in an independent...
Right, because they're so afraid of being branded as liberal that they have to overcompensate to prove that, in fact, they're not.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I would also argue that this is why it's so disappointing that TYT had the fall off that it did, because I almost saw it as that. Like, I'm just speaking for me personally, that because of the production value and the fact that they, like, it was their message, and just from their coverage overall before they kind of started having the fall off, you could say that that's exactly what we thought it was going to be. It was on its way to becoming, and then all of a sudden it just did the nosedive.
And that then follows through into independent media, because then you're like, well, why do we need all this independent media?
Sucks.
You already have the New York Times and MSNBC. Like, no, they're not. Like, my politics, the tales are very different to New York Times and MSNBC. So I think, look, to answer your question, it's not in a great shape because financially the support hasn't been there, either from ordinary people being willing to put their hand in their pocket and say, I'm going to subscribe, I'm going to value the content that Brian does or Mehdi does or whoever else does, and also from the big investors, the big donors, the big money folks. I mean, it's a truism, but we got to point this out. Like, right-wing media is catering to wealthy people. So it's easy for them to raise money off of wealthy people, right? Left-wing media is saying, hey, let's have some more regulation, a bit bigger government, higher taxes on the wealthy. That doesn't naturally attract a lot of people outside of the Soroses of this world. So it is an issue when it comes to funding. When it comes, I mean, we've been very lucky. I raised $4 million from kind of friends and family around, and from people, interested parties, small business people who wanted to support the mission. But I didn't go big. But people who do want to go big, it's much easier on the right. I mean, Ben Shapiro turns up and says to a fracking magnate in Texas, "Give me $4 million to launch," and that's how Daily Wire launches.
Totally. Well, okay. So that's the money perspective from the left-wing independent media. But what about Democratic politicians? Because there is an onus. I think the right has been really successful and really effective at getting their...
Honestly, the big funny would be to court somebody like that oil executive and then just start a leftist network with the money.
Politicians, their elected officials, to lay hands on right-wing media so that they can then prop them up and allow those people to act as emissaries for the right-wing mission. We don't have, or we haven't had for a very, very long time, anything like that on the left, because I think the left, wrongly, to your point, for exactly the reason that we were talking about before, views mainstream media as their message distribution system. Notwithstanding the fact that mainstream media is bending over backwards to prove that it is not an arm of the Democratic Party in anywhere close to the same way that right-wing media is an arm of the Republican
100%.
Party, exists to serve as a propaganda arm of the GOP. So do you think that there's some acknowledgement now about where they went wrong, and that we'll move toward a world where Democratic politicians, Democratic elected officials are going to embrace independent media, recognizing that we need them to close the gap, the asymmetry that exists in our media ecosystem?
So I think you answered your own question. It's the asymmetry is the issue. It's the inability of the left-wing media, which is a good thing, to act as a propaganda arm for a political party in the way that the right does. I mean, the right has a very specific model, right? It is propaganda, from Fox down to the Daily Wire, down to your independent, YouTubers. It is very much propaganda, and people don't like saying this because they think there's a both sides. No, I have my criticism of MSNBC. I worked there for 3 years. I have my praise for MSNBC. I worked there 3 years. But one thing that annoys me when people go, well, the left has MSNBC and the right has Fox. They're not the same thing, right? They're just not. MSNBC does not. Whatever. I know it's going to sound crazy to right-wingers who may come across your YouTube channel, Brian. But MSNBC does not act as a propaganda arm for the Democratic Party. I know that because I used to work there, right? Sean Hannity called Trump every night of his presidency.
He was on stage with him at rallies.
Rachel Maddow did not call
stage.
Joe Biden up every night to chat to him and act as a de facto chief of staff. No matter, I'm not saying they're not pro-democratic. Of course they are. But it's not the same propaganda. They'll still cover the news. Fox wouldn't even cover Hegseth till today. They didn't cover anything to do with Peter Hegseth. It's not a news network, so we should stop calling it Fox News. But to go back to your broader question about Democratic politicians, so there's two things here. Number one, they are to blame partly, as you say, for not propping up a left-wing space and treating the ABCs and NBCs as, well, that's our message distribution platform. Big mistake. I 100% agree with you on that. And I wouldn't just say Democrats, mainstream Democrats. Bernie, as someone who's criticized the mainstream media, has not supported left-wing media. Cenk Uygur did a great monologue the other day I saw on my social media where he was saying, Bernie's right to come out and say we need a new working class vehicle, we need an alternative to the mainstream Democrat. But he's not done anything to build it up. Bernie Sanders loves mainstream media. He's always on the Sunday shows. Will he do an interview with me? Very rarely, even though I'm probably the only cable host between 2020 and 2023 who would endorse Bernie Sanders, who had a show on cable, never came on my show. So that was a problem. And I think you've had the same problem with a lot of mainstream Democratic Party leaders who you have a huge audience, but they'd much rather go on a Sunday morning show, which has way fewer viewers than you do. So I think that's one problem. Is that they just are not smart enough, savvy enough to see the opportunities here. They're very old school, very conventional, very cautious. One thing I always say about liberals, it's not about the ideology, it's about the mindset of caution that permeates the entire movement. Yes. And then number two, I think there is something we should be proud of, which is one of the reasons they don't just want to turn up on left independent media is because we're not propaganda arms, right? Even if you are pro-Democratic Party, as you clearly are, you don't deny that. If Robert Menendez came on your show, you would ask him about the gold bars, right?
Correct.
But the equivalent of Robert Menendez turns up on Newsmax, they won't. And I think that's the problem, right? Fundamentally, is that comes back to the reality-based universe. At the end of the day, no matter what our biases are, no matter what MSNBC's politics are, people on the liberal left are still going to live in a reality-based universe, still going to try and do the basics of journalism, no matter what our personal opinions are. That's gone on the right. I mean, we saw that, and that's not my opinion. That's fact, right? Fox went and settled a Dominion case, proving that they're not a news network.
Mindy, you had said something that really caught my eye, and that was this idea of a mindset of caution among Democrats. This election was in large part a referendum on I think the authenticity and relatability in their politicians. I mean, you have somebody like Trump who objectively has much lower threshold for caution than somebody like Kamala Harris does. And I think that we're seeing that more broadly in the kind of media figures that are promoted on the right versus the media figures that are promoted on the left. There is a degree of like throwing caution to the wind. Of course, that's all on a backdrop of, pushing back against political correctness. And so inherently, you're going to have more of that on the right anyway. But do you think that this election is going to kind of reverse the Democrats' embrace of caution that we've seen, from the days of Hillary Clinton all the way to this campaign, which, was probably less willing to go on certain shows because it would pose some risks?
Well, first of all, I'm glad you dated it back to Hillary Clinton because Barack Obama was actually a very cautious president. But when he campaigned, he wasn't cautious. I've always found the interesting dichotomy. When you talk about Obama, you have to divide between the campaigner, the candidate Obama, and the president Obama. Obama as a president was super cautious, too cautious for my liking. But as a campaigner, if you remember 2020...
Brandon, I appreciate that. Thank you. Carl, this is high politics. Chill, man.
Well, he didn't run as an incumbent. He ran almost as an insurgent and portrayed Mitt Romney as the establishment capitalist Bane guy who had to be stopped. Democrats haven't run like that for a long time, as Obama ran in 08 or even 12. Hillary didn't run like that, and Joe Biden certainly this year, before he pulled out, wasn't running like that, and Kamala Harris, with her Uber brother-in-law, didn't run like that. And I think why I'm pessimistic about whether Democrats are going to embrace kind of boldness and drop some of their caution is twofold. Number one, we've seen no evidence of it since Election Day. We've seen Fluff and all at Qatar and all the team of advisors around Harris doing the Pod Save America interview, doing the Atlantic Ron Brownstein interview, and basically saying we got nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong. We're not contrite. We have no apologies. We'd do it all the same. And the worst part of these interviews they've been doing, these post-mortems, is they keep going, well, you have to understand, we inherited a really bad situation. The internal polling was really bad. Joe Biden was more unpopular than even you knew. So why the F Did you not break with Biden then? As some of us said. It actually makes it even worse for them not breaking with Biden by them now admitting that they knew he was more unpopular than the public knew. Because then the
but even
arguments
AOC
were,
made that
well,
mistake.
we can't break with the sitting president. You can if your internal polling is telling you that he is toxic and pulling you down. So that's number one. I don't see them
He's
going
making good
bold
points.
when even in their post-mortems they're not willing to accept what they did wrong. And number two, it's a personnel thing, Brian, right? Until you are able to change the pundit class, the consultant class, and of course the actual members of Congress, you're not going to be able to have people willing to take chances. When I look at people like, someone like a Greg Kasar in Austin, I like him not just because I share his politics and because he's a member of the squad. I like AOC not just because she shares my politics. Clearly, we have similar politics. Why I like these kind of politicians is because of their approach to messaging. Their approach to politics is not to take shit from anyone, is to go out there, take risks, test out messages, right? That until you have more politicians willing to do that within the Democratic Party, who aren't just willing to turn up, play it safe, keep their heads down, that's going to be a problem going forward.
Well, I think one thing from that interview, from the Pod Save America Kamala leadership interview, that I think did actually suggest that there was something that needs to change within the Democratic Party is Quentin Fawkes said that there's a lot of apologizing happening and tiptoeing around certain special interest groups and making sure.
Hold on, coming off Twitch chat, Smoke a Tide Pod. I've wanted to get in on this evangelical grift and sell crappy T-shirts to Gravy Seals and donate proceeds to the leftist groups.
They don't say anything that they would then have to.
Gravy Seals. That was a good one.
Turn around 5 minutes later and apologize and get on the phone and explain to these people, and that does, I think, present itself or manifest itself in a way where then the campaigns are a little bit more cautious because, the Democratic Party is a Big Tent party, but we're also the party that's going to stand up and protect trans people and is going to protect special interest groups. And so I think the way that we're seeing that now is that has manifested in more of a desire to be, or a need.
But Brian, let me push back a bit.
To be careful.
The reason they didn't come out more economically populist is not because of some pressure group. It's probably more, and we can't prove this, but from the reporting, it's people like Tony Harris, her brother-in-law from Uber, who were telling her, tone down the stuff, stop bashing big business, right? And who knows what Pluff was saying. And the problem is, that's what it comes down to. I mean, I hear all this analysis and the Adam Gentleson piece in the New York Times, the groups, the special interest, the pressure groups, the activists. Fundamentally, though, Hillary, Joe, Kamala, they weren't listening to those groups as their number one, sounding board in the morning every day. They were listening to donors. They were listening to pundits. They were listening to consultants. And I think that's where the problem lies in the Democratic Party right now, fundamentally.
With that said, then, do you think that there is going to be a higher threshold for dissent within the Democratic Party? I know that basically we're in a moment right now where you have a lot of, the more moderate Democrats who are saying that progressivism was the problem, and they can point to the fact that Jared Golden won his district and ran far ahead of Kamala. They can point to the fact that Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez ran far ahead of Kamala. But then progressives to the same point can say, look, Kamala ran a campaign where she had Liz Cheney on the campaign trail in more instances than she did embrace progressivism at the end. So what do you think that the Democrats do moving forward in terms of figuring out where they're going to, I guess, whether the party tacks right or whether the party tacks left?
But that's the problem. I don't think it's about going right or left. I think it's about whether you're going to have a fight or whether you're not going to have a fight. And this is what I've said for a while. Like, I like Congress members like Eric Swalwell, not because he and I are on the same page ideologically. He's way to my right. But I like Swalwell because he has a fight, because he knows who the enemy are. He knows how to make the case. You mentioned Jared Golden and Maria Gluesenkamp-Perez. Yeah, I don't share their politics. They're definitely to the right of me. But did they run right-wing campaigns, or did they run populist, authentic campaigns?
Correct. Yeah.
Did they say right to repair in her case, anti-monopoly in his case? All right, this is what we need to be talking about right now. It's not about whether you sign a tick box of I'm left, I'm right, I do these policies. It's about who you're fighting for. Do you have a fighting spirit? Do people know what
Democrats will ratchet right? That's what they do. That's what they've been doing.
You stand for? Are you authentic, or are you just a kind of poll-tested, focus group-tested, bland person who no one thinks is going to fight for them in Washington, D.C.?
Right. I mean, in large part, this was strangely enough, it did feel like a reference. I mean, you even hear somebody like Cenk come out and say that this election result is the result of the establishment losing and more of the anti-establishment forces winning. And so moving forward, I mean, Democrats don't generally nominate for their party standard bearer somebody who is anti-establishment, because by saying we have to protect our institutions, we have to protect our democracy, for so many people out there for whom democracy and our institutions isn't working, that is not the message they want to hear. That is the message that's going to push them away. And so how do we take that into account in our candidates moving forward for a party that, look, in one wing, wants somebody like Joe Biden, who is as establishment as it gets. He's been in politics for 50 years. But by that same token, we're missing out on a broad swath of people for whom the establishment and democracy and our institutions is actually the polar opposite of what they're looking for, and somebody that and something that they won't pull the lever for in the ballot box.
I think you put your finger on it, where defending democracy in abstract is fine, but when you're defending institutions that people hate, for good reason in many cases, nobody wants to go to the mat for the Senate, right? Like, it's just right. No. And the polling shows the American public are not happy with the state of democracy in this country, not just in terms of Trump undermining democracy, but how democracy works itself. Campaign finance reform, money in politics, all of this stuff, minority rule, gerrymandering, et cetera, et cetera. And actually, during the campaign, one of the big mistakes, and people are going to laugh at me because it sounds so niche, but I actually think it was symbolic. First, they buried Tim Walz, who I thought was a great addition to the team. I preferred him over Shapiro, but now it's fashionable to say, well, he cost our votes. Actually, I think they wasted Walz, right? They picked him and then they silenced him. He was doing a great job with the weird attacks when they were polling highly, and then suddenly they stopped saying weird, and they put Walz, put him under a blanket and hid him away. And then when he does come out and go, you know what, we should get rid of the Electoral College, hugely popular idea with the American public across the board, Republicans and Democrats don't like the Electoral College. The Harris team disowned it, slapped him down and said, no, he wasn't speaking for us. So there's just an example of one way we
so many different times.
Nobody likes the Electoral College. Democrats should not associate themselves with the Electoral College. In terms of the broader point about anti-establishment candidates, you're right to go back. And actually, I would argue, if you take Joe Biden and the COVID election 2020 out of the picture, yeah, you do go back and you see they pick establishment people like Hillary Clinton and John Kerry, and they lose, and Al Gore. Yep. And they pick Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, who are Washington outsiders in the eyes of many people, and they win, right? So I do think that, it's correlation, not causation, but I do think there is worth having a conversation about who are the right candidates going forward, given we failed. That's what the Democrats should be asking. We failed with the Hillarys and the Bidens and the Harrises and the Kerrys. Who can we have? I don't know who that person is, by the way. As people are doing horse race stuff, runners and riders for 2028. I don't know who that person is who has that authenticity. Because as much as I think Whitmer and Newsom are solid candidates and Shapiro, and they're all going to be in the mix, I don't think any of them could go on Joe Rogan. If the Joe Rogan test is now the test, people are like, Kamala Harris should have gone on Joe Rogan. I'm glad she didn't go on Joe Rogan. It would have been a disaster. From everything we've seen from Harris's performance, she would not have been authentic. She would have not have had answers to basic questions like how you're different to Joe Biden. She would not have been able to connect with his audience. So I'm actually think it's a good thing. For whatever reason, whoever you blame, she didn't
Happy
go on
West
Rogan.
Coast 420, guys.
Car crash TV. But the question is, who can go on a Joe Rogan? And I use Joe Rogan more broadly. It's like, who can go on shows, speak freely, where you talk in an authentic manner? Why did people love Bernie during the primaries in 16 and 20? Because he spoke in authentic fashion. Who is the Democratic version of John McCain 2000, right? McCain, the maverick image, the bus, the talking to reporters freely without, being controlled by consultants, making corruption and anti-establishment your actual guiding spirit. And I think that could be a model as well. Again, it's not about left-right. I don't agree with John McCain's 2000 campaign in its substance, but in its tone and focus, that's the kind of campaign Democrats should be running.
Yeah, and the irony of that is that we have spent so much time fostering a bench, but a bench that is more establishment, does feel more political. I mean, look, I get it. Like I was a big Elizabeth Warren supporter. Her whole thing was plans. This is somebody who is a legislator, and for a lot of Democrats, I feel like that is what's attractive to us. But at the same time, again, we're in a moment right now where I think people are just so starved for authenticity, especially in the political space, because let's be honest, they've gotten fucked by politicians for so long.
Brian, I said this in 2017, well before the Warren Warren, Bernie, Biden primaries in 2020, when Trump won in 2016, I said to a friend of mine, and I don't know if I said this publicly, but like, I think I may have joked it publicly, like the next Democratic person who runs for president shouldn't do Hillary Clinton's, here's my 24-page childcare plan, fully costed proposals. And you remember Kamala Harris got hit a lot, unfairly in my view, for not having enough plans, even though she had way more than Trump, who couldn't even come up with a healthcare plan in 2 weeks, his famous 2-week deadline. But I do think, like I'm only half joking when I say the next Democratic candidate should say, I'm going to give you all a $30 minimum wage. And when the reporter said, well, how are you going to do that? Just wait and see. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Seriously, I mean, why the fuck
You're
not?
right, though. I mean,
why the fuck
you're
not?
right.
If Trump can go and say, I'm going to build a beautiful wall, I'm going to give you the best healthcare, but never give you details. I think at some point you got to fight fire with fire. And Carl Kalinske, who I know you know, another independent left broadcaster, he's been saying that for a while. Like, it's not about establishment, anti-establishment, left, right. You just need a fighter who's super confident and doesn't give a shit.
Right. I mean, part of the thing that holds us back, I feel like, is that we feel like the way that the media holds Democrats to a different standard than Republicans, we validate that by virtue of continuing to humor them. I mean, you know, like that's the asymmetry. The asymmetry is there and it persists.
I don't think you can underestimate the damage that was done to Harris during that period.
Just a heads up, guys, in the chat. If you guys want to know what's up, just check out the Discord. We have an update there.
Period where A, she wouldn't do an interview, where the media got obsessed with her not doing it, which she probably should have done. And B, the whole policy thing, right? It became like a meme, lazy talking point from DC journalists. Like, where are her plans? Where are her policies? She hasn't laid out. She copied and pasted from Biden. It's like, whatever she has is 100 times better than what Donald Trump is offering, right? But that did a lot of damage. So the next Democratic president has to be ready for all that. Has to have a plan for the media. Because Biden didn't have one by avoiding press conferences. Harris didn't have one by avoiding interviews. Trump had his own plan, which is I'm going to avoid everyone, and even in Fox, and just do podcasts, which worked for him. I'm not saying that's replicable, but there has to be some strategy for the media environment. Because look, one thing that's really bothering me, and you know this because I've told you this many times, when people say, well, you know, the real reason they lost the election is incumbency. Biden was a very unpopular president, and the economy was really, viewed negatively. And no one steps back and goes, but why? Because the Republicans successfully over 4 years convinced people that the economy was better under Trump. It wasn't. They convinced people that we're in the middle of a recession. We're not. And they convinced people that Joe Biden's the worst president ever. And he wasn't, right? So this is the problem. I have my own issues with Joe Biden. You know, my criticism on Gaza will never go away. I think that's a stain on his record and will define his presidency. And actually, from an electoral point of view, also screwed the Democrats, but a conversation for another day. But my point being, up until, let's say, the summer of 2023, pre-Gaza, pre-October 7th, when you're looking at his domestic record, it was a very, very strong domestic record, but people didn't know about it or didn't believe it. Yeah. And that's what Democrats need to be post-mortem around. How did we produce such an amazing economy? How do we get so much shit done?
To just be
Going
like,
back to LBJ, no president's got this much shit done.
Yeah, dude.
We got zero credit for it. I don't hear people actually discussing that. For me, that's at the core of it.
No, because they were always on the back foot. They were always going like, no, the economy's fine. The economy's fine. And then by the time people were like, yeah, it's okay, then they were just like, wait, crap.
And to kind of bolster that exact point, I mean, the minute that Donald Trump was elected, we then saw consumer sentiment flip. And so, now we're at a point where
he's also going to get
Republicans
credit,
think
Brian,
that the economy
for
is doing well.
All of these infrastructure projects that happen on his watch, all of these Medicare pricing deals that happen on his watch, he's going to be taking credit for it all.
And in large part, I mean, that is the benefit. That right there is the benefit distilled
I'll answer
into
this one.
Having a right-wing media.
The stock market was saying that it was a great economy. You know, the people that apparently were supposed to listen as the barometer for why things are so great.
Ecosystem that acts as a hermetically sealed bubble. And so I guess the worry for me is when we move forward in a media environment where you can do the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, the PACT Act, the gun safety law, the infrastructure law, add 16 million jobs, bring the unemployment rate down to a 50-year low, the stock market up to a record high, and where the vast majority of Americans still think that the economy is terrible, that right there is the benefit of having a right-wing media ecosystem that exists to serve the Republican Party,
shout out my,
and
Twitch
also
viewers.
Puts on full display
in,
the need to have something to counter that, so that we're not in an environment where suddenly it doesn't matter what Democrats do, they're always just going to get hit for doing the complete opposite.
Yeah, and the problem is, of course, there was a big debate, you remember, on the left where do you, and John Favreau and I had this conversation, Chris Hayes and I had this conversation, what do you do as a center-left politician running for re-election on a record that's good economically in the big terms, but in a country where people are clearly
people still hurting?
And do you want, there's a whole debate about, are you tone deaf? I remember Hillary was attacked for saying, we don't need to make America great again. America is great. And people said, well, that didn't resonate with people because people are suffering. And I think that is a real problem because Democrats are like, well, do I run on what you just said? Amazing 50-year unemployment low, stock market at a high, growth at a high, blah, blah, blah. But then people are like, well, hold on, but I'm struggling paycheck to paycheck. Hold on, I have a friend who, whatever. Or do you go, I hear your pain, we need to do more, which is the Bernie argument, but then you're actually not running on your record. It's not, there's no easy answer. I just want to be fair. I bash Democrats a lot, but that's not an easy plan. The Democratic Party is not Trump. Trump shamelessly will just run on, it's the greatest economy in the world. I'm the greatest president in the world. We've never had growth so good. Democrats aren't going to do that. Democrats and the media still live in a reality-based universe where they're going to say stuff like, well, yes, the economy is doing really well. Yes, we're the fastest growing economy in the G7. Yes, we have the lowest unemployment 50, but inflation's really bad. And then Democrats say, yes, we acknowledge that. Trump would never acknowledge that, right? In his presidency now, things are going to go bad. You think he's going to go, you think Trump and his team are going to sit around going, well, we need to kind of acknowledge American voters' pain. We need to reach out and say, we get it. They're not going to do that. And they won't be expected to do that because they're graded on a curve.
And you're right that it's not an easy answer. And I think that if we look to the Biden administration, I think very much aligned with the Obama administration, there is a glaring lack of willingness to beat our chest about our wins because we don't want to seem tone deaf in the face of so many Americans out there suffering. But you look at what Trump has done to the same point, and you know he can wake up in the morning and tie his shoes correctly, and they'll throw a parade on Pennsylvania Avenue. And so there has to be, and I don't know the answer either. And I don't know the answer to this either, but I do know that what we're doing right now ain't it. Mehdi, I do want to talk about the impact because you had brought this up about Israel-Gaza and whether you think in an election where we did see such a pronounced swing to the right, but all across the country, to what extent you thought that the situation, the war in Gaza had an impact on...
That was funny. Somebody just asked the chatter, hey, was this guy a bot? And it just goes, nope, 100% real intelligence.
On Kamala's loss.
Fuck.
And I asked this because
it's a great question.
We saw swings, we saw swings in Michigan, but at the same time, we saw commensurate swings
Smoke a Tide Pod, happy to be here.
Alabama,
good vibes despite the horror.
In Utah.
Yeah,
so how do you kind of think about
I
it?
appreciate
it's a great
it,
question.
man.
I've been thinking about it. I think there's many layers to this, and I'll just keep it very simple. And I've actually changed my position a bit on this, Brian. So after the election, when I saw those swings, I said to a few friends
real quick, here, we're trying to explain what's going on. Just you guys can ignore them, but since somebody actually asked for moderation, all right, Lex, I appreciate it. I was gonna try and private message you, Lex, by the way, but you're not part of the Discord. We just kind of figured out, so why don't you do that? So, could be a bot, but I was letting it go for just like engagement purposes at this point. But if you guys are truly bothered, then we will get the moderator involved. So,
including Muslim friends of mine, I don't think you can say Gaza made a difference this way or that way. She lost so badly, so across the board, so across every demographic that you can't just say it was Arab Americans in Dearborn, Michigan, or whatever it is that swung it. I've actually changed my position a bit for two reasons. Number one, I do think Gaza was actually bigger than I thought it was. And I'll tell you why. Number one, look at the narrowness of the Rust Belt states, right? You can talk about national trends, great. But we all know national trends are irrelevant to who wins or loses. For Harris to win this election, all she had to do was win Michigan, Pennsylvania,
all she had to do. Like it's not
Trump
a lot.
won those states by 230,000 votes, ballpark.
That was a funny realization where he's just like, there's a lot.
115 or 116,000 votes had switched from Trump to Harris, she would be president today. She wouldn't have won the popular vote. It would have been a great irony. The Democrats would have won the Electoral College, but not the popular vote. Republicans would be screaming about the Electoral College. But she would be president-elect right now if 115,000 had switched from Trump. It was very, very narrow. Now, in that kind of narrowness, in those kind of Rust Belt states, I'm going to say in places like Michigan, she clearly could have won Michigan when it was that narrow, had she given something to the people there, some kind of hope, some kind of change on an issue that was central to their very existence. They were losing family members by the day in places like Gaza and Lebanon. So I do think it played a big role in some of those swing states, clearly not national. And number two, it's not about Gaza, the policy. Let's say you're not someone who pays attention to the Middle East. You're not someone who cares about the fate of Israelis or Palestinians, and you live in one of these swing states. You know what Gaza means? It doesn't mean a policy issue. It means change. Harris, just by switching on Gaza, would have showed she wasn't Joe Biden, right? That was one of the many areas where people were asking, well, where are you going to be different to Biden? But she couldn't answer the question.
Damn it.
In fact, she doubled down on Biden's policies on the Middle East.
Sorry about
so
that.
even
We
if you don't
doubled up
care
on
about
wings.
Gaza as a substantive topic, as a policy area, just the symbolism of her coming out and saying, I'm going to do this differently. I'm going to actually criticize Netanyahu publicly. I'm going to suggest that I'm going to enforce the law when I'm president on arms sales. Just that would have had an impact on the general tenor of her campaign, which was no change. I'm going to be the same as Biden. So I do think it played a big role, both directly in those swing states with those key voters and indirectly in terms of a big picture image in a very close election, a change election.
Mehdi, we'd spoken about the asymmetry in the media and Democrats being graded on a curve while Donald Trump kind of gets a pass. Trump had signaled in the campaign where his stance was on Israel versus Gaza. And now that he's in office, he's appointed, pro-Israel hawks to his cabinet between Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik. And so can you explain why Kamala Harris took the brunt of the blame when it comes to Israel-Gaza, but Trump, who is either the same or worse, why he gets a pass, or why so many Arab American voters swung toward him?
And I think, well, a couple of things. One is I hear this all the time, and I understand why a lot of liberals, white liberals who don't follow this issue closely, are confused. Right? I get it.
Yeah.
And just factually, just to be clear, he did win in Dearborn, but overall, according to the Fox exit poll, 65% of Muslim Americans voted for Harris. The majority, the Jews and Muslims voted Democrat. The only religious group that voted majority in every sect, Trump, was Christians. Christians voted for Trump. In every type of Christian group voted Trump, super majority, except for Catholics who were just a simple majority. So it slightly frustrates me when I see people saying, oh, Muslims did not vote for Trump. The majority of Muslims voted Democratic. Now, did he get a swing? Yeah, like he did in every demographic. And did in places like Dearborn, clearly they went for him because of Gaza? Yes. And the simple answer is, people don't play counterfactuals. Voters don't do that. They base it on what's happening in the here and now. And in the here and now, Joe Biden was president, Kamala Harris was vice president, and 42,000 people were killed on their watch with American weapons. And they showed very little empathy and very little support for these people. And I think that is fundamental. So when I said to people, I said what you said, Brian. I spoke to Muslim crowds in Philadelphia, in swing states. And I said, Trump's worse. And they very legitimately said, maybe he is, maybe he's not. We'll find that out. Right now, today, Biden's the one who's allowing our people to be killed. And I think that's a problem the Democrats have to recognize. And the funny thing is, the bar was so low. People here who've lost family members were not asking for Joe Biden to take Benjamin Netanyahu to the International Criminal Court to be punished. They were just saying, number one, feel our pain. Just have some empathy. You're supposed to be the empathy president. He didn't, Biden. Number two, just criticize Israel publicly like you would any other country. Like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are criticizing Israel. Why couldn't Joe Biden? And number three, on the policy front, if you're not going to do an arms embargo, at least talk about the importance of international law, American law. Kamala Harris ran as a prosecutor. All she had to say was, of course, I support the President of the United States. I'm not undermining Joe Biden, but when I'm president, I'm going to enforce the law. That's all she had to say. Enforce the law, because our arms sales to Israel are a violation of American law.
Why is it so simple for us to just be like,
they're a
and
violation
she was
of the
just
Foreign
like,
Assistance
nah.
Act. That's all she had to say. The bar was so low. People were not asking for that much. They were asking for just the bare minimum. And that Harris and Biden couldn't give them the bare minimum is both a moral outrage and electoral insanity.
Yeah, I think that's such a good answer, such a smart answer in terms of how voters operate. And I think that we saw that not just with Israel-Gaza, but the economy as well. People are looking at what's right in front of them. They're not doing counterfactuals. They're not imagining, okay, based on the policies that are laid out by another candidate. In large part, this election was also a referendum on high prices and on inflation, and people are just looking at who's in office and looking to punish them. And they're not thinking about the past or the future. They're looking at the moment that they're in right now.
It was very much a punishment election, both on inflation, on what they perceive to be the border failures, and of course on Gaza for a faction of people. And people don't realize that sometimes voting, a lot of pundits and politicians see voting is very rational, it's very empirical. No, it's just it's not here, it's here. And a lot of people are just voting, as you say, punishment. They just want to throw the bastards out. Like, that is fundamentally what voting is for a lot of people. And that's why the anti-incumbency effect is so strong. Although we've never seen it like this in our lifetimes. We've now had 3 elections in a row for the first time in modern American history where the sitting president has been thrown out.
Yeah. Mehdi, we had spoken a lot about the media. How can watchers and listeners support you guys at Zeteo News?
Well, Zeteo is right behind me. It's a funny spelling. It's an old ancient Greek word which means to seek out the truth. Zeteo.com
I was wondering what
is where
that
you
meant.
can go to subscribe. We're on Substack there. We're on YouTube. We don't have your numbers yet on YouTube, but we're trying. Join our 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. Join our 300,000 subscribers at Zeteo. Try and become a paid subscriber so you can support the work that me and Brian and other independent journalists do, because, as I keep saying, a free press isn't free.
Well, Mehdi, I couldn't give you higher praise for the work that you are doing, so thank you so much for taking the time. For those who are watching right now, I'll put the link to Zeteo in the post description if you're watching on YouTube, and in the show notes if you're listening on the podcast. Mehdi, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thanks, my friend.
All right. I miss Mehdi Hassan. I need to start covering a little bit more of his Zeteo stuff. I hope he has a debate scheduled soon, because his long form debates that he does, like the town hall styles, those are my favorite. Those are my absolute favorite. Give me 1 second here, and we're all good. Oh, wow. Hey, I appreciate everybody stopping in here. Leave a like on the stream if you are enjoying yourselves. It really helps me out. It's free, and it makes you guys super cool and chill. Honestly, it definitely helps me. So I do appreciate it. Also, if you guys are enjoying yourself, just wanted to say that this is exactly what the name implies. So I hope you guys are also enjoying yourself. That's kind of where I was going with that. But yeah, thank you for popping on in here. Also, hello, Twitch viewers. It is good to see all of you as well. Wow. We're going to be moving into the next segment here. I'm going to have to take a piss, and I got to let him up. He's getting a little bit antsy. He gave me that look. He's just like, I think I got to go. Plus, if I'm not careful, then we will get into the danger zone. And I mean, where he starts farting, and then I have to retaliate. So, and when I say retaliate, I mean, yeah, if I get that fart, I will definitely do the hiss on me. Piss. Yeah, I gotta do it. Make sure that I don't get that bladder thing going on. Let's see. I can. Oh wait, how long is this? A little bit longer than I was hoping for. Damn it. Okay. What I can do is I'll start the next segment. Pep, what are your thoughts on how cross-pollination for YouTube and Twitch works, as in having 2 accounts, 2 chats? It's okay. It's definitely something to manage. Right now it's a little bit easier for me to manage because I have, a bit of a smaller audience on Twitch. Surprisingly, I actually have a larger audience on YouTube than I do on Twitch, which I have been told is not normal. But yeah, I enjoy it. It's not as difficult as I thought it would be. especially, I'll be completely honest. I came into this not knowing how to do any of this at all. So if I can figure it out, anybody can. Also, just believe in yourself. It always helps to believe in yourself. Hope everybody is having a chill time. Yeah, you gotta go. Yeah, you gotta go. All right. Here. I'm gonna start the next segment, and what is Doggo's name? Stan. His name is Stan. Actually, the way I named him is kind of silly. I like Randy Marsh, and I wanted an excuse to go, Stan! Come here, Stan! So, yeah. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. But yeah, everybody can say hello to Stan. Stan the non-man. You know what? No, he's still the man. He's just, yeah, I get where you're going with that, but no, now I feel bad. I'm like, no, I don't take that away from him. That's part of the name. That's part of the cool part of the name. What are you doing? Don't do that. Look at him. He's definitely the man. It's the reason that everybody sticks around as long as they do is him. I actually, you know what? I hope that people, I love human names for animals. Me too. Me too. I am all about that, man. I love giving my animals human names. It's very, it's very fun. Also, again, I get to go, Stan! You like a baby. All right, well, I'm going to let him up and pee. Here we go. As I said, I'm going to start the next segment. It's about GamerGate 2.0. The Surfs did a pretty rare, like a video essay about this. So let's take a look because, yeah,
I feel like the market for masculine, non-conventionally attractive female leads in games isn't as big as the video game industry thinks it is. And I was thinking about this character, obviously. I think this is like intergalactic or something.
Oh, God. Which, I'm not sure if you guys watched the movie Alien Romulus, but she looks almost exactly like one of the characters from Alien Romulus. Great movie, by the way. I'm so sick of this, like, this discourse where it's just, it's female character, female, bad.
Something like that.
Examples of characters in the past who have the same aesthetic.
Literally,
like,
yeah, Ripley.
Do you remember
Good call.
Alien? It was
Good
in
call.
Space.
All right.
It had an alien.
Right back.
The hero of it was
2
Ripley.
minutes? Oh,
This is what Ripley looked like. Ripley was quite strong, muscular. You might even say the game is kind of taking an ode, an homage, beat for beat, this exact shot.
I made a tweet today. I figured that, it's like it's time to make an investment. I said maybe it's just me, but I feel like the market for masculine, non-conventionally attractive female leads in games isn't as big as the video game industry thinks it is. And I was thinking about this character, obviously. I think this is like intergalactic or something like that. This game probably started development over 5 years ago. And like,
Thank you. Hey, I don't know if you know this. There's this thing going on where a bunch of really secure, totally awesome dudes on the internet consistently get really mad about the things they think are destroying society. Often it's video game character doesn't look sexy enough for me. And then they turn it into content and they get real mad and they do downvotes and they do campaigns and then they also attack movies that have things they don't like. They usually replace the slur of the thing they don't like with the word woke or the word DEI or the new one in video games, DEI chin, but it's often characters that they feel are not sexy enough for them, not representations of women in the version they want, which are essentially sex dolls. And it's gross. It's fun to laugh at, and it's fun to make fun of because obviously it's ridiculous. The whole Stellar Blade controversy was especially funny because like no one was really on the other side of it that they were fighting phantoms. They were fighting basically horny ghosts. Like they thought there was a lot of people who were trying to cancel Stellar Blade, which just wasn't the case. I was like, oh, game looks fun. It looks like a lot of other video games I've played before. Yeah, it has your very classical sexualized female protagonist. That's video games. They usually, when they feature a female protagonist, have a hypersexualized. Are you new to this? Is it your first time playing games? That's usually what you get. Yeah, I'm not shocked. But again, if it's a good game, fun storyline, good mechanics, fun fighting, all that kind of stuff, I'll enjoy it. I'm not on the other. There's no campaign to take away your booba. So they had to pivot, and they went from, well, they're trying to cancel Stellar Blade to they've taken one of the costumes that is an alternative costume, and they've removed the amount of breast skin that you can see, and it became a campaign where they were trying to, like, it was them versus the game's developers, which was some, like, studio in South Korea who was getting inundated with all these people who are like, did you listen to the woke and did you try to take away the breasts? We demand the titty skin on the fourth alternative costume. How dare you? Like, all that kind of shit. And it was profoundly funny. Absolutely fucking hilarious. Really, really good to see. But the other versions of this are basically like Aloy in Horizon Zero Dawn isn't sexy enough, or Mary Jane in Spider-Man became ugly, and so people will then make mods and they will make versions of them that are hypersexualized and be like, trust gamers know what we want, all this kind of stuff. And so unfortunately, the sad reality is a lot of the anti-woke backlash is working for companies like Disney, for corporations like Target and Walmart. They are now announcing they're going to be removing DEI programs. Disney has announced that they're going to be stepping away from, concentrating on LGBTQ plus representation in their TV series and their movies and their cartoons and all that kind of stuff. And they're going to basically, they said that it's just causing too much controversy. And it's honestly, it's too much for toxic fans to continue to not only attack the cast, crew, writers, directors, and actors who star in these productions, but also the backlash online is effectively really making them feel a lot of pressure. So the gross humans are winning. They are getting the thing they want, which is to have less representation in video games by people other than straight cis men, which kind of sucks because I like media that features everyone. I can play video games and enjoy them for the story, for the action, for the plot, and not have to be titillated at every turn. And I would argue they have too, because the same company that made this game, Naughty Dog, has made other games where there wasn't any of this controversy. Back before there was the whole woke mind melt, Crash Bandicoot, you didn't need to be turned on by Crash Bandicoot. It's fine if you are. I'm not here to kink shame. If Crash Bandicoot, gets you wet, you do your thing. But for me, I'd never found Crash Bandicoot sexually arousing, but it was a really fun game.
Sorry,
I was able to play the games and enjoy Crash Bandicoot and not have to worry 24/7 if Crash Bandicoot was being portrayed sexy enough. I could just enjoy the games. I couldn't beat the third one. I tried so many times, but beat the first two.
What? I was about to say, wait, Warped? That's one of the easier ones.
Really hard, by the way. They start out pretty easy.
What?
And then, boy, that's the difficulty ever.
Actually, yeah, no, the first ones are the hardest
fun
ones.
Fun games. Good trilogy of original titles, and there's the spin-offs, and there's the kart racing, and never once was I worried that, oh God, Crash not showing enough fur where I need him to show it, kind of stuff like that. It's just fun games. But now there's this whole thing where, like, if characters in video games, specifically women, this has never been done in the other opposite direction. Like, when I made a post about this joking, women in the replies were saying things like, as a woman who likes video games, I've had to deal with a fuck ton of ugly male video games.
Kind of makes me miss the days when you could barely make out a character's face on an older system. And get off my lawn.
Game characters, and I don't care. And I was like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, Lara Croft Tomb Raider.
It doesn't.
You guys remember, like, especially if you're, my age or around my age. Yeah, Lara Croft. And I'm not even kidding. I wish I was kidding, but we used to even be like, "Oh, look, dude, look, she's so hot." And we're talking, the polygon boobs.
doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? Because, like, again, a lot of these things take place in mythical, magical, fucking fantasy worlds. It's not real, and I don't play them for the realism. I'm fine just enjoying it because I want to enjoy a story, an escape, an adventure, something like you get to be a thing that you are not. I'm not a wizard. I'm not a space marine. I'm not a space samurai ninja with a magical glowing sword. I never will be those things because they don't exist. I'm not a mermaid either. Again, not real things in reality that exist, but it's cool to make believe, play pretend, enjoy a film, a movie, a media, all that kind of stuff. But not anymore.
Maybe back then.
Oh, my point with all of that being is that 5 years ago, things weren't as bad when the production started on this. So the entire, man baby shit my pants because woman on screen crowd wasn't winning the war. And so that's when the production on this might have started. Whereas now, I'm guessing Naughty Dog probably would have been like, so should we make a protagonist in a game that happens to be a strong, powerful woman and make her perhaps not white and not conventionally attractive in the way gamers, men want her to look? Should we do that? They might be like, I don't know if it's going to be worth having the Asmongold's and the Grums and the Quarterings of the world lose their shit over this,
A character like this might have seemed like it was a better idea. The graphics for this are really, really good. If you don't like the character or whatever, there are a lot of paintings that I'm not a fan of, but I can admire that it looks really good. I think that if you are looking at a space bounty hunter that has 80s retro aesthetic that are about bounty hunting and shooting people and fighting with laser swords, you are looking at a super majority male audience. You're going to have a sausage fest. That's just the way it is. If you try to make a character that doesn't appeal to the main audience of the genre that you're designing a game in, you're going to have that game not do well. You can talk about like, oh, people are misogynists, they're racist, they're bigots, they're stupid gamers, you shouldn't listen to them. But at the end of the day, like, you're not going to bully those people into buying the game. It didn't work with Concord, it didn't work with Veilguard, it just doesn't work. I mean, Naughty Dog released the trailer with the comments turned off. You don't release a trailer with comments turned off if you think you're gonna get a lot of good comments.
I wonder if you play into
why.
this at all, though. I wonder.
It's nothing to do with the.
At the end of the day, if any of these monstrously huge streamers
Sorry.
with big audiences, lots of men watching who now have to just by default reply this way, because like even in the chat of the Game Awards when the trailer was released and they saw the trailer and they saw the protagonist, it started filling with whoa woke didn't know it was woke di chin woke, and I was like, I kind of feel like people are getting conditioned to be like this. I don't know if that's the way it's always been. I mean, I could kind of show you like other examples of characters in the past who have the same aesthetic. Like, do you remember Alien? It was in space. It had an alien. The hero of it was Ripley. This is what Ripley looked like. Ripley was quite strong, muscular. You might even say the game is kind of taking an ode, an homage, beat for beat. This exact shot, both in the trailer of the game, taken directly from the movie. Does any of this click at all? This moment? And was the world just a different place back then? Where like I contend if this came out today, yeah, there would probably be a backlash. There would probably be some people very upset at a character that looked like this. A woman who has defined muscles and a shaved head in space. Although you do know that they explained why she had shaved her head. She was in a prison planet where the prisoners were worried about getting lice, and so they had shaved their heads. It's part of the plot. It was written into the movie. You know what? Don't think too much about it.
Don't think too much about it.
Will Smith will slap me for making fun of her. This game is going to make a Concordillion dollars. Somehow Concord returned. And so a lot of people were mad about like my chat that was like shitting on this game. I find that to be very, very funny. This is not my chat. They shut down the comments before they even opened up the video. The PlayStation trailer, everybody is hating on this fucking game. When I don't ban
Okay, so why don't I show it to all of you so you can see? Because again, not being someone who's just like unwoke, I actually got to enjoy it and I had fun. And I was like, oh, this game looks fucking badass. And you know what's funny?
I want to play it.
Didn't watch the Video Game Awards live. And so I had to go back and look at the chat to see what everyone was talking about. But I remember finishing the trailer and being like, that looks awesome. Then thinking to myself, oh, wait. I bet I know what's going online right now. I bet I know exactly what's taking place. And I am a sucker for a trailer that included It's a Sin by the Pet Shop Boys. If you haven't seen Bronson, that was the trailer that got me using that song.
There better not be any copywritten music, otherwise that could be a problem.
Oh, the asteroids are woke. Definitely woke asteroids.
Woke asteroids. That anime looks badass.
Oh, this is in-game graphics. This is the engine. It's absolutely stunning. And I'm sorry, like, is it just me? But I was like, okay, first off, I wasn't watching this trailer being like, I wonder if there's anyone I get to goon over. So maybe that was part of it, but also, like, I also consider her attractive. I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority. I consider all different kinds of women attractive. I'm not just saying that to say that. I'm not trying to flex. I'm not trying to virtue signal. I'm not trying to be like, well, I for one. You know, whatever that meme is on the internet where it is like the standing up dude or whatever. Yeah. I was like, no, but I was like, she's not ugly.
Yeah,
I'm
she's
sorry,
like a cool Ash,
but half
or
the
she's
nerds
cool Ash.
losing their shit over this would be so lucky to be approached by a woman like this in real life. What? Just because she's strong? Because she has muscles? Is that it?
Tell me something good.
Well, I didn't get a boner. Game must be trash.
Superior moon.
Apparently that's how people think.
How is that excellent? He's next to fucking Superior. No one has left that planet in over 600 years. Anyone who even flies close to it is never heard from again. Superstitions. No. Superstitions are the crazy rumors about what happened on that planet. These are facts. You worry too much.
Also, like, Akira aesthetics as well. Clearly, inspirations from anime, 80s sci-fi,
so many.
all blended together.
I can already see, like, a lot of it.
Again, what about this? I get not liking it because of the commercialization, because of the product placement, or maybe just, like, at this point, you're burnt the fuck out on just 80s nostalgia, and you're like, it's just been done. And, like, okay, fine. Then fine, I'll agree with your argument, but for me, it was just like, this is Naughty Dog making a game with all these aesthetics. It was like candy to me.
You know what I worry just right about? I say we wait for him to leave, or how about we find a new lead? He's not worth it. I'm wasting my time, aren't I?
Can you she had just enough in there so she could do that to somebody.
Who is swooping? No one is crazy enough to go there.
He clearly is.
He is clearly desperate.
And so am I, so claim him, or I will find another agent.
I'm 99% sure that is the same girl from Requiem.
There, you're the boss.
Kumail Nanjiani?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is the real actress who plays her, and she's mixed race, right? Oh yeah, she's gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Found out the gamers are crying over the new Naughty Dog game, calling the MC ugly, so I just looked her up, and her face is literally Tata Gabriel. MC is just Tata wearing no makeup. In what world do you call this girl ugly? Because I assume a lot of the people flipping out about this, again, just like, did you see the meltdown that was happening the other day over Sydney Sweeney? Like, they were, like, fucking... The photos were released of Sydney Sweeney that were taken, I assume, without her consent, where she's just like outside of a house or an apartment or something, and they're photos where it's Sydney Sweeney not having gone through 5 hours of makeup for a photo shoot, and she looks completely normal, and once again, yes, beautiful, because Sydney Sweeney is a very attractive person, and there's all this like collective outrage, like, we were lied to, what am I seeing, what happened to her, what happened to the anti-woke tits, she was supposed to be the chosen one, the chosen two, and they were all just fucking losing their minds, and I was and I assume none of you have, I guess, ever spoken to a woman?
No.
Like,
I mean, it really seems like that.
Or all of a sudden it's like, well, yeah, she looks like a normal person who's in a bikini standing outside of her house. You're all melting down over this? I saw someone posting, like, this is what turns men into misogynists. I was like, oh, no, sweetie.
No, you know what it is, Scott? I'm going to just call it for what it is. Scott Lacoste. It's this little boy mentality of I can't see myself like in being that character where like they can't put themselves in the role. So immediately they're just like, ugh, if I can't be the hero of this in real life, if I can't even think about cosplaying this, then fuck that. That's woke.
You were well on your way. You were already there.
Kid. I'll see you on the other side.
And I say that because I used to think like that as a
Song is
kid,
really
and then I
cool
grew
and
out of it.
mysterious using the synth. I think Trent Reznor is the one. Yes, John Wick. Yeah, it feels like kind of a John Wick setup. Trent Reznor is doing the soundtrack, and the kind of strange mysteriousness of like what is going on behind the scenes too.
Damn it, I really just want to be safe. I'm sorry, guys.
Normal. Nice to not be part
I'm
of
just
this
gonna
weird
be safe. I don't want to
everything.
I don't want to play games, all
that
right?
is not fucking
even if
giant
it's in a video
titty
game
space
trailer.
boobies, floating tits in space. Give me that or give me death.
Game looks awesome. I want to play the hell out of it. Yeah,
And
that looks awesome.
I mean, the bad news is that there's no stopping this game. It's already in development and it's already well underway, and it's already at the point where they're showing launch trailers. So, announcement trailers. So it'll be fun and it'll be released and it'll be a blast. I'm sure we'll all have a great time. But it's probably going to be part of a dying legacy of games that maybe take chances with representation, such as having women as protagonists, women of color as protagonists, women with muscles as protagonists, because
dinner time over here. Cheers, dude. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for stopping in, Smoke a Tide Pod again. Your name is hilarious. I hope to see you again.
Because the backlash is just too loud online. Too many geeks and gamers who are just losing their fucking ever-loving shit over this stuff.
Naughty Dog releases a trailer for their brand new game, and oh boy,
Oh my God, geeks and gamers, of
a
course.
lot of reaction.
All right,
from
guys,
people.
we're in it now.
So Naughty Dog,
This really is GamerGate 2.0.
Is getting ratioed on both the PlayStation and the Naughty Dog trailer postings. 45.
Excellent work, comrades. Great work. You're doing it. You're changing the world for everybody. It's just so cool. So cool. You just keep doing this. You know, there'll be some new title that comes out, and yeah, look at that. It's got a woman of color as a protagonist. Oh, woke, DI, downvote, Go downvote it, let them know what we think.
1,000.
And the shitty thing is, like, hashtag not all gamers. You know, beyond the fact that nearly, I believe, no, it's over half now. Over half of all people who play video games are women. So, sorry, boys, we're in the minority now. But also, there's a lot of people who just enjoy video games because they enjoy video games and they enjoy the communities around video games.
Yeah, one of my friends would smoke everybody at Call of Duty. I mean, she's so good.
Or the culture, they enjoy exploring them, and like any other art form, have a vast amount of people built around, trying to discover every little secret and detail about the mythos and that kind of stuff. And then there's these assholes who just print cash doing this all day and night. To the point sometimes where they even fall over each other, where they'll be like, my friends, I got to announce, unfortunately, when we thought that game that got announced was in fact woke, I have discovered that it is in fact a man who was in the lead. So we made a mistake, that's not supposed to be a woke DEI non-binary character. It is a man, and so the game is not actually in fact woke, so we can enjoy it now. So now I gotta say the trailer actually looks pretty badass, that we're allowed to enjoy it, and I'm really happy about that, actually, because this game does look cool, and I was really worried before that we weren't going to get to enjoy the adventure, but now we do, so that's pretty badass.
And 35,000 dislikes. The entire trailer is two masculine girl bosses talking about some guy they either don't like or have to rescue, or both. Storyline: two
masculine girl bosses. You can barely make out what the other character looked like. She was in 480p on an old retro screen. Was it the eye patch? Was it like, this is masculine? She's wearing red lipstick. Girl boss.
So listen, ultimately, look, we got to go over here. So I've got the trailers pulled up. Look at this. 49,000 downvotes. All right.
You're doing
38,000.
Well done,
That's
boys.
on the Sony account. Then you go over to Naughty Dog, 38,000 down. But guess what on Naughty Dog?
I mean, if you're watching, go over right now, just keep on keeping on. We're doing it. We're changing the world.
Dogs. Turn the fucking
and that's like the infuriating part
this
of all this.
Wasn't even an established IP. I don't understand why they care so much.
It's not making them healthier. When you get to go to school the next day, and it's like, what did you get up to this weekend? Well, I was watching Geeks and Gamers, and they told me that this new game was really woke because it has woman and woman of color, and that's DEI chin, and so I've downvoted it on all the trailers. We downvoted it together, and me and my comrades are destroying the woke. We defeated the woke, everybody. Like, this will definitely help you make friends.
I hate to say it, I can see that happening, like on a bus, just a bunch of like teenage boys
to have conversations with you. It seems very normal behavior online. Hey, you get to brag about how the response was so toxic that the comments had to be turned off. And again, I got no sympathy for these actual corporations. Naughty Dog, it's a fucking cruel ass, terrible ass, fucking multi-billion-dollar company. All of them are. All of these studios, they're bullshit. They treat their employees like trash. They make them grind. They make them fucking work under abhorrent conditions. They don't let them unionize. They are shitty ass companies. But shitty ass companies can make good films, can make good games. It's like, on one end, I can separate the art from its production and understand that a lot of studios that make movies that come out that I'm like, that movie is absolutely incredible, might be really shitty companies to have worked for. And so why not go after the companies? But no, they got to go after minorities. They got to go after women. They got to go after any single thing that they think at any given time is fucking woke.
Comments off. All right, they turned the comments off because they are absolute bitches.
Of course they.
Well, I saw last night, I think Gary tweeted something. It wasn't even an hour after the Game Awards or after this trailer got posted onto YouTube. It wasn't even ratioed yet, but they disabled the comments.
Epic.
Because they're fucking pathetic cowards.
Well, they know, and they already know.
Yes, they knew exactly what was going to happen. Now, yep. I saw this tweet right here from Learning the Law, and it says Neil Druckmann of Naughty Dog on his upcoming PlayStation game Intergalactic. So I always imagine my they them characters like my wife's girlfriend, bigger, stronger, and more diverse than me. That's why I made this game for me. Now,
no way that's a real quote.
I was going to say, I don't know if that's real because these motherfuckers do not do their due diligence. They do not ever self-correct, and they don't admit when they actually lied to their audiences. So could be completely mailed up. I have absolutely no idea. If true, that's fucking awesome. That's badass. That's hilarious. Just because it's just like, it's perfect bait for these fucking weirdos. Cut off from the rest of the universe. It stars Tati Gabrielle as Jordan A. Munn, a bounty hunter on a mission to the celestial body to unravel its secrets. Druckmann tells the New York Times that the ambitious story evolves around fictitious religion and explores what happens when you put your faith in a different institution. The story feels like the next step for Naughty Dog in exploration of this theme, following The Last of Us Part 2, the conflict between the cult-like Seraphites and the militaristic WLF. The tale was inspired by Druckmann's experience growing up in an Israeli settlement in Palestine-occupied West Bank, so it could be drawing similar memories from the Intergalactic. Druckmann also spoke to the New York Times about actor Tati Gabrielle with comments via Fandom Pulse. She has this intimidating presence to her. We brought her in for the audition and she blew us away. It was one of those moments like when I first saw Ashley Johnson as Elle. She was already worked with Naughty Dog on the film adaptation for Uncharted. Oh, this doesn't have the quote. Well, maybe that quote isn't actually real. Can't find it anywhere. It's on Reddit. In editing my ramblings, no. Naughty Dog, nope. I'm gonna classify this one as not real because the only sources are forums, Reddit threads, or non-official looking sites. So yeah. The Last of Us was inspired by Israel-Palestine. No, I would watch the Cavernacle's video on it. No question that Neil Druckmann he went from being basically a far-right, rabid pro-Israel supporter, I can't use the Z word on this network, to a moderate liberal two states Israel supporter, which unfortunately is very, very shitty. But Cavernacle goes into the actual analysis of The Last of Us 2, and I think his read is pretty good in that, like, if you were to take this as a pro-Israel, pro-Palestinian conflict storyline, then it doesn't make Israel look good at all in the game. If you played through it, let's just say that. But to say that the one of the creators himself is completely accurate, and criticism is definitely worthy to be thrown at that.
That it is. So I responded and I was like, the fact that I can't tell if this is real or not says everything we need to know about Neil Druckmann. Fuck Naughty Dog. Obviously, it's a meme.
How long did that take? Oh, it's a meme. Oh, I didn't. Oh, wow. Cool. Good stuff.
But when I read it at first, I was like, did he really say this? Because if you remember all the videos from Neil Druckmann from back in the day with like...
He didn't. I see no source online that has that quote outside of a Reddit thread. So, great job. Go through the trailer. Oh, they add their own memes. Fun stuff.
Saving. They're leaning right into the meme.
I hope that doesn't.
Even the Cheds can't resist the Pet Shop Boys. Everyone's powerless against their nostalgic ways.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The new game from Naughty Dog, which is getting absolutely crushed across the internet. Everyone hates this shit.
Only one corner of the internet I'm seeing being very loud about that, and it's the same one that successfully does these downvote campaigns. And sure, the quartering, all the right-wing fucking pop culture channels are all losing their shit. Congrats.
The same guys just go into like Reddit and all the fucking...
You found another fucking
even popping up in my chat.
This is going to feed your families. This is going to put your kids through college. You got a whole new Outrage cycle to get through. The game will probably, once again, like a lot of these things do numbers. It's a Naughty Dog title. It looks badass. It's probably going to be an awesome game. It's probably going to make amazing sales, make tons of money. Reviewers will love it, and their communities will downvote. So you'll see the user reviews be at like 1 to 2 out of 10, and then the actual journalist reviews be a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 Metacritic, and that'll be the story. And unfortunately, a lot of studios will most likely stop trying to go in the direction of having either powerful women as protagonists or women of color as protagonists, or even potentially non-binary characters featured in the games, because of the outrage machine of all of these fucking man babies, because of the fucking pronouns, fucking California modern day shit. That all of you are so loud and so annoying that it effectively ruins this shit for everybody. It's just like how the Quartering tried to ruin Magic the Gathering by targeting cosplayers and fucking going on his live streams and being like, I'm not saying that any of you should do anything, but I am saying that this is exactly the kind of person who like hates men and is a feminist, and here's her and here's where she's gonna be in her booth, so I'm just saying, that kind of shit. It ruins it for everyone. Not every single person who plays Magic the Gathering is a fucking vile sex pest like the Quartering, but a lot of it just takes a couple. It only takes a couple to ruin this shit for everybody. It only takes a fucking couple of YouTubers.
Although I have to say, there's a lot of there's better community policing, like internal community policing, like Warhammer. Warhammer is a great example of that, where there was like bullying at tournaments, especially with for trans players. But then all of a sudden, the last few years, it's been the opposite, where like the bullies, they get like hard banned, they get they essentially just like get told, get the hell out of here. We're not even going to entertain you in this.
With millions of fans to go to one of these trailers and think that it's a form of activism to vote them down. And this stuff all goes back to like, it's not just gooning. It is to a certain extent, but it is also ultimately, when it comes down to it, about them wanting to control women and control women's bodies. Like that's the really fucked up, sick part of all of this, is that they want to be able to control the way women are represented in media that they feel is theirs. Like they own video games. It's man stuff. It's for the boys. All right. Like Asmongold was saying, I'm sorry, but if you have a game that's going to be about some kind of bounty hunter in space, the audience is just naturally going to be like 90% men. And it's like, that's not true anymore, though.
No.
I mean, maybe
Mass Effect 3
the audience
proved that
like,
wrong.
wants to attend a con or a convention because creeps like you push women out of these spaces or make them feel unsafe. But it's because they feel unsafe that they don't want to be a part of it, not because they don't gravitate towards any of that, not because there's not fan bases. Like, has there not been enough of a huge, female fan base of Star Trek and Star Wars for everyone to realize that this isn't just for men, that other people like to consume media too? Other people like to consume science fiction. And it really fucking sucks that y'all ruin it for everybody else, because everyone should feel safe. Everyone should feel safe being able to go to a convention. Everyone should feel safe being able to go to a screening or a premiere and not have weirdos be there and be like, hey, when are you going to dress up like the Stellar Blade character and show them tatas off? That sucks. That sucks. It ruins it for everybody.
Basically, they're leaning right into the meme. And if you look at the reaction across the board, this is what you're getting from everybody.
From Grums? Grums, the fucking dude who's obsessed with fucking underage anime drawings and lolly and shit like that.
That weirdo?
He is representational of your entire movement.
Oh, yeah.
Sense?
Wow.
Makes sense.
I thought that he got banned.
Everybody's talking about it too. Naughty Dog,
Twitter,
intergalactic trailers have been ratioed on both the Naughty Dog and PlayStation channels within 9 hours of the announcement, and it's only going to get worse. They've turned the comment section off on Naughty Dog. They left it open on PlayStation. Which do we dare even go and look? So let's see. The trailer is 2 hours ago. Ooh, it's so old we need a remake.
So yeah, unfortunately, it's the same thing. The Quartering, all the same stuff. Your usual.
Disable the comments on all the trailers. It's getting downvoted into oblivion, and also some interesting commentary around The Witcher 4. The new protagonist in The Witcher 4 is Ciri. That was set up by previous Witcher games. It's actually not surprising that Ciri takes over.
Really?
There are some lore issues about mutations and things.
That game has how many different endings, and most of them lead to that. What are you talking about?
Things like that are why to whoever they hired.
Oh my God,
But
these
it's
guys
very,
are just
very bad.
grasping at
Let's
straws
take a
at
look
this
at
point.
By the way, last it has now been ratioed into oblivion. 34,000.
And for young teenage boys who do play video games and
No
do consume
tatas.
this kind of media, for them and to watch these kind of YouTube channels.
Scott in chat, that was pretty funny. I just asked my wife when she was going to dress up as the Stellar Blade and show them tatas. She was not amused. No tatas.
And consider this a form of activism, or consider this like, you know, your life might
the
be
not
shitty.
amused wife look.
I'm not here to
Gotten
say
that,
that like every single person who consumes the quartering is going to be happy, safe, and secure. If anything, I think they might gravitate towards an asshole like this and a bigot like this because he tries to get dunks for them. He tries to make people who might already be sad, miserable, lonely, and or having trouble in life feel as if they have more power. Like, are you struggling? Is high school shitty? It was for me. I remember how shitty high school was. I remember having crushes on girls who didn't like me. I remember dealing with bullies. I remember how escaping into video games when everyone else was out partying and on the weekends was like one of the few things that brought me joy. And I remember how awesome it was to have like RPGs on the Super Nintendo and eventually on PlayStation and Saturn and stuff like that actually would feel like a form of escapism where I was going on a wild adventure and how important video games were in that period of time. And I think they capitalize on that. I think they take that and they take that whole sense of like, you know, loneliness and all that, and they turn it into this whole like, and that's why we gotta hate women. It's the femoids, it's the woman. They're ruining video games. They're trying to make them woke, and it's all the non-binaries and the LGBTQ, and they're trying to take the games and make them woke.
Why woman in
stay
video
online
game?
And downvote. Go to the trailer, downvote. And so everyone, like, you know, who's again sad and lonely becomes more sad and lonely watching these assholes who tell them to do this shit, and they feel like they got a victory because now Naughty Dog has to turn the comments off, and oh, amazing. And you know, the really shitty thing is that like there's going to be hundreds and hundreds of people who work on these projects. A lot of them are working under terrible working conditions by terrible predatory companies like Naughty Dog. And a lot of them are going to be the ones who have to face the kind of harassment and backlash when they go onto their smaller Twitter accounts and say, I'm so excited to have been working on this new game, Intergalactic. I'm actually one of the people who was doing some of the sound design for this sequence. I'm really excited to have been working on Intergalactic, and now that we can talk about it, I can show you that I was one of the people who was working on the physics of the grass and the trees in this alien planet. And then they're going to be filled with people being like, you're fucking purveyors of the woke, destroying everything with your wokeness and your DEI. We hate you.
Likes for the game and 55,000 dislikes. It went up by like 10,000. Some of the trailer, again, you know, it's like women don't have to be Stellar Blade hot, but can we like get a break on these butch lesbians, please? The space lesbians. Wait, how did Star Wars Outlaws sell?
Was Star Wars Outlaws filled with butch lesbians? Was that what it was?
I mean, I guess it was. I heard bad things about it, so I decided not to play it.
Maybe, I don't know, mass media doesn't need to cater to a bunch of perverted weirdos' tastes on the internet. A bunch of weird bigots who just piss themselves in their basements as a form of entertainment. Maybe that. Maybe people want to enjoy something. And again, this one is particularly weird because it's like the character is attractive conventionally, just because the person who plays the character, who clearly the character model is based upon, you know, the actor who plays the character, she is not wearing makeup in the trailer. The video game character isn't wearing makeup in space and has a shaved head in space. You know, it makes sense for a variety of reasons.
Save money on those gravity physics, that's for sure.
Either be in zero G a lot, or you know, you don't wash yourself as often. Little details like that.
Space lesbians out here catching strays.
A tribute to Ripley and Ripley's look and aesthetic. They even like shot for shot do the same pose right after she shaves her head, and she like grabs her head like that. You know. And also, women don't need to be always presenting themselves as sexual for your tastes. Wearing makeup all the time. Like, that's why I said this backlash is really similar to the Sydney Sweeney one. Because in that case, it's like a bunch of dudes who are like, what the fuck? She looks different. Well, yeah, women look different when they haven't had 5 hours of, you know, preparing for a photo shoot. That's a real thing. Embrace tradition. What is this? How could they?
Oh my God, she aged.
One of these things is not like the other. Okay.
What?
And like, you know, I'm not someone interested in look shaming in general. So, you know, I'm not one of the people who replies with the actual photos of the dudes like doing this. But it's kind of like, it's like, it's ridiculous that all of you are so concerned with female beauty aesthetics. And how much work do any of you put into your daily routine? I ask. How much skincare do you take? How many times do you shower? Have you washed yourself in the past month? Do you exercise? Do you get swole? Have you been look smaxing? All that kind of stuff. It's like, you're so obsessed with this. I saw one of these fucking, you know, misogynistic chuds online being like, honestly, at this point, women need to lower their standards. Men don't need to keep being forced to have to raise them. And I was like, when did you, like, the baseline is so unfair, I feel. I feel like sometimes when you ask women, it's like, what are you looking? Well, I'd like a guy who's nice. Obviously, it'd be nice if he, like, you know, cleaned himself up and kind of like that. I was like, oh, what? Basic hygiene? That's been the requirement? Basic hygiene? And to be nice? Jesus Christ. And it's like, well, women should kind of lower their standards, though, you know? So I was like, well, what about raising yours? Honestly. Like, do not be content of living your life in a world of hate, watching this, by the way, millionaire, this guy's super rich in the corner, this millionaire hate monger try to convince you that the world in which you need to be is just angry at this. That is so pathetic and sad. I'm sorry, this is not the pathway to getting women to like you, to hating on fictional pixels. Pixels, it's pixels. It's not even a real woman, it's a series of pixels on a screen. It's being generated by an engine, ones and zeros. Getting mad at this shit is pathetic and sad, realistic. And it will alienate you from your ability to try and meet people, to try and make friends. No, like, you're going to be outside of online internet niche circles, just considered a weirdo. People are going to be like, what the fuck? Why does this bug you? What? Who cares? They're pixels in a fictionalized world of witches and witchcraft and wizards and sorcerers and elves and monsters and fucking three-headed beasts. Honestly, we should be working on improving ourselves, not questioning why the pixels aren't pleasing us.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. This independent series is made entirely.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. Honestly, Lance has been crushing it with calling out the GamerGate 2.0 guys, kind of keeping up with those, like the quartering. Not exactly a fan of keeping up with those guys outside of videos like that, so can you blame me? That was so funny, Scott. Lesbians out here catching strays. Yeah, they totally were. Oh, man. You gotta love the fact that they can't even change. Like, it's the same old shit. Like, dude, how long has it been? What's it been? Like, 10 years now? Was that when... I'm pretty sure that's when the last GamerGate was. It's old, man. It's old. I'm just... I'm over it. At this point, yeah, if the game's good, I'm gonna play it. But every once in a while, I do kind of hate where if you don't like a game that is perceived as woke and they do this crap, and then you just say, no, I don't think the game's very good, and then the other side pushes back. They're like, oh, so you're joining the quartering of these guys? Like, no. It's just I didn't enjoy the game. So, actually, Star Wars Outlaws is kind of like that. You could just say, like, you could say, like, because I played the, what was it, Last Jedi one, oh, it's because it's got a guy character, that's why, huh? And it's just like, no, honestly, the open world concept did not really engage me, and this, from when I saw, like, the story trailers, they also did not really catch my eye. Like, it was, just wasn't really that interesting to me. And I hate to say it, I'm a little Star Wars out, because I really do feel like the corporate milking of the franchise has gone on too long. So, which is weird, because I heard, like, the Skeleton Keys actually, or the Skeleton Crew or whatever, is pretty good, and I just have no interest. I got none at all. I've liked some of the projects that they've released, though. Like, Bad Batch was really good. I enjoy, like, anything Mandalorian. But yeah. Well, except for, well, Boba Fett. God, Boba Fett really just should have been a movie. I'm just gonna say it. It just should have been a movie. But there's tits and Balatro so freaking woke. Yeah, his woke games, guys, is just. He made a really good point about how it is kind of like that proxy for wanting to control women's bodies and just control women in general, where it's like gatekeep, you know, oh, you're not allowed in the clubhouse, ladies. And on top of it, it's also inadequacy, like, because we've all had it happen where we've gotten owned by a girl in a video game that, you know, we thought we were good at. Me, I'm just kind of like, cool. You're better. Like, I get spanked at Mario Kart by a lot of my friends that, you know, are female, so. And I'm not that bad. I wouldn't consider myself, you know, a novice player. Brandon Whitney, I'm Star Wars out too, but the concept of the old world feels better than the Cal Kestis games. That one felt cramped for a Star Wars game, even compared for The Force Unleashed. Yeah, I don't know. I liked the Force mechanics for it, and also I thought that the character designs were very cool. I also am interested, like, in the whole, you know, between the Jedi purge. Like, I always liked that, but whatever. Brandon Whitney, my girlfriend kicks my ass in Mario Kart every night. My favorite bonding activity. Hey, there again, no shame in it. There's something kind of cool about it, where it's just like, yeah, dude, my girls, she'll wipe the floor with you in Mario Kart. And knowing that it isn't just like a flex where you're just like, no, she'll literally just like, she'll destroy you. She'll make you cry. Oh, man. I also, dude, like, whatever. I kick it with a bunch of people that are very involved in the fighting game community. Like, some of them, you know, they go to the tournaments and stuff like that. And even they're not like this at all. Like, I'm pretty sure that if they lose to a girl, they're just like, good game, you know? Tends to be a thing. I hope this isn't a long time thing, because I'm over it. I'm over this discourse, and I'm over these guys capitalizing on it. Like, God, they're gonna get the new wave of views on it, and it is the content that is getting engaged, so... Fake media is giving Donald Trump millions of dollars, so he won't go after them. Mark Cuban. Okay. Odd comment. Robin B. Hey, what's up? It's good to see you. I love the movies. Watched the original, not changed. The original Star Wars 1977 Star Wars this week. Or, wait. I think he meant watched the originals. So glad I have the old versions. Oh, you actually have... Oh, you got like the VHSs. Or laser discs, if you will. Man, that's... Yeah, I don't know. I don't have mine. I can't find them. I could have sworn that I kept them, but I don't think I did. Which... Yeah, you don't realize how much you miss it until, you know, you can't see the original versions anymore. But then again, whatever. It's George Lucas's vision, so I'll give him that. But I don't know. I liked Obi-Wan for what it was. I guess it just, God. Again, that was actually, it had the same problem that Boba Fett had, where I just felt like it went on too long. It should have just been its own movie. If you're gonna make these like side spin-off things, because I also have the hot take that I thought that Solo wasn't that bad. I remember that was the one that kind of started it all. Well, besides Last Jedi. No, Last Jedi started it, but that was the one where everybody's just like, yeah, these movies are definitely jumping the shark. I'm like, yeah. Hopped off after Mando Season 1. My college friends hype it so much that it bored me, frankly. Yeah, I could see that. I just enjoy it. I enjoy the characters. I enjoy the Western aspect. It also, like, I love Lone Wolf and Cub. So the fact that it is essentially just Star Wars Lone Wolf and Cub, I was like, yes, this is awesome. Also, pretty much anything that Dave Filoni has control of, I will watch. Like Star Wars Rebels, great. You know, Ahsoka, great. I love it. I love the Filoni verse. So, I liked Solo, even Rogue. Well, Rogue One's so good. No. You don't, no, do not denigrate Rogue One. That movie rules. And Andor, yeah, Andor's a great series. What am I talking about? Yeah, it's just, again, I haven't felt the need to go and watch the new projects the same way that I used to. Like, I finished oh my god, The Bad Batch. I've still never seen Star Wars. I'm sorry, Pep. It's okay. I just know this is all lost on you at that point, but it's a lot. It's a lot, but the thing is, because you've never seen Star Wars, you actually have a rare opportunity where you can curate your exposure to it. Where, yeah, I would say watch the original trilogy at least. And honestly, I hate to say it, the best viewing for new viewers is Episode 1. And then you just stop at Return of the Jedi, and then just don't acknowledge that anything else happened after that. Star Wars Rebels is the second best media after Clone Wars. It is. It's so good. The story of Kanan, the crew, the Chopper as a droid. Like, there's just so many good aspects to that. And Ezra, you know, say what you will about Ezra. Like, the first season of Ezra, or of Rebels, Ezra is just a pain in the ass, but that's on purpose. You know, you're supposed to kind of grow with him. And you go back to Luke Skywalker, that's the archetype that they're following, because Luke Skywalker was a whiny little bitch that didn't become the badass until Return of the Jedi. So, like, come on, I don't want to go. I was gonna go into Tashi Station to get some power converters. Brandon Whitney prequels are awesome. Space politics are cool. Yeah, actually, you know what, Lex Thompson, I think you might enjoy the political aspect to Star Wars. Like, if you start looking at it as an allegory, especially like with our modern political times, you might have a lot of fun with it. So, but I also understand, like, if you can't get into it. I don't begrudge people that have gotten back to me and just been like, tried to watch Star Wars, couldn't do it. Yeah, okay, I understand. Then I hate the people that are always like, I'm more of a Star Trek guy. It's like, it's such a different thing. Come on. It's just, yeah, Lex, you actually, because you're not like being force-fed everything the way that we are as as fans. You do get to like just see it the way you want to see it, which is cool. I always love that, like, for people that get into something after like it's been a while. Also, like, I like the hindsight. One of my favorite things I ever did by accident was I stopped watching Dexter the season before its final season, so technically it ended on a high note for me, and I don't know, I never got into it. I mean, obviously I know what happened, it's been long enough, but it doesn't exist in my head the way that it does for other people, so I'm just like, nah, you know what? Star Wars doesn't exist without Jack Kirby's Fourth World comics. Oh no. Well, I mean, it doesn't exist without Fourth World, doesn't exist without Battlestar Galactica, especially, actually, for real, Battlestar Galactica, because they had a lot of repurposed props. So there's a lot of that stuff that I mean, hell, I obviously the hero's journey is kind of, you know, they did the archetype thing, but you know what, Les? I appreciate that. I love me some Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby is the man. I've always loved his art style. A lot of people hate it because it's like very over exaggerated, but I appreciate it because, yeah, he's got oh, did it? Okay, yeah. So no, I got that backwards. So Battlestar reappropriated the X-Wings then for their battle cruisers. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, sorry. My bad. No, I meant Dune, by the way. I didn't mean Battlestar. I meant Dune. And that wasn't even like I mixed up those two properties. It was more so I mixed up the timing of those. But yeah, no. Also, I appreciate you correcting me on that. Oh boy. All right. Well, we got something else to get to. Give me 1 second. This is not right. What the hell? Where'd it go? Interesting. Actually less. What outside of, I'm not sure if you were commenting because Fourth World is like your favorite, but what's your favorite Jack Kirby work? And it can't, don't be afraid to just say Captain America if it is. Like, just let me know who your favorite person that he would draw. I actually liked the way he drew Johnny Storm. I always really liked that. His Spider-Man was cool, but I hate to say I like Romita Jr. a lot better. Just because it was, I don't know, it was more fluid art. Like, I also appreciate Ditko, but I hate to say it. If I'm going, if I'm choosing one or the other, I hate to say it, Romita. Sorry, I'm speaking. This is comic stuff. Classic artists. Oh God, I hate to offend war criminal George Bush. Dune had a ton of influence on prequels because Lucas forgot why he made the original. He needed Star Wars to be important. Yeah, I mean, whatever. There was so much escapism. I can just sit there, like, listen, I'm one of those types that if I were to ever meet George Lucas, I just, shake his hand and just be like, thank you for, giving me hours and hours of escapism and just, fun. Also, the concept of Jedi, just too effing cool. God, I was like 12 or 13 when episode 1 came out, and seeing like young Obi-Wan was so cool. But even then, I was like, okay, this kid who plays Anakin is a pain in the ass. God, I remember he got roasted for that shit. Is George Bush still alive? Not senior. Right? Yeah, senior is, he's passed on. We have got... Usually, I wouldn't watch something like this, but oh, hold on. Somebody just sent me something. Nah, I'm not gonna do that first. Sorry about that. I appreciate it though. Thank you. So let's go to the real killer. Is the American healthcare system. Adam Conover essentially did an Adam Ruins Everything after the situation in New York with the CEO. So I wanted to get a little education on this. So I know that he tends to annoy some people, so I preemptively apologize if you're one of them, but he also does good work, so I'm not going to.
Americans are so furious about healthcare that they are straight up murdering. Americans are so furious about healthcare that they are straight up murdering CEOs in broad daylight. Every fact about the killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson is crazier than the last. Just to eliminate any doubt as to the motive, the shooter literally etched deny, defend, depose on the bullet casings, a reference to the tactics insurers use to deny healthcare claims. He left behind nothing but a bag full of Monopoly money, and then he disappeared on a city bike. And for 5 days, he evaded the police like he was Jason frickin' Bourne. The only reason he got caught was because of this photo of his face, which was taken when he pulled down his mask to flirt with a receptionist. Dude was having a meet cute in the middle of a hit. Is this real life or the plot of a high-concept 90s rom-com? Well, the cops have now arrested this absolute hunk and charged him with murder. His name is Luigi Mangione, and someone's got to call Nintendo because the year of Luigi is back, baby. Because instead of condemning this handsome hitman, the public loves this guy. He's become a virtual folk hero. I mean, just look at those abs. Can New York City even find 12 jurors willing to convict this dreamboat?
Real quick, I was watching Hassan do a live react to some of the Luigi reports. When Luigi's shirtless pic came up, it was the only time I've ever seen Hassan just go, oh. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty jacked. Like, you'd think he'd be like, oh, look at this guy, like, with how much he loves working out and just pointing it out. Nope. It was the one time he was just like, yeah, okay, guy looks pretty good.
2 jurors per ab. Now, the public reaction to the murder is unsettling to some people, because, normally when someone is shot dead in broad daylight, people are afraid and demand justice. But health insurance companies are so hated in this country that Americans from all walks of life have actually been celebrating the murder. A Facebook post by UnitedHealthcare about the shooting has gotten over 80,000 reactions, and over 75,000 of them were ha-ha. I mean, imagine, you're shot dead in the street and 70K Nelson Muntzes point at you and laugh. Even nurses and doctors, whose entire job is to, stop people from dying, are enjoying this particular death. A thread on Reddit's r/medicine had to be deleted because it had too many inappropriately gleeful comments. And it's not just the libs cheering. Even r/conservative and the comments on Ben Shapiro's YouTube videos are going nuts right now. Hating health insurers is the last bipartisan issue in America. Now look, I know that to the more genteel soul, the New York Times op-ed columnists of the world, it might seem disturbing to see your fellow citizens react to a murder with delight and glee. But instead of shushing this outburst, I think this needs to be taken as a warning. Because Americans are saying loudly and unequivocally that we are fucking pissed about healthcare in America, to such an extent that we are now literally excited for murder. And if you actually take that in and internalize it, it explains a lot about our society, including the popularity of Donald Trump's favorite parasite-infested anti-vaxxer, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and it illuminates how the American health system's deep dysfunction is causing our entire society to literally break down in a way that the establishment needs to reckon with before it is too late. But before we get into it, I just want to remind you that I am on tour with a brand new hour of stand-up comedy right now. The Nihilism Pivot Tour continues in San Francisco at Cobb's Comedy Club this weekend, December 13th and 14th. Then I head to Dallas on January 10th, Toronto on January 23rd, then Chicago, Boston, and all these fine cities. I'm even going to London and Amsterdam in March. All those tickets available at adamconover.net, and head to patreon.com/Adam Conover to support this channel directly. I'll see you out there on the road. Now, a lot of commentators and CEOs out there are wringing their hands about the celebration over Brian Thompson's death. But the anger actually makes perfect sense if you just look at UnitedHealthcare's business model. This company made $22 billion in
Nerdy golden retriever man speaks facts.
Last year. Not revenue, pure profit.
Great nickname.
And they got that money by denying people care. United has the highest denial rate of any health insurer. They deny 1 out of every 3 claims. They've recently been investigated by the Senate for denying claims of elderly and disabled patients with the explicit intention to increase their profits. And they're even being sued for using an AI algorithm to process those denials. So Brian Thompson wasn't an upstanding businessman. He was a mafia boss, standing in between doctors and patients who made his millions by bankrupting people and letting them die. He may never have held a gun directly to someone's temple, but that doesn't mean he wasn't a killer. In America, you are twice as likely to die from lack of health insurance than a bullet to the head. An NIH study in 2021 estimated that universal healthcare coverage could save 68,000 lives a year. 68,000 lives. That means just this year, insurance companies like UnitedHealthcare are responsible for enough dead bodies to fill the city of Flagstaff, Arizona. And Brian Thompson was personally paid $10 million a year for standing atop that system of death. The American people see that, unsurprisingly, as fundamentally unjust, unfair, and fucked up, and so they are cheering for his death. Now, let's be clear. Thompson's death is not going to change the American healthcare system for the better. There's already some other suit sitting in his chair signing off on more denials. And rather than change their ways, his fellow CEOs are busy hiring private armies to protect them from their own customers. It doesn't make the world a better place when people are gunned down in the street for any reason. And there's a lot of justifiable concern that this could lead to even more political violence in our culture, which would be a bad thing. But we have to acknowledge that this killing and the reaction to it are evidence of how our system is failing us. Healthcare is a fundamental human need. And when people live under a system that denies their fundamental needs for too long, they start tearing that system down. I mean, it just makes sense. If you put people under that amount of stress, it provokes a reaction. One reaction might be shooting a healthcare CEO in the head, and another might be putting an insane conspiracy theorist in charge of our nation's health. So when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was nominated to run the Department of Health and Human Services, the medical community reacted with shock. And I get why. I'm gonna lay off the stuff about his brainworm and him eating dead dogs and bears and the whale head in his car and just focus on his actual beliefs for now, because those are somehow even crazier. I mean, this guy thinks that 5G cell signals are controlling our behavior, that antidepressants cause mass shootings, and that chemicals in the water are turning kids trans. Okay, dude, we know it's not water that makes kids trans. It's repeated viewings of seminal classic The Matrix. I mean, this guy has never met a bullshit conspiracy theory he didn't fall for. But his worst ideas are about vaccines. RFK Jr. has said that vaccine scientists should be in jail, that vaccines cause autism, which they do not, and even that COVID-19 was genetically engineered to be racist. And this is the man who's about to run the Department of Health and Human Services, which doesn't just handle vaccines, it's responsible for all of America's health. HHS is the largest department in the federal government. It includes the CDC, which is in charge of public health, including pandemics, the FDA, which makes sure your food and drugs are safe to consume. And you know, you can debate whether or not those departments have done a great job in the last few years, but he's also going to be in charge of the National Institutes of Health, which is simply one of the best things that the federal government does. You know, we covered this on my Netflix show, The G Word, but the NIH is the largest and most important medical science organization in the world. They're responsible for countless incredible discoveries that have saved countless lives. They invented chemotherapy, which, you know, has saved lives of my own family members, as well as gene therapy.
Get that woke garbage out of here. Chemotherapy's next.
mRNA vaccine, one of the most profoundly powerful medical discoveries of our lifetime. Because of the NIH, we as a species literally learned how to write code for our own immune system, then programmed it to fight back against a virus it had never encountered, and then deployed it to save millions of lives during the COVID pandemic. That is a fucking historic scientific achievement. It's Jonas Salk put it on the Mount Rushmore of medical science shit. And the department that created it, the most important funder of science in the world, is about to be run by a science denialist who thinks we should ditch vaccines in favor of ivermectin and raw milk. And if he succeeds that, if he succeeds in convincing Americans to ditch vaccinations in favor of pseudoscientific quackery, it could lead to mass deaths. Measles is one of the most transmissible and deadly diseases, and we used vaccinations to virtually eradicate it in the US. But when we stop vaccinating against measles, that shit comes back, and a measles outbreak could quickly infect, disable, and kill millions of children. Vaccines are good and important, and they have saved hundreds of millions of lives around the world. And anyone who tells you otherwise is either crazy or lying. But you know what? I don't even know why I'm telling you this, because I have spent my entire career as a comedian and communicator trying to dispel myths and conspiracy theories exactly like these, and it hasn't fucking worked. It's just made me look like a condescending nerd. And you know what? It's not just me. A small army of science communicators have desperately spent the past few decades trying to combat medical misinformation like this, including people at the CDC and NIH. And they have failed so thoroughly in that goal that their boss is about to be the king of the anti-vaxxers. After all of our debunking, Mr. Bunk is in fucking charge. And that means he will now have the platform and the full legitimacy of the American government behind him as he attempts to fulfill his mission of giving every single American brainworms. And unfortunately, Americans are already primed to believe misinformation like this because of the media silos we live in. Like, check out this article I found through our sponsor Ground News' blind spot feature.
Hey, you know what? Hey, I'm going to take this opportunity to do a double. Ground News, you can use code Pep Talks TV to get 15% off of your subscription from Ground
23
News.
right-wing sources have reported a false story that an NIH employee was saying the COVID vaccine doesn't work. Now, thankfully, I use Ground News because they have a factuality rating for every article, so I could tell this wasn't true. And they also have a blind spot feature, which I really love. You can see how different topics are being covered in right-leaning and left-leaning news outlets. Like, if you look up RFK Jr., you can see how differently different news sources are covering him. Conservative-leaning sites only comprise 11% of the coverage of how dangerous and deadly his plans are. And if you're a liberal, there are plenty of stories that you're missing too. That's why I really recommend Ground News as a way to get outside of your echo chamber and get every angle on a story and get those all-important factuality ratings. And Ground News is entirely subscriber funded, so their only motivation is to give you the clearest, most helpful picture of the news. And even better, my viewers get 50% off unlimited access. Just go to groundnews.com/factually. So a lot of people in the medical establishment are asking, why is this happening? Why is medical misinformation ascending to the highest level of government? I mean, America has the most advanced medical science and technology on the planet. Even the Yakuza come here when they need a new liver. So how did we end up in a place where our nation's healthcare system is about to be run by an anti-science, conspiracy-obsessed lunatic? Well, the answer is pretty simple. It's the same reason that Americans are celebrating Brian Thompson's violent death. It's because our healthcare system sucks ass. 4 in 10 American adults report being in debt due to medical bills. Half of Americans can't afford healthcare at all. In comparison to every other wealthy nation, we have the worst health outcomes and the shortest lives, and yet we pay more than anyone else. 17% of our entire GDP is spent on this shit, and we're still not fucking healthy. In other words, while we might have the world's most advanced medical technology, we have
America
the world's least
but our insurance is so good. I love my insurance, but I don't.
Advanced social technology
Can't
for
stand it.
distributing it. What good is it to invent an incredible new medical therapy when no one but literal crime bosses can fucking access it? So, the medical establishment might be shocked that Americans are turning away from science and towards conspiracy theories and quackery, but honestly, it makes sense. If your whole experience with the system is jumping through endless hoops, being denied for coverage, and watching your friends and family members sicken or go bankrupt, why would you give a shit what the NIH or the CDC say, even if they're right? Remember during the COVID vaccine rollout, we were all told to bring any questions about the vaccine to our doctor? Well, a third of Americans literally do not have a doctor because they cannot afford one. So of course conspiracy theories about the vaccine spread. Americans had no one reliable to talk to about it. Instead, we were all forced to do our own research on the internet. And when that research led us to quacks and grifters like RFK, well, at least those quacks were acting like they cared and peddling a fake cure that didn't work, but hey, at least you could buy it at the local horse supply shop. The desperation produced by the American healthcare system is causing Americans to take matters into their own hands, whether that means elevating a nut job like RFK or literally grabbing a gun and enacting vigilante justice in the street. And let's be clear, neither of these things are going to do a whit of good. RFK Jr. is not going to fix American healthcare, and murdering a CEO is not going to fix the health insurance industry. But both events are the fault of the entire American medical system, from UnitedHealthcare to the NIH to the politicians who refuse to fix the problem. They have failed to take care of the people of this country, and this is the result. But it doesn't have to be this way. In this country, we have enough money, we have enough resources, and we sure as shit have enough science and technology to extend healthcare to every citizen who needs it, regardless of their means. A majority of Americans believe that the government should do so. All that we have lacked is the political will. Instead, we've spent decades allowing filthy, rich, out-of-touch wealth hoarders like insurance executives and hospital chains mine our bodies, our health, our very lifespans for their fifth goddamn yacht. And if we don't make a change, if we don't see the murder of Brian Thompson and the rise of medical pseudoscience as the canary in the coal mine that it is, and start listening to the people of this country, well, pretty soon, this whole place is gonna blow the fuck up. Oh boy, that one was intense. Thank you guys so much for watching. Once again, come see me on the road.
Yep, check out Adam Conover. It's literally just called the Adam Conover channel, so... He is awesome. I always liked his Adam Ruins Everything. God, he came out at a pretty pivotal time, too. Especially to kind of debunk a bunch of bullshit from the first wave of Trumpism. Alright. Just a heads up, we got 19 minutes. 19 minutes until we hit that magic point of the stream. So... hope everybody's ready. Which one do I want to use? I don't know. Oh, you know what? I want to use it. Cool. Also, if everybody can do me a favor, leave a like on the stream. It really helps me out. Also, it is just a very cool thing for you to do. I have been saying, just make it a habit. That's what I've been doing. I've been liking pretty much everything that I enjoy on YouTube now, so made me a better person as far as also a better viewer, because yeah, it is free. So also sub to the channel if you haven't already. Let's take a look if you don't mind, because I was at 9 Twitch 980. 20 more subs and I get to that thou. Oh, what to do? Gotta do something special for that 1,000. Guys, this is the time that I do the giveaway. Well, did you know I am next, Mr. Beast? Wow. I'm not. Don't expect that. I'm gonna put the kibosh on that one real quick. It's just like, no. Blazing in 17 minutes. 17 minutes. So, Icy Zion? I don't know how to pronounce it, but Ice. I'll just call you Icy. Yes. You know what's up. Also, welcome to the program. I appreciate you stopping in. Murder might be wrong, but like only because the majority says so. But if these societal views change, then the rich got to use their money for defensive measures. Well, again, it's, I hate to say, like, this is just a historical, like, factual, like, fact that, you know, no successful revolution wasn't, you know, they weren't not violent. There's never been just a silent revolution. And if they were, they're pretty small scale. Sorry, I cannot have empathy for evil. Well, Les, I mean, I'll actually be fair. The older I get, the less I have empathy for stupid. So, nice. Australia. All right. Go to Brisbane. Or Brisbane. Sorry. God, I'm not even kidding. I was looking at going there for, it was a WWE event called Weed Yandy here at times. Really, I didn't know that. That's actually, you know what? That's cool. I always like finding out the new slang New slang. Wow, I never thought I'd actually get to use new slang. If you don't know that song, it's very good. It's from the Garden State soundtrack, which is still the movie may not have held up that great, but that soundtrack, man, that soundtrack. Let me load this up, and then we got a few other things that we're gonna go through, but I don't want to get too into something when obviously I'll have to pause. So, Brandon Whitney and anyone who voted for Trump is evil. Come on, I'm not asking full charitability just for understanding that these people are being actively misinformed in the internet landscape. That can be insane. Yeah, dude. Like, again, I've been bringing this up more and more. Am I supposed to hate my family? Am I? Like, for real? Like, because, like, my family aren't like that. They are more so just Joe Biden sucks, Democrat Party not convincing, therefore I go with Trump again. Also, they do have, you know, tax incentives, I guess, in some ways. But realistically, man, these people aren't like that. Some are. Especially, like, God, I hate to say it, like the broiest of bros. They've been really bad about it lately. I have empathy for no one. Hateful sadist. Your family sucks then. Well, I mean, some of them do. I'll admit that, yeah, some of their politics suck, but the thing is, I'm not gonna sit here and just hate my family. Although I do condone separating if people need to separate. Like, if you guys need to go no contact with your family, it totally makes sense. Especially for how, you know, certain families, Vosh Jr. Armis. All right. That's pretty funny. I'll give you that. Vosh Jr. Actually, Vosh would not like... I don't think Vosh would like me very much. He'd think that I'm just a stoner idiot. Yeah. Drifting his way through the leftist political sphere. But hateful sadist, I understand, but my big thing is if they are literally hardline, like anti-trans, I understand separating from that. I also understand other things, but yes, you know what? Some people are just fucking not engaged with politics either. Like, I hate to say, like, some people that voted for Trump did it in a, like, with the idea that, yeah, they don't watch any of this stuff, which... Take that one up with the main base of our elections. I don't know. Like, what are we supposed to do? Pass a civics test before we vote? Because the right was trying to bring that up. They're just like, yeah, you know what we should do? We should definitely do a test. And then they started getting data back that's like, actually, we might not want to do that because our base is not what we would call educated. Then they were like, oh. Maybe not. We'll walk that one back. It's okay. Yes. Duke, I have sympathy and empathy for everyone, especially my enemies. You need that to understand them, which helps. Yeah, exactly. Understanding where people are coming from is not a bad thing, man. This idea, I said this yesterday, honestly, and I don't want to rehash a lot of that, but that's my whole problem with just the way that people have been reacting. And I know it, you know, left versus left is a thing where it's just like, Groiper here, Salty Army, Mexico branch. Nice. Hey, welcome to the show. I appreciate you popping in. Sub to the channel if you haven't already and like the stream. I really do appreciate it, guys. Also follow me on Twitch if you haven't already. I appreciate all my Twitch viewers. Definitely getting, you know, more used to it. And also hateful sadists, like, I don't know, just see it, like, I'm literally looking at that comment again, I'm like, I don't know, people can suck, but you can still love them. It's complicated. I think a civics test is a horrible idea considering our college exams are famous for racial and cultural bias. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm with you on that. I used to think that way where I'm like, yeah, we need to do a civics test. We need to, you know, because I remember we I used to have a friend that he went through the legal process of becoming legal. He was a immigrant from Mexico. And I just remember when he was practicing for his test, he wanted to go back and forth with me. And he was like, yeah, you know this stuff. No, I didn't. I at that very moment, I kind of realized, I'm like, oh, like, you know a lot more about American history right now than I do. And then I kind of started... That radicalized me in the idea where I'm just like, well, if they know this much, then maybe there should be a test when we vote, just so we can, you can't blame the Trump voters for the social murder the MAGA openly does. Yeah, I mean, it's all, well, I wouldn't say it's just MAGA. If we're saying, are you using that term social murder applied to like the idea of the healthcare system, or how are you applying that? Because I'm actually curious. Where is the racial cultural bias in civics? Really? Well, I mean, cultural, like, we're talking, American exceptionalist. What kind of American am I? What do you mean? I don't know. What kind of American are you? Well, Armis, I am a gun owner. So, I think that makes me as American can be. America. I'm also a Midwesterner, if that helps you at all. Also, we're at 412. Coming into that final stage here. If you guys, a lot of you guys are new to this program, so I just wanted to let you know after 420, that is considered my fun half. So, like to just kind of chill with the chat and just watch videos kind of as they come. Which we got one more video to get to, so we'll probably do that. Engel social murder as a whole. How would a question in... How you word a question in general can be affected due to the vague nature of a lot of history-civics questions. I see. I actually do see where you're coming from with that, because I do kind of remember, like, taking my civics tests, and they always were very steeped in American exceptionalism. I'll give you that. I think I already said that, but... Alright. Oh, that sucks. Don't know what the hell just happened there. There's ambiguity to how you ask questions that changes. Depending on culture. Oh. Well, that kind of goes back to them asking, like, what type of American are you? What is the supreme law of the land? God, I don't even know anymore. I used to think that I was, pretty up on that stuff. As I said, I just don't know anymore. God, I used to think it... I hate to say, I used to think it was, on the way to, practicing social democracy. God, I was so hopeful. Supreme law of the land is his natural law. Here is an example of a civics exam. Show me the cultural bias. Oh. Okay, Les. You were confusing me a little bit there just because you got kind of lost in chat there. So. Excuse me. That was weird. Oh my god. I think my throat's getting dry. Alright. It's the Constitution. You failed the exam. Okay, Les, so you can understand that you can read a prompt, books, etc., and get a different interpretation from it. Civics course teaches civics. I mean, I'm kind of... I don't know. I kind of see where Les is coming from here, but I also see where Brandon, you're coming from. The interpretation is shaped by your cultural context. Ah, see? That's where I did kind of get the vibe you were going for. All right. Pulling out the big old machine. Look, it's got the rainbow. Bill Hicks making jokes about how he thought he had his finger on the pulse of the nation. Alienation marks, in my opinion. God, I wish I could listen to some Bill Hicks here. Man. I'll do that on my, when I start doing my members only stuff, and I'm looking at doing a Patreon tier where I can watch whatever the hell I want to watch. That would be some, like, comedy specials is the big one. I really, really want to watch comedy specials with you guys. Because I love comedy. So I would love to share a bunch of great comedians with you, but the last few times I've tried, man, they didn't. YouTube does not screw with those. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm sneezing. Here, give me a second. Okay. Brandon Whitney, please tell me more about the classes I've taken, bud. Les Wiseman, Civic Education is the study of theoretical, political, and practical aspects of citizenship, as well as the rights and duties. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't remember a lot of it. Yeah, the vast majority of Americans don't know basic civics. Yeah, well, the other thing is, Les, a lot of people just need refreshers on stuff like that, you know? Like, dude, I need refreshers on, like, basic shit. I mean, do you know how many of my friends have kids that they've told me, like, when they're doing homework with their kids, that are just like, yeah, you know, I thought I was, I knew a lot. I thought that I was up on this stuff. It turns out I am not. Oh, man. Brandon, when did you take an actual civics class? They don't teach it anymore. American history is not civics. Yes, they do, Les. Well, they did, at least when... I mean... Okay, I'm not... maybe I'm speaking to in general for other people, but I can tell you right now they did for me. I took... What? What are you talking about? Civics is on the comeback. I've thought about it lots over the 6 months. Yeah, but you're from Australia. Like, wait a minute. Guys, we're about T-minus 1 minute. You're saying Confucianism's interpretation of civics is different than a lot of Western influence. This cultural difference leads to disadvantage. Alright, we got 1 more minute, and then we go to the next video. Sorry. Sorry for anybody that has just been kind of hanging out waiting for the next segment. But this is important. This is important. I have been on air for 4 hours and 19 minutes. So. Alrighty. Crap. Let's go. Lord almighty. Oh. Oh, that hit. Woo! Excuse me. Okay. We did it. Woo. Excuse me. Very professional of me to cough into the microphone. All right. Well, we're moving on to the next segment. Did you guys know that there's drama over at TYT? And that we're somehow still not done with it? Yeah. So, not sure if you guys know Dan from the internet. He is a smaller YouTube creator. He's bigger than me, so that's why I say smaller. He interviewed J.R. Jackson from TYT and did a really, really good job with it. And he asked the hard-hitting questions, so I want to get JR's take on what's happening over at TYT.
All of that stuff out. I'm sure you won't regret it, and I'm sure you won't regret this next interview. I think what JR says in here and gets me to say in here is very revealing. You,
yes, Armis, we
JR,
know.
are, I mean, people kind of know you as a contributor in TYT and host Watch List. I've been putting that down on the screen. Folks can check that out, youtube.com, as an archive of a lot of PowerPoint episodes, a lot of audio face episodes, our music podcast, and
Whoa. What the hell? I didn't even hit anything.
I've been putting that down on the screen. Folks can check that out, youtube.com/watchlisttyt.
Thank you. Welcome
But
to the program.
how did you kind of, I mean, like before, I don't know how many people know your full story,
Pronouns?
and you've told in a couple different venues,
Mine.
so I won't spend too much time on that.
He, him.
Of course, like I know it, but you know,
What are yours?
I know that before that you were a
If you would like to
student
share.
athlete. Before that, you would like been a couple places around the country. Like, I guess to kind of ground that conversation, not just make it like a biography of like, oh, first this, then this.
Yeah.
I guess through your life experiences, how did you get political enough or like politically interested enough to ultimately take that step of like interning at an unproven political news outlet?
The level of unproven nature was Cenk Uygur. I've always told him this. I said, Cenk, you got kind of lucky with the coalition of people that came at the time they did. And honestly, he got lucky, but then he didn't, because Cenk is a nonstop guy. He won't stop going. If you can't tell you. So I was telling him, because Jesus Godoy was.
Hey, I am watching the interview with Dan from the internet with J.R. Jackson. They are discussing what's going on over at TYT. I am replying to a first-time chatter on Twitch, so I appreciate that. You, Pepe. OMG, Destiny did well, I thought. Yeah, I'm not sure if I watched that one. I'll have to...
Like producer number one.
Check it out.
I mean, there's Dave
Excuse
Kohler,
me.
he was there.
Excuse
and
the
then,
cough. I
also,
just had me.
So I started the tail end of my senior year of college. I was looking for an internship. I had just done Fox Sports because I wanted to be a sports broadcast. I had zero interest in politics. I interned at Fox Sports in Los Angeles, and it was a waste of my time. I didn't run my senior year of track because I was like, well, I'm not going to be an Olympian. I'm not that good. I'm only like a Pac-12, at the time, Pac-10 qualifying runner, a hurdler. I was good. I was on a travel team, but I wasn't like, you're not going to catch me at the Olympics. So I was like, I got to start and figure out where I'm going to find my niche in my career. And I like doing sports and everything. I like to talk sports. So I tried that and it was a waste of my time. So I was like, I just need to learn the broadcast game. So I just took this internship, and Cenk put out things to all the local colleges and like, we'll give you the opportunity to run a radio
MC
show.
Kimchi.
So I came in and
I'll check it out. I just had this one loaded up. I wanted to check this out first, but I'll check it out. Who is even the guy on the right? Is he LeBron James or something? No. He's a major contributor with with TYT, the Young Turks. Is that Joe? Is that the Joe Rogan mic? What? He does sports. Yeah, he covers sports, but people are falling off of TYT. I'll just say, like, people are definitely falling off, but I see. Yeah, you know what? That did wreck me.
And it was probably, they weren't in this new studio, which was a little bunk studio in the middle of Los Angeles in Midtown for very long, because previous to that, they were working out of Cenk's living room. Everyone that knows TYT knows this story. But Jesus was the one guy who was willing to work through going to Cenk Uger's apartment while his girlfriend had to step out or was there sometimes. And many people would go, yo, I'm going to get into broadcast, not into like somebody hacking me up and put me in the freezer, because you don't know who these people are. It's little Los Angeles. You don't know how many crazy people are there, right? There's a trillion people there. So Jesus wrote it up. And I told him, I said, if I got there and you guys are still in the apartment, I'd be like, oh, a good setup, you guys. And I would turn my ass around and left. There's many people who wouldn't have come to the crap studio that we have. I decided to.
You Pepe, real quick, I haven't watched TYT in a while. I hate to say, like, they kind of fell off. I get most of my news from Twitter and 4chan. Really? 4chan?
So it's like we had a coalition of people who were willing to walk through the fire to get to the end, and you didn't know if you're ever going to make it to the end. We worked for nothing for a very long time. And that's every startup. That's the same story every startup will say. But anyways, I came in and I was doing that, but I didn't know what a soundboard was. How am I going to run this soundboard? And Cenk and Ben and Jill Pike would just talk, and they were interesting and fun and funny enough.
Yeah, no, if you don't know about it, TYT, like in the very beginning, was literally broadcast out of Cenk's his living room,
and had a format of just free flowing speaking. And I was like, yo, this is actually fun. This is actually doing the work that I like to do, but it's fun. And it was a family, and it's still that way, I think, to a large degree. And it's attracted to people who like to see that type of.
He's like,
it's a lack of this corporatism. And coming in jeans and a t-shirt, bro. It's okay. Wear a ratty baseball cap. We're here to talk. We're on the radio. So I started in with them, been with them ever since, and eventually your roles just keep changing. If he finds that, there's a point where he's like, oh, we need to find some ad seller. Can you just call some people, sell some ads? I was like, how the hell do I do that? I don't know how to do that either. So it was just a work in progress. And if you can't do it, okay, well, we may not make it past this month. We'll try it next month. And it just built off of that. And it kind of gave you the ability to kind of flow with anything, which we had no idea once it became in 2005. We were one of the first partners on YouTube. I think the first partner on YouTube. Yeah. This show that can adapt to the weird landscape of online media. So when I got there, it was right after, it was 2002 or 3. So, Bush had won. We're talking
might have
about
been like their first contract,
he's going in, 9/11 had happened. He's going into Iraq, and
no, they got their start on YouTube.
About how the media doesn't cover things the right way. To this day, go to Twitter or X now, which you probably don't want to go to, but go to that.
I'm just gonna hold on. I just want to bring up a point here, because in chat we got Les. He was saying how they don't teach civics in school, in high schools anymore, and I know Les is of a certain age. He talks about Nixon, so that should give you a clue, because he was definitely alive during Nixon. So I'll just say this, that Duke here was just like, I'm 31 and I took a civics class in high school, so it's almost weird what happens when you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
That's like now. Cenk today, unless it was yesterday, is still posting about how we were one of the first media entities that hates the media and didn't allow them to lie about everything that's happening from online media. I mean, from mainstream media to online. So now that online media has become such a huge, conglomerate,
Oh, you know what? No, you're right. Les, you are right. They were on Air America because that's where you're right. That's where I heard them first. You are correct about
People
that.
complain about
then they
the
moved
lack
to YouTube.
of
My
reality and truth telling on online because there's so many
May be
people
wrong
that
about
need
the
to
civics
lie
thing,
to
but
get
not
their point
that.
across or make money or build partnerships. And now people want
Les
to shut
Wiseman,
down
I
or
was
fact check online
a
media.
junior in high school.
Yeah. But bro, mainstream media has been lying since forever. We've been complaining about that since we started. So Cenk has not changed much at all. I'm sure some points and topics and arguments we all have do. I got in arguments with Cenk and Ben and them before, but it was very much just like on this one small topic. And we're able to talk it out and move on, even if we continue to disagree on it, which was, again, another good part about it. But it's just that nature of always just going and going and going. And it allowed us, I think, to thrive through the ebbs and flows of this business because they're hard. Because we didn't come in with like, I work at Fox Sports. And, if Fox Sports folds, it's over, bro. Because that's all you have. Or then you have to move on to CBS and it's limited positions.
Les, you're wrong. I'm a Howard dude. Les, this is what I hate about you, and I'll be honest. You're an abrasive dick, and you don't know what you're fucking talking about when you start talking about people's lived experiences. You've been doing this, and you've been getting called out in chat for it. So I'm going to call you out on this one. Yes, I did listen to Air America with my dad. You know what? He was not even really politically active, but it was something that, we enjoyed listening to because he wanted to educate me on this. I also listened to WLS AM radio with him. And yeah, I did have a Sirius because I was a Howard Stern listener. I also had an XM at the same time.
So anyways,
so
from it being the born of like this online media entity group, it was it's
and Baba Booey,
it's been an
bitch.
experience. And honestly, we had this nature of just putting a story in front of us and going. When I had to start using the teleprompter, I was like, this is really hard. Like teleprompter is hard.
I am an
and not
abrasive
because
dick.
you have trouble reading, but you have to still
All right, that was a good way of owning it. I'll give you that.
give the energy of your natural voice.
Oh man.
I write everything that I'll say. I'll give like the idea where I want to go with, and then I'll fly off of it. I like to give a launching point. Sometimes it's just starting is the hard part. But you have to read everything you say, and say you read everything that you say that someone else wrote. That's impossible. Why would Jimmy in production write up something for me? That's not what I would say.
I remember doing breakdown with Hassan, and it was we had to work really hard at like finding out each other's voice because I would write very academic things and he would write also very sort of like theory based or certain like turns of phrase that would be like, okay, if you translate this out of Turkish, I get it. In English, we need to like work on this a little bit. And yeah, I don't think either of us we're very much raised.
No, that's what I was saying. I heard the earlier version of TYT
sort of, and media's online sort of framework about.
I became a fan on YouTube. Like I started watching them. Majority Report is I listened to the original program because I was a fan of Janine Garofalo.
We're not using a teleprompter. Maybe we have some notes or like, we're obviously doing some research beforehand before we go on camera. Yeah. But like I am doing this whole like notes thing lately. So like I'm starting to get like real prepared with my homework and shit. But like there's a level of kind of freewheeling it that it's not to say there's anything wrong with using a teleprompter, and there's definitely instances like for Good Morning Bad News where I've used a teleprompter.
I said I was wrong about that, Les. It's weird. I admitted that you were right about them starting on Air America and being on Sirius first and then going to YouTube. I misremembered that. I'm sorry that I'm not a perfect person that just can remember everything. It's not like I just didn't take a huge,
just to get the delivery really fast. Certain mediums,
hit either,
TikTok, Reels, etc., Shorts really demand that. But
just really want to argue tonight.
People like that authenticity, but now we like it too much because people have now turned it into go on. It goes back to that parasocial relationships thing we were talking about a little bit earlier. Go on my favorite show, so I know you agree with me. This is behind so much the arguments, and they're like, Kamala Harris, go on Joe Rogan, or so and so, go on Chapo or whatever. Like it's it's not enough for someone to just like express their opinions. You now need to go on a podcast to affiliate yourself with someone and their opinions, which is like, I don't know. I'm just kind of going into how the adaptation of media goes, because you were kind of talking about how like TYT's been adapting for so many years. You did this a little bit in your own approach for instead of just trying to explain to people, you're just going to show people because you're tired of trying to explain your own existence. How do you think both TYT and just like, leftist media in general has to adapt to these next 4 years of a Trump administration where there isn't going to be, at least for the next 2 years to the midterms, there isn't going to be a lot of like legislative power to be done. A lot of people are burned out from, fighting on the streets and stuff like that. We have the general strike in 2028 that Sean Fain's been talking about to maybe look forward to, but that's 2028. There's still even concerns of like, do we skeleton crew the Democratic Party, or do we get started on ballot access for a third party 5 weeks ago? Like, I don't know. Like, to the extent that, and I think the left often overstates,
where do we go,
or can often overstate its influence, but to the extent that we have institutions like the right definitely does, you have to start with the foundation. You have to start to grease the skids somewhere, and I feel like we sort of have that sort of responsibility. That's a heavy question. There's great power comes great responsibility, JR. But exactly. Like, have you thought about like how do we approach like the past 4 years with Biden? We were kind of doing like, okay, cool, here's this policy thing. Okay, cool, here's what this right winger said. But like now it's going to be a totally different tone. I think a totally different like point of what we're doing. But we're also at a point where like we're not going to do the 2016 shit over again. Nor do we have the 2016 tools of like us being able to play Facebook and YouTube algorithms like we were back then to get our message out there. Now these are totally run by conservatives if you do have those algorithms. And corporations. And corporations. And those corporations are like, politics is trouble for us. We're going to deprioritize it anyways.
100%.
So these are all things that keep me up at night.
No, 100%. Yeah, because you'll look up, look, watch this has 1.3 million subscribers, and then you'll get a video that gets 800,000 views, and then a week later you get one that's 5.7. You know what I'm saying?
1,000.
So yes, consistently.
I'm just sitting here like,
and it's not that's because of the topic necessarily. You just don't know what it is. Because maybe it didn't get shared enough, or didn't hit at the right time, or have that right trigger word, or someone didn't see it. Like whatever it is that you're trying to analyze and constantly figure out what it is that you're getting the reach for. The hard part is balancing being able to survive and still do the thing that you think is important with a reality-based approach to it, and still being able to literally pay your bills. And they know that. That's why, you'll get some of these folks who call themselves authentic, even right-wing pundits online, and you look up and they're getting paid by someone who is not an authentic right-wing pundit. I mean, they're probably right-wing, but they're not authentic, and they're definitely not grassroots, because they're still controlling that nature. So what looks authentic is not authentic online. It's turned into online media that's facilitated by mainstream powers, still the same way. And it's people, I know people talk about that a lot, but it's really hard to identify. People will see your funding and stuff like that. Or who are the guys who were busted by getting paid by Russia?
Tenant Media.
Right?
Like, your Tim Pools, your Dave Rubins.
Give me names.
Who's that other guy with the glasses,
Benny Johnson?
right? Yeah, Benny.
Yeah.
And so then you have to question, wait a second. What do they believe? Because we're in these stages of capitalism where people will do anything to get their bills paid. Yeah, they'll sell out their positions. Who knows what people really believe? It's politics online now. They're just extensions of the same thing. Political leaders don't believe the damn shit that they say. They just do it. Who knows what Kamala Harris really, really wants to do? Who knows what Kamala Harris really thinks about the genocide that's going on in Gaza? Who really knows? Because she gave us hints that she feels empathy for it, that she wants to do something about it. But to what degree do then her handlers then say, you can't do that, you're going to get destroyed? You know what they're going to call you? You can't do it.
Oh, Democrats got AIPAC money this election cycle.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But then we'll still be called anti-Israel.
No.
We'll still be called like supporters of Hamas, you know? She'll do the thing where she goes, I'm speaking. You know, and then do a right. And then as soon as the backlash came, it turned into, okay, let me find a different way to not directly disrespect these folks. Let me act like I care so that I can get them back on my side. But then I actually do care. So how do I let them know that I really do care? So that if I do get in office, I promise I'm gonna do something else. But I can't really say it because these folks are paying for my campaign too. It's a mixed bag of so many different funding coming in.
I'm just gonna say it. They really are underestimating just how bad that fucked her campaign. Like the fact that they just like abandoned their positions, they just essentially just said, no, we don't care about the left. We're definitely not. We'd rather pivot towards the Republicans than, you know, the far left. Sorry, guys. And then they were wondering, it's like, why did we just lose a bunch of support? Wait a minute, that you're telling me that they don't like us? I'm gonna go to this part here.
And also, let me know if I haven't answered your questions, because I feel like I start and then I may not really get to them.
No, you're doing great. And also the questions are oftentimes starting points. And also I'm looking at time. We'll wrap this up in like 10, 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Everyone.
But yeah, like you're doing
TYT is bleeding sub sites like
just to get
Minus are gaining fast.
Yep,
they are.
Media and like adapting
Jack
to that.
Cottarella or whatever that guy's name is.
There's been a conversation about how, you know, post Kamala Harris,
so fast.
And you know that the 2024 election, Donald Trump winning, rather, that this is gonna date this conversation a little bit, but to put this moment in time, the discourse is the left needs a Joe Rogan. The left needs like a Tony Hinchcliffe. We need all these other different comedians and things like that. And to some extent, I believe that
we have
people who pay attention
Hassan
to
and Stavi
politics should also have other interests and branch out into those things, because then you
I'm
can
trying
have
to make it here. Damn.
movie people who are
wait a minute. I'm sitting here like, whoa, who could do that? Who could do that?
Political. You could have car people who are political. You could have MMA people who are political, and like on the left, like Southpaw Sports. I know those people are really good, right? So like, there's a lot of different like angles to do this. There's another angle, which is, you know, the country is moving further right. The algorithms themselves, like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, are controlling these things further right. Maybe the move is to position your coverage further right as well, or position one's coverage further right as well. And it's a very tempting thing because it's like there's a lot of money out there, like you're saying. So like, do you think that there's like any sort of, not saying like you would do this, but like, do you think there's any sort of like strategic advantage to doing something like moving to the right to fit in more with like and move an ideology? Because I think that's like a strategy that people
the point being to kind of appeal, and not for the sake of selling out, but more to kind of I hate to use the term because it sounds like, you know, the coastal elites educate.
Yeah, sure. Like, you know, people will assuade like whatever mission to it, and like it can be seen as selling out, which, you know, could be fair, right? Because like I said, that there's money on that table there, but not to say
money. It's really easy money.
One of JR and I's oldest jokes.
I was gonna say, but I was gonna hold it back.
One of JR and I's oldest jokes during production meetings for the main show was Jen could be saying something, and him and I would look at each other and we'd just go, you know, we could do it real quick, right? And JR would like work up a line. He's like, here's what black people need to do. Like,
I went on a roll for like 5 straight points one time. I was like, man, I could take this to Fox News right now.
There are so many moments, not necessarily like, you know, things we're experiencing, but just like parts in the news where it's just like, it would be so easy just to be black conservatives right now. Like, come on, JR, let's go. Just right now. Let's just do it. Let's just do it.
I was like, I could retire. Like, if I do it for like 3 years, I was gonna say 5, but that's a heavy commitment.
It's like a tour duty.
3 years. Give me like a contract. You're a contributor. You come on like what, twice a week or something? Talk on for 10 minutes on one panel about how horrible America is and how black folks don't really know what they're doing. It's very simple. Then I wouldn't have known the rates, but yo, you make a couple $1 million. You're great. You're good. You're like, I can set that aside, bro. I can go back and kick it. That's like a quick lottery.
Just in out. One election cycle, you'll be like, Alan Keyes is making sense. So it's like no one will ever remember your name ever again.
Think about it. I want you guys to think about. I'm not gonna say they really did that, but because I mean, people have their ideologies. They actually believe it. So I'm not gonna say that Black conservatives don't believe what they say, but I wonder. There has to be at least some that don't. There's got to be. To where they they went in.
I was gonna say like Jeff Wiggins had a really good point about Van Jones in a recent video. I mean, how are you gonna get like Black radical Van Jones on the other side, and then I'm gonna take money from Jeff Bezos and just like turn the other cheek a couple years later? There's a certain amount of, you know, Al Sharpton. I'm not gonna say he was like the most radical guy, but
they saw him that way.
He laid off the blueberry.
Are you guys
pies
noticing that JR's getting a little uncomfortable because he's like, don't say polymarket, don't say polymarket.
And then, see, I'm getting all the classics in.
The days before Ozempic was the thing.
Oh, it seems like JR is still a company
I'll do
man.
that the old-fashioned way. No, like, I mean, yeah, that is to that point. That is all to say that like it is very.
Does anybody know if JR or if Dan from the internet is still part of the TYT network?
And it's happening at the same time that you're having this like left wing.
Yeah, maybe the better way to do it, because this actually crossed my mind earlier when you were talking about those guys that were getting paid off by Russian whatever interests or whoever was paying them, and probably Star. If you approach, like, again, I said Charlie Kirk's people reached out and they want to debate. They always want to do that stuff like that. And I'm not saying specifically Charlie Kirk's people, but just people like that, because it's a generator for views and money. So there's a way that you could come in as having your perspective without the assumption that the person
left
you're
as a
going to
contributor,
talk
if
to
I'm
that
not mistaken.
disagrees with
Okay,
you
thank you.
wants to destroy the country. That is the
Squishmallow
main
dragon.
conflict.
I trust
Every
you on that.
time anybody has these conversations where you have a differing opinion about the way to go forward with the country, the thought is always, but you want to do this because your actual hidden intention is to destroy this country. That's always it. So that there can be this level of anger at the other person. So then the mindset of the people who support you because they like your points of view, or maybe you said something that was smart enough or agreeable enough that they were like, anything that person says, I'm on board with. And then when they go into one of these disagreements and says, yeah, you guys just like these policies because you hate America. You're like, okay, that's the basis for our argument now. Is now each person has to disprove that they hate America, but then also prove that the other one hates America. That's the only thing we're arguing about. We're no longer arguing about how we're going to get minimum wage up. How are people going to have higher wages? Because if we say, no one says, I want the American people to make 25 cents an hour. Conservatives don't say that either. What they say is that, we just got to give all of our money to rich people, and eventually they'll give us higher wages if you work hard enough. And generally, leftists will say, well, listen, the rich people got tons of money. How about we make them pay us? That's all it is. That's the only difference. We all want people to have more money from this level. Of course, the folks that have all the money, they all agree, whether they're lib-leaning or right-leaning, they all want to keep their money. So they just have different ways of making sure people aren't coming for their money. And then so we're fighting amongst ourselves over things that have nothing to do with money. Did you know that in Omaha, there was a transgender girl that ran track? Bro, what does that have to do with the price of eggs and milk and cheese?
There's a story about migrants that are overrunning a town in middle America. Like, yeah, there's this aspect of stuff is just like, at least the place I come from with it is that I think the left is a coalition. I think whatever little platform that I have is one where
nationalism does the same thing to your brain as a cult. I could see that. I could totally see that. The tribalism aspect, the whole like belief.
I'm not going to spread misinformation on behalf of keeping the coalition together, but I'm also going to be mindful of the right wing where, I don't think the average Republican voter, maybe inept, but I also think that about the most American voters. I don't think the average.
Wait, hold on. Flags are quite literally a mind control device. It is a symbol to capture your identity. It's demonic.
Republican voter.
Come on, sometimes it's just fun art.
Holds this sort of like animosity. I want to destroy
tell us what
my
you think about
enemies
the
in the
Denver
same way that like a
airport.
Republican pundit does. I guess you kind of have to play that game when you're like speaking rhetorically, right? Like, I know Ben Shapiro has absolute animosity towards people of color, queer people, etc. He does that materially. He expressed that verbally, and he tries to walk it back, even though he literally doesn't actually mean it, right? But when you're in a debate with him, when you're in that kind of conversation with him, you can't treat him like that, because then his audience will just use that as see how uncivil they are while see how uncivil they are while I'm talking about deporting their families. So it's sort of this weird like catch-22 thing. But like I've always found that it's always easy to go, okay, this story is being talked about for a reason because of all these right-wing incentives that exist. How can I provide an answer for the left so that whenever someone brings up the trans swimmer, I can go like, oh, you know, the person complaining about that would have gotten like 4th or 5th place in that race anyways. So it's like, it's not like you took some scholarship or something from this one. This is a whiny sore loser who wouldn't even made podium, who is turning this into an issue because she's now a conservative celebrity.
She literally saw it as
one of
like
my favorite, again, you're like wait
15
and see
minutes.
and just watch what happens approach has made me, has enlightened me so much. Because I saw what happened with admissions this year. This is the first year where affirmative action was not allowed to be used for admissions. And guess what? Admissions of Asian students went down. And again, I'm not trying, and again, like Asian
This is
and
fact-based.
Yes, Asian and Latino are one of those, like, it's such a broad category, you have to really break it down. So I'm not going to say, like, all Asian American Pacific Islander folks are, like, railing against affirmative action. But you had a lot of conservative poster children who were white women and Asian men and Asian women who are saying that, like, we're working hard and we're losing out on all of our spots to blacks. Guess what happened, Playboy? You lost your spot.
It's one of those things. Yeah, because results, factual things that we gloss over. When someone gives you a factual argument, an evidence within an argument, you know what we do all the way up to
she came in
presidential candidates. We gloss right over it. J.D. Vance was told a lot of things that were factually based. And then when he had to answer for it, he goes, I don't think the American people care about that. That is the answer every time to something when someone's cornered. If you hear a politician say, I think the American people care about, and they go to 7 other things, it means you just had them cornered. And as soon as they go to those 7 other things, listen, and then go, okay, but what I asked you about was why is it that you think that women should have lesser, their people without children should have a lesser role in our society? Because, or just come with them and say, it's all it is a made up set. I don't think the American people care about that. We're like, actually, the American people do care about that. So answer the damn question. But they're not going to do it. Then they eventually won't come on. They have the power of making sure that you don't have any views because you couldn't land the vice presidential candidate, all that same stuff. They use their power of the fact that you need them on your show to, again, it all comes back to making money, getting views. And this goes to mainstream media. This isn't just an online media thing. So anyways, back to the original thing that you were asking about. Maybe it's not so much that you go in there with this idea that you have to agree with the people that you disagree with, so therefore become a sellout. But then more so that you come with the energy of, or even have an agreement, be like, I want us to discuss the topics.
Give me a sec.
I want us to discuss how we get to what we both agree we would like, which is a prosperous America for everyone. And if they don't want to agree to that, because then they say, well, these black people are lazy, these Latinos don't want to do anything else, they're all illegals, then you can hit them with the facts. The hard thing with being that person is it's hard to come with a million facts and figures off the top of your head. And it's really easy to say they're pouring across the border at unprecedented numbers. Did you know that they're raping at higher levels than ever in American history? And then now you have to go, okay, let me look up the actual numbers to how many actual sexual assaults happen to children based off of this particular demographic, whether it's this men or women or trans folks or drag queens, because the numbers will tell you that it's white men. Just saying. But then that becomes offensive because any white man that's listening will then go, well, how dare they come for me like that? I'm not coming for you like that. I'm telling you the facts. We detach ourselves from facts and reality because we've told normal folks that smart people think they're better than you. So if someone comes with facts and figures, they look like a smart person and they're not actually. You don't have to be smart to read, to a degree, but you don't have to be smart to read. It's
no one
just
calls you woke for
reality
reading stats from a sports game.
right? It's not like we have to detach ourselves from letting them characterize reading as an elitist thing or reciting facts and evidence as a elitist thing. Remember when Obama ran? They said he's an elitist, Harvard-educated law guy.
I'm old enough to remember when Biden described him as clean and articulate.
Yeah. It was a bad thing to be smart. Now Donald Trump runs around and says that his uncle worked for MIT. Which one is it? Are we supposed to be stupid or not? That dumbass Pete Hegseth. He said, I did this in one of my videos on Watch This. He goes, one of his older rants on Fox and Friends. He goes, anybody from now on, anybody that I see that's graduated from an Ivy League elitist college, I'm automatically going to assume that they have no common sense. And then I think it was Jessica Tarloff. She goes, didn't you graduate from Harvard and Princeton?
Ooh.
But they just use it in that moment. He goes, yeah. And he moved on.
Same with JD Vance. Everybody want to rail against the elite. And you're even seeing this on TikTok. There's a bunch of people who are talking about
the fact that they buy into one of
you can make so much money without going to college, and these are all college graduates. It's like wherever the sauce is coming from, check the source. Check the source, check the expiration date.
Yeah.
No, here's my fun curveball question unrelated to the media stuff, although I think it was like really insightful, and I think it's like really important about what you said, because a lot of like what I got from that is just like it's important to just like be yourself and show the information there and not fall for these like right-wing trans panics and immigration fears because they fall on fear.
Term.
Trans panics?
Yeah.
Oh no, totally.
I'm too detached. I didn't know that term.
No, totally. Yeah. As my late great friend Michael Brooks used to say, see, he's right here on my shirt. Shout out Letterhack.
Michael Brooks.
Members got to experience the ideas you just heard first with extra minutes and with fewer interruptions.
We love Michael Brooks here, so that was okay. That was okay. I'll say it was a good interview, but it wasn't what I thought it was. Especially like with the drama that's going on at TYT, that I thought that Dan was going to have some harder questions for JR. I know that he didn't want to put him on the spot. I also did have it confirmed that Dan from the internet has indeed like left being a contributor on TYT. So it was interesting. Okay, so somebody over on Twitch chat had a recommendation for the Destiny Adam Freeland? Wait a minute. Do I know who that guy is? Give me a sec. Oh shit. We're at 981. Look at that. We're making our way there. That's cool. Ooh. All right. We'll give it a shot. Why not? Not a big fan of Destiny, but this guy kind of looks like a douche that would have some opinions that are even more reprehensible. I don't know. Destiny's whole kind of pivoting to the... you can't even say he's pivoting right, because even right-wingers are just like, what the fuck, man? It's kind of weird to see him just be like the ultimate contrarian. Like, did you see somebody called him on that too, where they're just like, Destiny, I feel like you're just doing this to be edgy. That was kind of funny, because It was one of the rare times where he didn't have like one of his like, quippy answers. He just kind of was like, Yeah, I feel like that might have been a legitimate critique. All right. How long is this? 40. Oh God, if we watch this at double speed, we won't be able to understand anything. Oh, screw it. We'll go into it. Might have to eat during this because I'm so hungry. Give me a second. Pull it up. Go from the music right to it. All right, so Destiny versus Adam Friedland.
Hi. Welcome on being the last bastion of free speech in American politics today. Kind of like a modern-day Algonquin roundtable. On the 26th of November, I had a discussion with the prominent political thinker Stephen Bunnell, aka Destiny. I invited Mr. Bunnell on our program because there's been a clamoring for a Joe Rogan of the liberal movement. Both of our names have been mentioned as
Dude, this guy went to the school of what was that guy? Leonard
candidates for such an honor, and
I forgot his name.
There can only be one.
He did like the
And as you'll come
Masterpiece
to see,
Theater.
The answer is me. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is a prominent streamer. He's amassed over 1 million subscribers across platforms. Everyone, please welcome Destiny. How are you?
I'm good.
Let's talk. Okay, so
How are you?
You don't have to. Okay, let's talk about so your prep process before this. So you did a deep dive. But so what's your conclusion? You think pretty good?
For like.
You're a big fan though?
For you guys?
Not you, no, me.
This guy trying to be funny.
I give you like a 50-50.
But like you think pretty fire, no? The interviews?
Yeah, I think they're pretty good.
Yeah, you like the one with Jadakiss?
Fuck, man, I didn't watch that many. I watched 2. I watched the Cuomo one, and I watched the Finkelstein one.
I thought you do hours and hours of documents and resurge.
No, I just read Wikipedia, and if it's not full hosted there, I don't watch it.
Is this guy trying to do the Zach Galifianakis between two ferns bit? Because I've seen the bit, and is that what this is? Can somebody just sound off and...
That's crazy.
Is this guy like...
Mariska Hargitay
from
Law and Order.
Damn.
She looked good. No, a little bit. No.
I don't remember that show.
You don't watch shows?
No.
Okay.
I watch anime, play video games.
So
if you have anime or video game questions, I'm the guy. Okay.
I don't know anything.
But pop culture, the awkward part is like Cuomo and you were like making jokes, and my whole chat is like laughing because it's like pop culture.
You watch it with them?
Yeah, with them. I stole all your content.
Best friend.
And I have to like laugh with them, but I have no idea like what the jokes are.
Did you watch it like at 4 times?
I stole all your content.
I tried watching some of the videos, but I kind of like. I had a semi-panic attack. The aesthetics of a stream, like there's 2 chats going on the side, and you're like tiny. You watch videos like at 7x. It's chaos for someone that doesn't have familiarity with it. It made me feel old, and I kind of realized at a certain point I was like, it's probably better if I like don't really do any preparation, so I could like in a natural way. No, I mean, just don't laugh at me. You're on his side already? Okay. No, so if in a natural way I could like figure out like who you are and what you do, you know?
Okay.
In a way that's not contrived, where I have gotchas and zingers.
The abbreviated version is I grew up in Omaha, Nebraska.
Did you do forensics? Debate?
No. Is that the same thing?
It is the same thing. It's like
forensics and debate.
It's not like dead bodies at crime scenes, but I was in it, but I was quite bad actually.
Oh, okay.
I did Lincoln Douglas debate.
That's like a format, isn't it?
It's a format. Yeah.
You're like more of a pro debater than I am.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
not
never
pro.
done formal.
I went to nationals though.
Oh my God,
Twice.
national
But
twice.
I went in speech because I was like a razzle dazzle man. But like in debate, I got too emotional. I was like, I thought it was like a movie.
Oh,
I thought I had to give like a Atticus Finch kind of. But I have very like limited critical thinking skills. So people would be like, you're gay.
Okay.
What was your first like debate? It was against
All right, that was pretty
YouTuber John Tron.
No, but I mean that was probably my first like really big one.
That was like a come up moment for you?
It was like a big bump moment, yeah. But my whole career's been like pretty steady. Like I haven't had like big explosions. But the John Tron debate was definitely like a exclamation mark, I guess.
What was the nature of that debate?
Basically, as gamers and everybody was becoming like more political, I noticed that like JonTron was kind of tweeting some just like weird things. I usually give people a lot of benefit of the doubt, but like I see JonTron tweeting things like, the Japanese are all Japanese, so why can't like Americans be all American or whatever? And I'm just like seeing things like this. I'm like, I don't know. So I start listening to, do you know who Sargon of Akkad is?
He's one of the guys you've debated.
Yeah. But I'm starting to listen to a conversation between him and JonTron, and I'm like, holy shit, he's like programming this
Does he wear
guy.
a cape? It sounds like he wears a cape.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. You've debated Fedmeister.
Fedmeister. I don't think we ever debated, but he's a guy.
Esports Batman.
That's like, these are people in my community, yeah. Where are you getting these names from?
Ice Poseidon.
Oh my god, I feel like
all the stars are here. Ice Pisco. Naked Ape.
Norm Macdonald
Who's
reference, I got
Naked
it.
Ape?
Yeah, crazy people online,
Who's
yeah.
Naked Ape? He's a crazy guy. Actual Jake. But you've also
I don't know who a lot of these people are. Like, I've heard of these.
I'm pretty sure you
Jake, really?
you debated
Like, these are like people I've tweeted at
Bob
before, maybe.
7.
Yeah, that's a guy, yeah.
Dick Masterson. Is that his Christian name?
I'm not sure.
It sounds like a porn star.
It does, actually.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like one a little bit.
70s style porn star. Yeah. Mustache. Yeah.
He has one, yeah.
Yeah.
Or he did.
Like a fucking hammer on him, too. And it looks like your dad is fucking someone.
I don't think my dad looked like a 70s porn star, but...
Have you watched, like, in those, you know...
I haven't watched a lot of 70s porn, no.
You only watch contemporary?
Yeah.
But you've also, like, debated with, like, conservatives like Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, next. So you grew up in Omaha, Nebraska.
I hated school. I was a really bad student.
You're bad at school.
Same.
But
I
you're
was a
just
bad
naturally smart.
I don't know if I'd say I'm naturally smart.
You're pretty smart at, like...
I'm decently smart. I'm probably a bit smarter than average, but I can sit in front of a computer and for 8 hours a day, like, learn stuff and then argue about it with people, which is like the best way to reinforce what you learn. So
I mean, you made a lot of money from arguing against.
I'm really
right?
good at it. Okay, sure.
You're really good. What's your record?
Undefeated.
Never catching a no.
Absolutely never.
Is there a time where you're like, I got blown out on points on that one?
Anytime it happened, it was intentional.
That's such a nerd thing. Like, it's like I'm punching myself. I'm punching myself.
Yeah,
You
and then my
lose
cheek
on
gets
purpose.
stronger, and then the next guy that punches me is like, fuck.
No one punches themselves.
He's a Saiyan.
Why not? You don't know that?
No, you avoid conflict at all. I'm not going to punch.
With every loss, I only get stronger.
Because you know that your fist will shatter.
No, you hide and avoid conflict at all costs.
Said you were emotional and scared. Was this pre-transition or?
No, I've always been a man.
Okay.
So your family, they're together too.
Yeah.
He wasn't ready for that. That was kind of...
Why?
I saw a video. You did a debate with your mom.
My mom is Cuban.
She's Cuban, of course.
They're very loud. They argue a lot. That's just like the way they are.
You shouldn't debate your mom on your show.
Why? It's fun. She likes to argue with me.
No, it's not right.
It's not right?
I don't know.
Why not?
My mom died 4 years ago. You should be nice to your mom.
I can be nice. That's how we show that we love each other.
That she's a MAGA idiot.
You shouldn't
in front
project
of your
your
fans.
trauma onto other people, okay? You
saying
sound
that-
pretty traumatized. Why do I need to know your
Oh
mom's
no,
dead?
I'm happy about it. What are you talking about?
You're projecting it onto me. Like, oh, why don't you tell your mom? I didn't tell her I loved her before she died, and now I get
I did
sad
tell
when
her
I
I
see
loved her.
Okay, then what's your problem? I'll tell my mom I love her too before she dies.
That's the point of having a mom?
Before she
You
dies.
drop a I love you for the first time right at the end?
I've probably said it once or twice before.
Were you a bratty kid?
No, because I was like a clone of their political beliefs, so I would like argue with them to like the TV.
They're
like,
conservatives?
Oh yeah, hard conservatives.
They watched like O'Reilly.
They're like Ryder. No. Oh my God, no. I was
They're
happy.
Rush.
No. Yes, but I was happy because like 7 or 8 years ago, my mom told me, she's like, I don't watch Fox News anymore. I'm like, oh my God, that's so good for you.
So she's like,
InfoWars.
Yes,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
You said that as a joke, but that's true, yeah.
Really?
I was happy, but she went to Facebook and she was getting all of her news from like the memes
better.
and then like Alex Jones. Like my mom will send me texts of like, Stevie, look at what this guy said. And I'm like, Mom, this guy tweeted 2 days ago that I was a cuck.
That's why she's watching. I'm kind of more of like a wild card.
That's
Really?
why she's watching.
You don't know if I'm zigging or zagging.
Oh, okay. Zag for me a little because this
That's
whole
a
thing's
pretty
been a
good
zig.
zigger.
Shut the fuck up. you
Okay.
fucking- This isn't StarCraft stream.
This is pretty funny.
You studied music in
All right.
college. What was your
All right.
focus? Like classical music, composition?
I would have been a performance major. I think it's woodwind performance. I played saxophone. And then I would have been a composition minor.
So you're more of a jazz man.
Like the girl studies to lo-fi hip hop beats.
We were speculating that before the show. I said I think he's an Eminem fan. And
Obviously,
you said,
growing up, yeah, for sure. Major influence.
Can you go bar for bar?
Yeah, which ones?
Forgot About Dre?
First of all, hold on. First of all,
The
that's,
Eminem verse.
Yeah, wait, that's
When
not
the
an
cops came
Eminem
through
song.
with Dre's-
That's a Dr. Dre song. Okay.
Featuring Eminem.
Sure, yeah, but it's a
Dre
feature.
said next to burn down house. Ticket, 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 Slim Shady.
Hateful sadist. Cumtown was funnier before they started hanging around with Hassan. Even Nick Mullins is less edgy. You know what?
Twin lady.
I'll just say that like Stavros and Mullins, they I think that they finally got kind of sick of like the pivot, because a lot of the guys that were hanging with Bert Kreischer, they started doing the right wing pivot, and you got a few guys that didn't want to do it, and I'll also include Dan Soder in that. Like those guys are starting to separate from that specific scene. Like you don't see Soder showing up nearly as much. I mean, he still shows up, but not. I mean, he used to be on like every other show.
With the Mercedes Benz with the tick goes up to the mid 80s. Calling men ladies. That's what you do for your job, no? Sorry, Doc, but I'm being crazy. Do you ever go 8 Mile in a debate where you're like, I live in a trailer.
That's what this is. Yeah,
My
not
mama
even Zach Galifianakis. This guy's trying to be like the white Eric Andre. Okay,
I'm
that
gay.
makes sense.
You should try that in a debate.
Yeah. I actually stopped listening to him because he doesn't
He's
say the
not
N-word
the
enough for me,
worst
so.
at it, but
I thought it was because his awfully hot coffee pot freestyle against Trump.
I think there's an argument to be made that drugs can unlock parts of our minds, and that when he stopped doing drugs, he locked away some parts, like the rapping parts.
Are you a drugs guy?
I'm not like a crazy
you
drugs guy, but I like, like mushrooms, LSD, MDMA, that kind of stuff.
You like tripping?
Sometimes, yeah. Not anymore.
Yeah. Sometimes it's scary, no?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you like realize that everyone in your life hates you and laughs at you behind your back.
Really?
Yeah, but then you come out of it and you realize you're the most popular guy. You're an inspiration. So you dropped out of school.
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Because you sucked at music?
I was working a lot.
I don't want it to be. I don't care if it's right or left or right. I just want it to be funny. Well, that's kind of part of the problem, though, is the more they placate to like right-wing audiences, the less funny it gets.
So within a year, you were fired from your job, which you attribute to your difficulty navigating workplace politics and understanding others' emotional experiences.
Jesus, who wrote that sentence?
Wikipedia, according to Wikipedia.
Okay. I had an issue on my night shift, and then it was not being stalled by I did graveyard, and the swing people weren't setting me up for something. It had to do with like cleaning out the bottom of a soda machine. Every time I would come an employee, and if they were good, they would immediately get poached after I trained them. And then I come into HR, and I'm like, okay, there's no way I'm getting fired from my job. This is not me at all. I'm like, well, what I didn't realize at the time was that email the one up and CC. In my mind, I'm like, oh, it's like an accountability thing, so everybody's not me at all. I'm like, well, let's go through these write-ups. And then she's like, did you come in?
So okay, so then you were an early adopter of streaming and Twitch, right?
Arguably the first full-time
British
job to do streaming, yeah.
So you saw the vision?
No, I just carpet cleaning sucked.
How did you gain prominence? Or
I was like a funny guy to watch play video games. Like I'd like say funny things, argue, scream at people, whatever. Like that was my
part of that culture.
It's the experience.
And then how did you parlay that into debates or politics?
By the time 2016 rolls around, there's a historic, horrendous event called GamerGate.
They were mad that girls were trying to make video games?
It was just a whole, there was probably a legitimate complaint about some girl that had some bad relationship with like a reviewer or something. I think there's some like element of legitimate complaint there, but it blew up into like just the most ridiculous like.
Someone smashed a journalist?
Yeah, who reviewed a game, I think. I don't even want to say the names because I don't know like 100% of the details, so I don't like fuck it up. But the problem is whenever you get on a movement like that, there's a whole bunch of riffraff that can come in.
When you're playing a game and you're chatting shit at another guy.
Yeah,
it becomes like kind of embedded in a culture. Is that?
Oh, a little bit, yeah. Because you don't see each other face to face, so you have to ramp up the aggression as much as possible. Yeah.
So you became like a left-leaning kind of commentator on that.
Yeah. From 2016 onwards, especially with Trump, like every single fucking thing in life is like political, hardcore now, and like all of the culture was kind of moving more. I don't want to say woke because that makes it sound bad, but like to be more inclusive and stuff. So like Black Panther came out and people were like, oh my God, black superhero lead Marvel movie, and Anita Sarkeesian and women in games and everything. So people just had a lot of opinions about it. Yeah. Right?
Maybe it's because they so many people. They're like, we got to get some blacks in these movies.
The Wakandans did?
No, I mean the executives, the Jewish executives in the Jewish media.
Yeah, Jews control the movie industry.
Yeah, it's like our Palestine. We invented it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're doing this 7 days a week for how many hours? 10 hours a day?
Oh, no, like my schedule is like 7 days a week, 8 hours, but there's a lot of other stuff I'm working on too. So like I do 2 podcasts.
It's not bad at the deadpan.
I'll give them
the credit, man.
Working?
Basically every waking hour.
Who are the people that like typically like make up that are in this community? Like
my community?
Yeah, yours. Skews male?
Heavily male. I think 88% was our last survey.
Dude.
Probably heavily like white. just because it's like tech and politics and shit.
And they're watching 10 hours a day?
No, probably not all of them, not most of them. But they are watching probably for like an hour or two, which is a lot to consume of a person, yeah.
Yeah. You can get pussy off debates?
Yeah.
Do you think has a woman ever watched you like winning a debate and just becoming, have you noticed her in the...
I mean, isn't dating and like fucking chicks, isn't that all kind of like a debate? Isn't that what you're doing when you go to dinner? You're trying to make the best argument for why.
Yeah, but you can't win.
You can't win?
You debate women?
We all debate women. Life is a big debate against women,
it's
right?
not fair. No, dude. What happens is you're winning and then they cry and then you instantly lost, and it's not fair. It's fucking cheating.
Oh.
Even if you're demolishing them with facts and logic. Is there one moment that you're like, you feel is a crowning achievement? Do you think that was my biggest dub, or like?
I mean, like different debates feel good, I guess, for different reasons. So, like, there are debates that are big; they get you a lot of popularity or notoriety. There are debates that I like prepare very heavily for, and I feel like I do good, but they might not be as popular. So, I guess it just depends.
What feels like satisfying for you while you're doing one?
Well, I don't want to step on any toes and open the most divisive issue ever for a prior guest, but I did a lot of preparation for the Finkelstein interview.
People said I cooked him way harder than you.
I don't think we ever debated anything of substance.
Not on your
thing.
debate.
Yeah.
I didn't watch a 17-hour debate on Lex Friedman about Israel,
my bad.
where some fucking goy is popping off about my shit.
I'm.
No, I don't want to go into substantive review of that debate.
Not, yeah.
But I did think it was kind of funny. Mr. Benelli, when he was saying your last name wrong on purpose.
Yeah, over and
it's
over.
kind of alpha.
It was hilarious.
Mr.
Yeah.
Benelli,
True.
you are, what do you say, fantastic moron.
This guy's winning me over.
You kind of did cook your ass there a little bit, no?
You
should have like dapped him for that. You should have been like, that's bars.
Should I?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Well, you're mad at him still?
Brandon,
Do you get mad
cheers.
during debates?
Have fun.
I mean, it depends on the conversation, yeah?
You know, I've seen various clips where you're like getting
I care about the topics, yeah, they're important to me, yeah.
It's ideological, or is it like, do you feel like you're backed into a corner? Or do you
despite the, I guess people saying I'm a grifter or whatever, there are things that I'm passionate about. Like the only reason I'm arguing a thing is because I feel strongly about it. I'm usually pretty good at understanding if I'm like really far behind in subject matter. So if there's a debate where I realize like, ooh, I'm like, I can't do this, generally I just like ask questions, I just kind of like poke and prod. So I've had a couple where...
Has someone changed your mind ever?
It's less common now that I do a lot more like in-depth research, and I kind of match my convictions appropriately more now. So like before everything was kind of binary, it's either like I believe this or I don't believe it. And now there'll be positions where it's like, I think this is true, but I'm like 50% on it, so I could be like swayed.
What is winning?
Maybe the person deletes their account after.
If they
or gets fired from their job.
Humiliated.
Yeah.
Like how do you feel
Wow,
after
he really
you win?
is kind of evil. Like he sucks.
Top
Like
of the world.
It feels great.
Like
Jesus
doing cocaine
Christ,
for the first
dude.
time again. Every time.
Oh, see, this is the
Because
difference. I didn't
you
like Coke.
Advance some sort of political project, or you won because someone cried?
Honestly, it depends on like, I had like a thing, the 3 Ps, people, place,
penis,
policy.
Penis.
If I'm arguing with like a friend over where we should go to eat, my goal is not to destroy the person, right?
I assume that's what your life is.
Yeah, I'm like an ordinary human being.
Oh, I
usually,
thought
yeah.
you were like a cocksucker at first.
Jesus.
Our first interaction was horrible.
What was our first one?
When I went on your stream, I felt like it was terrible, and I watched it back and I thought it was unwatchable. And the thing that bothered me was that reading comments, there had to be like one guy who won a talk on a stream for 10 minutes.
That's just fan behavior. They always do that.
That psychological processing of media is.
I think
has
it's
to be
really bad.
It's detrimental. It has
There's
to
a lot
be.
of artwork from Hitler that I like, and people can't separate.
Okay, so let's have a debate right now. Let's have a debate right now.
Okay.
You're the Fuhrer Adolf Hitler. I'm the dean of the Vienna College of Art.
Okay.
What are the
Debate your way
Right
into
to
college.
Auschwitz for you.
What?
I would deport you immediately.
You didn't have Auschwitz yet, you fucking idiot. Debate your way into my college. So I looked at your portfolio. It just doesn't seem Vienna quality. You're not VU quality.
I think I have a lot of potential. I ran a lot in World War I. Did that happen yet for this? Because he was a runner. I was a runner.
I don't think that running has anything to do with your...
While being shot at. Don't the best artists
Yeah,
have
but
like
that's what-
traumatic experiences?
Yeah, but everyone went to war in World War I.
Okay, but not everybody can also paint a little bit. Why are you so stuck up?
You're not getting yourself into college right now.
Why not?
Dude, just say you're gonna do the
If you
Holocaust
don't-
later if you don't let me go. Okay, run it again and say I
Okay.
will
If you
kill
don't let
every
me-
Jew.
Yeah, if you don't let me into college, you're going to regret it.
Why?
Because I'm going to kill at least 1 million Jews.
Well, I think that would be wrong. So guess what? Welcome to Vienna. You are
an artist.
An artist.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
But then I get to year 1 and I just want to draw anime, and then they kick me out.
They didn't have that shit yet.
Really? When do you think they invented anime?
After what those bastards did to our beautiful
like the
Pearl
50s.
Harbor. I think when you first mentioned us, you said it was a simulacrum inside of a simulacrum, but I saw like a thing that was like debating my wife or something, and you said that was a meme from the right wing.
One of the issues today is that like if a thing starts as a meme, it very quickly leaves orbit from your community, and then people will like unironically believe a thing, and then
you didn't debate your wife.
No.
So where did it come from? You had a breakup though? Or
yeah, we had. I mean, like it was a relatively public relationship. She was like a streamer person, and then I'm obviously a streamer person. We were together for 5 years. But when we broke up / divorced, I think somebody made a comment about like, oh, this guy debated his wife out of the divorce or whatever. And then I see people repeat.
You went on stream and you like detailed like what you were going through for your like what led you to do that?
Basically, my policy is that like I'm cool keeping everything private except if somebody else starts like making things public and I think it's being misrepresented, then I'll make my side public. So basically it was that kind of, yeah.
She was saying things about you?
I think her and her boyfriend had said like a few things and I was like, I don't think this is true. So then I said a few things and then it usually goes back and forth like that.
Didn't it, like I went through like from podcasting a breakup like 6 years ago. People are still talking about it online.
Yeah.
And it kind of like my takeaway from that was that I kind of needed to have like a real division between personal and private life. You kind of went in the opposite direction.
The reality is too is that if you're public about everything, there's not really much that people can attack you with.
But it's just like it creates a dynamic where you're kind of accountable to the guys who like your politics debates.
I mean, I guess a little bit, but like
it's about a breakup. It's probably a painful thing, no?
Yeah, but I mean, nobody online cares about that, so.
Yeah, but fuck that. I mean, they're the fans.
Yeah,
right?
but like imagine if some stuff leaks and I don't talk about it, then you kind of are.
You don't have to talk about it.
Yeah, but then everybody else can. So.
But I think engaging with that is like you're sacrificing some modicum of dignity, no?
I mean, it depends on what is worth more to you, I guess, is engaging with it or allowing other people to basically tell the story. Right?
She was doing fake news at you, and you had to do real news?
I had to be the CNN fact check.
You don't have to
I had to be the Reuters fact checker, and I had to come in and I had to give that 4 Pinocchios on a lot of her claims. She had a lot of Pinocchios, You
don't have to do this crap for these people. It's kind of like blurring that line between. I mean, like it seems to me.
So
it's
here's
like
the funniest part. Like I'm having a hard time differentiating when he genuinely does care about something. So that's how I'm like kind of like, all right, he's pretty good at selling this.
There's no
but you're just watching videos and talking about politics.
Streaming is like a lot. That's a lot of a person to watch, right? You're sitting there for like 8 hours a day sometimes watching like every fucking thing that goes on through this person's life.
So if you have to take a massive shit, you think if there's no line, you take the camera and you keep streaming while you're taking a dump?
I'll draw the line at toilet stuff.
So toilet is the line.
Yeah.
Okay, so I defeated you. There is a line.
Jeez.
Another victory, flawless.
Good job. Nice.
Does it ever feel like I don't know, like airing out grievances?
I mean, depending on like in an
flawless.
ordinary friendship, somebody might talk a little bit of shit. Like like I saw Adam, he was sitting extra gay yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? And normally that comment would be said and it would just die in the room. Correct. But in a streamer world, there might be like a camera and somebody sees that. And then some guy goes over to, like Nick's stream, like, hey, or to your stream, like, oh, this guy said that you looked so fucking gay that day. And then you might be like, oh, well, that's because he's mad because his dad, fucked him.
Who cares? Like,
it's fans and anti-fans. I'm just explaining like that's how like an ordinary interaction that in the real world would go nowhere will become like top line drama of like people going back and forth because everybody's reporting everything and nobody watches the original.
Seems like you're like intentionally like professionally in a Truman Show that you're in the Truman Show.
Yeah, I think when you stream, I think you're kind of that's a little bit what you're setting up for, yeah.
Do you see that as taking any type of psychological toll on yourself?
Interesting.
Not me, because I'm just so good.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
But for a lot of people, yeah. So I'm like predisposed to being good in that environment, but for a lot of people, and even for me sometimes, yeah, it's kind of annoying. And if anybody wants to, like talk anything about me or whatever, everybody has an opinion, so, but.
Kind of the position that you inhabit, which is like Democrat Israel, is like the perfect kind of like, you get both, because the internet is so polarized, right? You get like, you have like rose emojis and then you have Nazis. There are a lot of Nazis now. Yeah. But in having this position, it seems like.
That clip. Hold on. I gotta see that.
It's so polarized, right? You have like rose emojis, and then you have Nazis. There are a lot of Nazis.
There are a lot of
but
Nazis.
in having this position, it seems like
such a
I'm not
funny
speculating that
way
you're
to
doing
say
this as a
that.
business move,
Yeah,
but
you
it
got
is
the
kind
Nazis.
of
There's a lot of
the
Nazis.
perfect troll. You are going to have the most people that want to yell at you, and then you can yell back at.
I mean, there's.
The centrist
found an
community can't be
unscratched
like,
scratch
There's a
off
lot
on the
there's a
ground.
lot to.
You don't
What?
go to centrist
Okay?
parties on the
Good
South
Big
luck,
questions,
Squishmallow.
okay?
No, I'm
These are
just
big
saying.
questions.
I'm just saying, like,
It's not
if it goes really well, then maybe you can donate to the cause here.
the most profitable position to hold.
I'm saying you have the most people that you could like.
Yeah, but the problem is that when you actually want to fight with people, if you actually want to challenge people, those people don't want to talk to you. This is something. It's my whole career has been like continually learning this. It's like in the beginning of this year, I chatted with, I debated Shapiro, Owens, and Peterson, but it was only because I was willing to like do it with like kids' gloves the whole time.
And you and Ben kind of liked each other at the end.
It was, I mean, but because it was a nice.
You both talk fast.
No, it was because if he says some crazy shit, I'm not going to call him out hardcore on it. Because I'm trying to be nice and like build bridges so we can have more challenging conversations.
We understand each
But
other.
I think
We
the
focus.
reality is that if it's ever going to
piece of
be, only because of the yarmulke.
You agreed to talk to them, but why you held back? Because what?
Because I think if you push somebody too much on like a core fundamental issue, then they don't want to talk to you.
So
they
you
don't
felt
wanna,
compelled to yell at Norman Finkelstein, who's passionate about the subject and studied it his whole life, but build a bridge with Ben Shapiro.
Studied in big quotes there. But I shut up. I was super polite the whole time. He was the one that was making fun of me the whole time. In my mind, in my stupid naive mind, this could be one of the coolest like conversations like ever on this topic, because Lex is a huge platform. Benny Morris is like one of the most like preeminent, has gone through the original archives more than ever. Wayne Rabbani, he knows a lot of stuff, and then you've got Palestinian scholar, and then you've got Norm Finkelstein, who's one of the most quoted like Western, kind of pop historian types on Israel-Palestine.
Yeah.
And I'm there to like add some flair, like this would be really cool. But after the first 2 hours, I don't remember if Lex has this on tape or not, or if he cut it, but like Benny and Lex are telling me, they're like, bro, you got to go way harder. This guy's clowning on you. And I'm like, really? And like, yeah, you got to open up on this guy.
But it's just like,
so then I start going a little bit.
so divorced from people dying in a war.
But that was Norm's fault, though. No. This is very frustrating.
Can I just explain? No.
Hold on.
Shut the fuck up.
No.
Actually,
Listen.
Well, I'm not going to debate you on this.
Here, roll the clip of Norm going on
I don't care
Brianna
about the
Joy
clip.
Gray's show, and then Norm is like, when I went there, I was just gonna laugh at him the whole time, and that was his whole plan.
I think that you're prioritizing the wrong.
My priority is to have a good conversation.
Brianna Joy Gray's show. I mean, like, can you not, in an empathetic sense, understand that we were people that got dispossessed, killed, told that no one wants us, and then we see the Palestinians be people that were dispossessed, no one wants them, and we connect that to our, like, what we were told about our own history. And I think that it is.
That might be people like that. It's not Norm Finkelstein, though.
It is. His parents were in the fucking Holocaust.
Yeah, but
bro.
he's a fucking. He hasn't studied or read any of this shit. He doesn't know anything about what the fuck he's talking about. You're trying to give me this whole emotional spiel.
It's a war where people are dying.
He should have treated the conversation with the seriousness that that demands.
What was he doing? Bits?
Yeah, the whole thing was a bit for
Don
him.
Rickles?
Yeah, the whole thing was a bit. There was a time where Muin Rabbani, he was trying to talk, and Norm was like, whoa, and then Muin is literally like trying to hold him back. He's like, let me do, and he's like, yeah, this is literally happening. One of the times we go on break, Finkelstein gets up, and I think I mentioned something. I say something to him like, it was something I was like, hey, why do you guys do this? And he looks at me, he's like, Mr. Bonnell. He said my name flawlessly when he thought the camera was off. I'm like, you motherfucker.
He cooked your ass.
Yeah.
What led him to his scholarship?
It can be I don't know, to be honest. It could be a painful
his parents
thing.
went through hell.
How can you study a region for 40 years and not speak either of the languages about that region?
You learned Hebrew?
What? No, but I don't consider myself to be a historian. He markets himself as a historian. I'm a YouTube debater.
But you're saying that you debate only things you're passionate about. So what gave you a passion for it?
I don't know initially here. I think that personally, in like the month before October, it was the first time I'd ever had like a formal diagnosis for ADHD, and I started medication for it. So I'm not joking.
You're gonna do this TikTok crap, your mental illness?
No. I'm saying that for the first time in my life, okay, because there's been a lot of jokes on my stream about how I'm always playing games and I'm like debating people at the same time and I'm watching videos and I'm like, ADHD. But I started medication and I noticed afterwards that I can actually sit and just read a book. And it's been very hard to like read like full books and read and whole papers and
You
stuff.
started reading books?
Yeah, books.
What's your first book?
Books. Started reading books.
That you read?
I was trying to think of a joke. Stop.
The Game. Neil
what?
Strauss, The Game.
Yeah.
Easy. Okay, go.
Hilarious pop culture reference.
Okay, continue.
For Israel-Palestine, it was.
What was the first? You said you learned how to read.
I think it was like
book?
Scars of War, Wounds of Peace by I think Shlomo Ben-Ami was his first book on the Camp David peace process. Yeah. But after I was able to like read stuff, history became a lot more interesting to me. Like a joke on my stream was always "fuck history, that's boring as fuck." But now I super enjoy reading about history. And then in reading and learning the conflict, like there's just like a lot of cool people, events, like places. There's just like a lot of cool stuff involved.
So what led you to the conclusion that you've reached?
This is my sales pitch for Israel-Palestine, okay? Yeah. This is my issue, okay? Is that both sides are very invested in telling an entirely alternative history to the other side. And because
you go with the winner.
What?
So you go with the winners.
No, I think there's a shared mutual history between the two. But the people on the far sides of this don't like to acknowledge any like of the shared stuff. So like for instance, in 48, right? Correct. I understand why the Jews would want to leave Europe after the Holocaust and everything else, and after they got promised to the British in 1917 with the Balfour Declaration and all this. I understand that. But I also understand if you're a Palestinian or an Arab, why you want to fight these motherfuckers coming in.
They've made a bad bet.
Seems like
Squishmallow, give us an update on that Scratchy. Did you win?
If we look today, it's a pretty good bet, no?
No, because the objective of Zionism is to keep Jews safe, and in that sense, it's been a failure because they're at war the whole time.
Yeah, the wars that they're winning, though, right?
What is winning wars? People
As
are
in
dying.
the country still exists, and there's not like millions of Jewish people being murdered. What do you mean?
That's being at war and people dying in wars is not like keeping people safe.
I think that if you were a Jew and you just come out of the Holocaust, and then you could go to a country that's at war for
didn't just come
80
out of the Holocaust.
years.
Those people made Aliyah before that.
Oh, you're trying to really trigger me. Okay.
What do you mean trigger?
Okay. The majority of the Jews that were there by 48 were probably from Europe. I agree with you, right? First, second, third, there was a ton of Aliyahs, Aliyahs for people,
Aliyot.
yeah, for people coming over. After 48, in every successive war, there was a huge migration of Jews from surrounding Arab states because people get mad. Yeah. So today, the majority of the people living there are of Middle Eastern descent, right?
Is it worth having like a democracy that's based on ethnicity, where in order to maintain it, you have to maintain a majority naturally, right?
The sad thing is that there probably most democracies are built this way. You just aren't perceiving it because you don't have that same kind of
I'm American, bro.
Yeah, you don't have the same pressure. Like even in the United States, we don't take more than, of all the immigrants legally we accept per year, no more than 7% come from each country.
That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is if you're going to establish a Jewish state, right, you have to establish a Jewish majority.
Sure,
It's going to be a democracy, right?
Yeah.
And so like there's a demographic issue if there's just as many Palestinians.
Yeah, there is. That's why traditionally they didn't capture the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and after 67 they did, and it fucked shit up a lot for them.
This is not like two sovereign groups of people that are at war with each other. There's a power imbalance, and if you ignore that power imbalance and you say that there are two sides to every story, then you ignore kind of the political reality there.
Okay. I understand your view. I think that your view is super wrong.
Why?
Because you're only accounting for one side, and you make it seem like it's so obvious, like who's
Why
in
am I
wrong.
counting for one side?
Because you're saying that it's so simple for who the wrong side is here, when it's not. Both sides
I
have
didn't
made
say the wrong side.
Generally, as soon as you actually power imbalance, it's like you're
I actually noticed that, like, all of a sudden, Adam started getting really serious about this. He hasn't like tried to make a joke about this at all in the like last 5 to 10 minutes, even.
Assuming
they don't have this right to self-determination.
Okay, do the people,
that's just a fact.
Even with what you're saying,
like,
hold on, do the people around them with self-determination have the right to vote?
Logical fallacy. Logical fallacy.
Actually, that wasn't a logical fallacy. Actually,
I'm saying that they don't have
thank you for the
political
suggestion
sovereignty.
on this one.
That's true.
And they
This is
are
a good video.
occupied
That's true.
by people that do.
That's true. But then the question is, what does the resolution of that look like?
Maybe because the
Anytime
goofy guy
the
is
fucking prime
Jewish.
minister is about to go to jail, then he has to fuck up some Palestinians. That's the
I haven't
resolution.
heard a resolution.
My grandma lives in Cape Town, bro.
He is goofy.
Jesus.
She didn't have to move because black people got to vote.
What does it have to do with?
You can end an apartheid.
Yeah. Do you think that if Jews lived as a minority?
I do right now.
Do you think that you live in a minority state where the majority are Arabs?
I'm a minority in America.
Are the majority here Arabs? Do you think that you would face the same pressure here than
what
you
is
would?
it? What's the difference? I'm saying it's a country where people vote.
Okay.
Right?
My top line complaint actually is I actually feel like no foreigner should ever talk about Israel-Palestine.
They should have Gaza, Germany. We had beef with them, no?
I don't know how that would have worked, but maybe they should have. It's like people complaining about past wrongs. I can understand that. I'm sympathetic towards that, but that doesn't get you any closer to like what does the resolution look like? And if you just say, well, one state.
The resolution is that everyone can vote in a country.
Okay, I don't think Jewish people are ever going for that. And I think understandably so.
Demographic study of what people lost, reparations for what they lost.
Do you think
Truth and Reconciliation Commission
for the
and one man one vote?
Do you think that for the Jews that left all the surrounding Arab states,
honestly,
you think they should?
he disarmed Destiny with that whole preamble there, and now he kind of knew where he was going to go with this. Obviously, this was all prepared, so I think that he kind of knew that he would disarm him a little bit, and he would get some good points across. Because Destiny's not doing the debate lord thing right now, and he's stumbling a little bit.
Should all pay reparations as well?
What?
Do you think all the surrounding Arab states should pay reparations to all the Jews that fled as well?
I mean, like, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Jews got fucking reparations for the Holocaust.
Yeah, but not from all the surrounding Arab states.
You started reading a book in October. Now you think you're fucking William Shakespeare. That's the. It feels to me like a lot of what online is like, it's just people arguing with each other. And I think that it kind of does, on aggregate, probably have an effect on people's well-being.
Prior to the internet, there's things going on in your community that are maybe worth, like even a small thing might be worth getting mad about, like shutting down a community center or doing something in a library. But now, all across the country, people get mad over shit that's like so irrelevant.
But if you see
I've never seen so many men care about like women's sports than they do now with trans people. It's like the most important thing in the world to a lot of these guys.
Why would anyone care about women's sports?
Because trans people are there. Now they really care about it.
I went to the WNBA semifinals. They didn't cash for like 9 minutes.
They didn't catch?
Cash. They were missing layups.
Oh.
The integrity of women's sports.
It's like the fake culture war for shit. Because if we were having like cultural arguments over, I guess like platforming or like including people or guns or whatever, like that would be okay. But we're having culture war arguments over like Leah Thomas and third trimester abortions of murdering babies on it's just, or like hurricanes being created by the government. It's just like the dumbest shit.
Apparently a lot of guys are making money in sports betting right now by tracking WNBA players' menstrual cycles.
Seriously?
Yeah, they're taking the under on points. All right, palate cleanser. Let's go through a little rapid fire.
This is why
First of all,
gambling
Drake
is
versus
fucking
Kendrick.
nuts.
Kendrick.
Fucking idiot. Drake. They not like us.
Kendrick is
it
like...
It sounds like fucking Heinrich Himmler saying they
Kendrick
not like
is like
us.
They not like us. They were playing that all over the place.
If it wasn't for this goddamn
war,
war,
like they pushed it on Spotify.
We would have had the entire Jewish media apparatus defending Drake. We would have had Dershowitz on TV saying, like, did you see the goat's meat? He's got a hammer and it wasn't even fully hard. Goat debate. Yeah. Jordan, LeBron.
I feel like there's a pretty big thing that isn't being talked about, just like in the post-colonial African white governments. They need to essentially function as two separate nations in one. Because of the political realities, one group has strong incentives to oppress the other. Yeah.
Jordan, obviously.
Also,
once again, he's fucking wrong.
It was a different game back then.
Once again, he's fucking wrong.
It's a totally different...
He was playing against guys with commercial driver's licenses.
Oh my God. They got shoes that jump for him now, okay? It's not even the same type of courts, all right? They lowered the hoop.
He didn't even have a left
2
hand.
feet. Oh my God.
Lowered the hoop.
Nobody
will ever
done that.
Gay son, thought, daughter. Where are you sitting?
Gay what?
Gay son, thought, daughter.
Gay son, thought, daughter?
Yeah, which one?
Either one, as long as you're not trans.
I'm going to have both, probably.
You think so?
Yeah,
like
my daughter.
Gay thought son, or like a thought daughter and a gay son?
My gay son's gonna be best friends with my wife, and like we'll be like pals. But he'll like come to me. He's like, "You won't believe what the bitch is up to today," and I'll be like, "This little fucker is crazy."
You think a lot about your gay son coming to you?
Correct answer is thought daughter. Okay, circumcision.
Wait, why is the correct answer thought daughter?
I don't know. Circumcision. What are we saying?
No. You're torturing babies.
Wrong.
You're torturing babies.
Well, first of all, I don't want that in my house. I don't want some Dominican foreskin in my house. He's never going to listen.
Why is your son going to be Dominican?
It should be the father's choice if the boy gets circumcised. The mom's choice if the girl gets circumcised.
Okay.
He's not going to respect me.
Equal rights.
If he's got some fucking gorgeous foreskin and I have a worse penis than him, he's not going to listen to me. My girlfriend, she's been saying.
Wow, I didn't see that coming.
She's against it. I said, does your brother have one? She's like, yes. Circumcision. Does your dad have a circumcision?
Wait, why would she know that?
Because it's a family.
And they talk about their a lot.
You've never seen your dad's
It's a family.
I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, that's why you're a fucking freak like this.
Jesus.
You know who has a huge dong, apparently?
Who?
Bill Maher, biggest in Hollywood, I heard. Kind of makes sense for how he acts.
Okay.
Like, because he's just got like a fucking to his knee. Dude, I went to a Korean spa this weekend with my girlfriend. Nick, I didn't tell you this. I saw the most remarkable penis I've ever seen in my entire life. It put a smile across my face. Hasidic
for you.
Jew,
Yeah.
Smile
Hasidic
across
Jew,
my face.
his bag, his ball bag, like just above the knee. Like the longest balls I've
Oh
ever
my
seen.
God.
Micro up top.
It could have been a shower. Or no, a grower. He could have been a grower. He could
I
have been a
didn't
grower.
see
He
it
could have been a
grow.
grower.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, that's
I
because maybe he's not getting horny
with
with some weird
say,
little fucking freak staring at his ball sack. Maybe that's not turning him on like it is you,
It's
okay?
a fucking locker room. Like, no.
Yeah, but you're
my
doing a
day.
close enough investigation,
He
okay,
made
to
my
delineate the
day.
size of the balls and the
I'm
dick.
saying he's a good guy. He made my day.
What I'm curious about is if
He
there's
put a
video cam
smile-
footage of this,
Paid
are you in
people
the
to start
corner with
that
your
rumor.
fucking Inspector
It's the
Gadget
little things in
magnifying
life
glass
that, you know-
analyzing this dude's fucking crotch?
It's the little things in life that you just know that
Like his dick?
Things are going to be better in the world. You know, we're in this crazy time of Trump and misinformation, and sometimes you see an old Hasidic guy's long, and his nuts were like, he had big old nuts too. It wasn't like just the bag and then just micro up top. It was just aesthetically, you expect your entire life you're never going to see that, right?
But you have.
Now I have.
Good job.
The profile of streamers is skyrocketing.
That
We
was
had
a
Trump
picture.
on Aiden Ross. Have you met this schmuck before,
Wow.
Aiden Ross?
Yeah, he said I was a 40-year-old like 15 times in a row. We were fighting on Discord to each other. It was pretty crazy, yeah.
How old are you?
35.
That was disinformation.
It was.
35-year-old.
Half
Half
bisexual, not fully gay.
Oh,
so,
you're bisexual?
Yeah.
The entire conflict is tied, in my opinion, to the fairly successful efforts of the Israeli government to legitimize the Palestinian Authority and their efforts to create an alternative Palestinian political entity and they can actually work with.
Let's say, would you debate Donald Trump?
Yeah, of course.
Would you cook him?
Obviously, yeah.
What's your strategy
It
going?
would just be personal insults the entire time. Trump doesn't debate on facts, so if you go there and you're like, we're going to do the child tax credit, blah, 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 and he's like, you're gay.
You're gay.
And it's like, fuck.
That'd be,
yeah, nobody, yeah, no, you're yes.
Yeah.
I don't think you're necessarily
His
wrong there,
supporters
Peach
kind
Pie.
of know he's lying, right? But they say that he's our guy, and that's why
I'll
he's
get to
lying.
that after this.
And that's why we like it. He's lying for us.
But it's because he has like a very large conservative media sphere to draw from that are all supportive of him as the candidate, so he can do a lot of shows where he's never held accountable. But the left doesn't really have that.
MSNBC?
There's more commitment on the right to like a sycophantic support of the candidate, right? Like when Biden had his pretty bad debate performance, right? If Trump had a performance like that, do you think Fox News or the Daily Wire are like calling, maybe Trump needs to step down as a candidate? That's never ever happened.
You're saying that Fox News is like state media.
They're Trump media.
You occupied a position that he was mentally competent to run for president again?
Like mentally competent and like fast enough to do like the debating stuff, I think are two different things.
We saw him debate Trump 4 years before that.
Do you think that's dementia?
The entire like liberal media apparatus was like, well, actually, when you talk to him, he's fine. And I do think the American people felt like, well,
wait.
this
Do
sounds
you
like
think
bullshit.
you think after that debate, you think the liberal media
No,
apparatus
prior
was
to that
support-
even.
Yeah, prior to that because they'd heard that. But do you think that they were lying about that, or do you think that that's just what they were hearing?
I do think that they lost the faith of the electorate.
I'm not asking. I'm asking. Do you think they lied about it, or do you think they were hearing that and so they reported because they thought it was true?
I think people were afraid of Donald Trump winning, maybe.
And the way to be sure that you'd beat Donald Trump is to lie about Biden, so when he goes on stage and he has dementia,
Yeah, say
everybody
the other
thinks
guy's
you're
not
crazy.
retarded. Yeah.
Yeah, but then why wouldn't he have just avoided the debates?
If you want to beat Trump, you should have a guy that's not retarded.
Yeah, but then I'm just saying. What I'm saying is that.
Yeah,
I'm saying
if you want a
conspiracy
guy to
theories used
beat
to be
Trump,
good,
you
but
should
like
have a
this one
guy
doesn't
that's
make
not
sense.
retarded.
It is. Because you're alleging with no evidence that all of them knew that Biden was gonna.
It's the way he also dropped it, just like, it should be a guy that's not retarded.
Knew that Biden was going to fuck that debate up, but they all said he wouldn't, and then he had the debate
All right,
anyway.
this guy's
This only
hilarious.
works if he doesn't have the
Hilarious. All right,
debate.
I'm a
not
fan.
alleging that.
I
I'm alleging
walked out
is
as a
that
fan.
we were told that, yeah, maybe he sounds like shit right now, but
Myself.
behind closed doors,
Yeah,
he
you're
is-
repeating this. But my question is, do you think they were lying about that, or do you think they genuinely believed it?
I think it
Which,
tracked
if you haven't already, sub to the channel and like the stream. I really appreciate it, guys.
bullshit to everyone.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're still not answering the question, but that's okay. Like from what I perceive, like we're in different
ahead.
worlds, right? That after Biden had that
we're in New
debate,
York City.
the whole Democratic world fell apart. They were like, he's got to go. We got to get this guy out of here. This is horrible. This is terrible. Donald Trump will never have a response like that in the right-leaning world ever. He lost in 2020. His candidates lost in 2022. His
Sure.
special election picks. He's a loser politically in every sense of the word, but nobody will turn their back on him.
He just won as president.
He did this time, yeah. But
what do you
after
mean?
4 years of like losing elections, what I'm saying is
we got the apprentice back.
He threw paper towels at Puerto Ricans, and he talked about nuking hurricanes, but he never did the "you're fired" line. That's wild.
Well, he never put Hillary in a fucking dungeon like he promised us. You think I'm a Republican?
No.
I think what the Democratic Party's message these days is pretty much you can't get health care, but we painted a rainbow crosswalk.
And all those people with like pre-existing
promised
conditions
us.
that can like switch jobs now, they're not enslaved to one company for the rest of their lives because they can't get health insurance. It's the same shit, right? Do you have any chronic conditions?
Big
The standards of living by every measurable thing, I think people's lives have gotten better, but I think we feel a lot based on like what we're being told and like what's in our environment around us. I think this is evidenced by the fact that Donald Trump could go on stage and like,
this
weren't
is
you
way
better
more
off 4
enjoyable
years
than I
ago?
thought
And
it would be.
everybody's like, yeah, and it's like 4 years ago we were in fucking lockdowns and the world was horrible.
I mean, like, there's that statistic about like 50% of Americans can't afford a $1,000 emergency.
Yeah, but
you know?
like those things, like 70% of people live paycheck to pay. Like people, I don't know how I feel about those. Those are weird ones, yeah.
But living paycheck to paycheck is stressful, right?
I'm gonna be honest, okay?
Yeah.
I hate the middle class. When
So you want
when
it-
I was poor, okay, middle class people, they spend like they're rich and they LARP like they're poor people. And when I was poor, middle class people always act like they have so much more than they really do. And now that I'm rich, middle class complain like they're working class and they're not.
That's just
I hate them.
That's just a weird perspective.
It's not. It's correct. It's absolutely right. A middle class guy will say shit like, I live paycheck to paycheck. I can barely afford like the 4th car payment we have when we got our 2nd child a car. Like it's like stressful out here. Like we only went to Disney World twice this year. That's like a
Okay,
middle
but that's
class
just
like
your,
paycheck
that's
to paycheck
your personal
complaint.
gripes with people. You should get people more money.
Damn it, I wish he was more wrong about that, but...
And you should offer a tangible way to do that.
Well, here's the way. So Kamala Harris's policies were the most tangible way to do that. What are Trump's policies to do that?
What were her policies? Beyonce and crap?
It was Taylor Swift. It was a $6,000 child tax credit, which is a lot of money, which is immediately evidenced on your taxes. It was a big first-time home buyer credit, like $25,000, I think, or $15,000. And then it was a big tax deduction for new businesses. Those are like 3 like pretty quick, immediate ways. What are Donald Trump's?
You're unhappy in your life, you know, the factory closed, but it's because of the Mexicans, and you get lower taxes. And if you watch your neighbor next door get murdered and don't do anything, not only are you not a bad person, you're a fucking patriot. You're a real American patriot. Those are tangible concepts that people can understand, right? And those translate to like electoral success, in my estimation. Saying like every like tangible policy offer is like some sort of Nathan for you, where if you're like a Latina between 26 and 28, and you hike to the top of a mountain and you have like a receipt from like, you know, the Democratic...
Dude, nobody...
The Democratic Party...
Number one corporate America simp. I mean, Destiny, dude.
If you simply said to
Holy
people,
shit, talk about
if you
money,
love me,
like
you can go to the
changing
doctor.
your
If you get
ideals.
cancer, you won't lose all your money. I think that is a much more tangible offer in terms of transaction.
Sure,
like
but where
as a
did
transactional exchange?
Sure, but one, the Democrats can't pass something like that. They don't have the support for it in Congress. But two, when you talk about like healthcare, what did Trump literally day one tried to eliminate the entirety
I'm
of the
not
ACA?
advocating for Donald Trump. I'm talking about
stop
messaging.
saying that. You have to. It's one or the other. This election was done because year-over-year inflation, the cumulative effects were brutal. That's it. That's not it. There are probably other things that they could have done to improve it, but overcoming that, no other incumbent party in the world overcame that. So, I mean, like, why would we expect in America?
Yeah. I really thought the Dick Cheney endorsement would work out for her.
Did you really?
Yeah. Do you perceive as the two parties as shifting dramatically to the right at this point?
Not
I
as
really
much.
thought that
No?
Dick
I think that the
Cheney-
right-left paradigm works like in a liberal sense, like where everybody
I don't
is
think
like.
there is a left in America.
I know.
Shit.
If we're all like liberals, like we believe like in like the classical liberalism stuff, you've got like Democrats and Republicans, but now the far sides we have like very illiberal belief, and that doesn't really map cleanly onto like left or
Don't
right.
you think like Dick Cheney should?
I liked the home buyer credit, but I don't think it was an actual long-term solution because this was going to shock you. But if you give more people money, they are going to spend it, and things will cost more. First time credit might make a difference, but you know what will actually make a difference? Building houses, because everyone in the world can live in Oklahoma with some room to spare.
Should go to hell. Do you think a girl could be president?
Probably, yeah. It seems like it, right?
But what if the president like has a dream and then you did something in the dream and then the president wakes up and they're mad
Money
at you in
didn't
the real
change
world?
destiny. He's ideological. He's
And then the president,
ideologically
like, tells a
consistent.
story,
Liberalism,
and it's just the most
classist,
boring
and
fucking
cynical.
story of all time. It goes nowhere. She's like,
Yep.
and then I went to CVS. And they didn't have it, so I went to another CVS. And you're like talking to guys is just thrilling. Like me and my friends, sports, almost say a slur.
They'd be subjecting the entire country to being a guest on the Adam Friedland show.
I regret talking about politics. It's been a drain.
Yeah, we can do DEI next if you want.
Okay, rapid fire. What's the best movie?
The Matrix. What? What's it supposed to be? What?
That's actually a three-way tie. It's Ben-Hur, Return of the King, and Titanic, actually.
Jesus.
Best song.
Not Like Us?
That's actually a two-way tie. Under the Bridge, Karma Police. Okay, best painting.
Under the Bridge.
The one with the farmers.
Mona Lisa, done the best numbers. Everyone knows that. Best streamer.
It's Destiny.
Speed.
Oh.
Have you seen this kid?
Yeah.
He's unreal, this kid.
What do you mean?
Smile,
he jumped over 2
that
Lambos.
Smile getting wiped from his face. That was one of the more real moments right there. Where he's like, Destiny, and Speed, and he's like, oh.
He did.
His dad
All right,
drove.
that was pretty funny.
That's crazy.
Are you going to debate your dad?
This guy.
No, finish that. What?
On your stream one day?
Oh, probably
Or
not.
just your mother?
He just
Thanks again
kind of follows
for
my mom
the Twitch
politically,
viewer
If I had to
who's
debate one of my parents on
recommended
stream,
this. I really appreciate it. This is hilarious.
Father first.
Why?
Because he got to have sex with that beautiful angel that should have been mine. Hottest girl. Who's the hottest girl?
My girlfriend.
Shut the fuck up. Who's the hottest girl? Seriously.
Her mom.
Seriously, who's the hottest girl?
I don't do like celebrity
Of all
crushes.
time, dude.
Babs Bunny from Space Jam.
Okay, probably Marilyn Monroe. She's classic.
Okay.
And then you got probably Sydney Sweeney right now. She's like probably the goat at the moment.
Okay.
And then wild card, I would say Halle Berry.
Okay.
Wild card. Wild card, Halle Berry. Thank you, Destiny.
Thanks for having me.
You had fun?
Yeah.
Okay.
My man. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was at first, I'll be honest, I didn't know where we were going with that, but that was hilarious. I got to give it to all right. Who do I give the shout out to? MC Kimchi. Hello. Wait a minute. Did you not sub to my channel? Wait a minute. Dude left like a wild turkey. No, I can't even do it. Yeah, dude, that was, yeah, he did. You know what? Now that I thought, that was so fucking true. He does sound like a wild turkey. Huh. Good call, Squishmallow. That's too funny. Yeah, but it was MC Kimchi. I think, right? Yeah, well, I guess so. All right, cool. Well, I appreciate that. Anyway, what'd you guys think? All right, Duke. Yes, this was well done. Nice. I guess so. Money didn't change destiny. He is ideologically consistent liberalism. Oh yeah, we already read that one. Did you get a COVID check from Biden? Did you cash it? Then you caused inflation. Yeah. Ruben's train. Wages have to rise to keep pace with the rent increases. Yeah, no shit. Les, you're not wrong. The only time that got serious is when he was talking about Israel. And holy shit, he was actually pretty good at debating it. That was not expected. So, oh, you know what? Oh, Lord, give me a second. Oh, I gotta take those off. Okay. I'm a landlord and taking care of my properties is my real job. Is a real job. Ugh. Yeah, sure, Liz. I don't know. As much as I hate landlords, there's a part of me that's like, God. As long as you're a good one. I mean, if you're a slumlord, then fuck off. If you've ever done the landlord special, then yeah, there's a special place in hell for you. And I'm good to my tenants because I refuse to rent to people like Duke. Oh. Ha! Oh, wow. So you just, do you literally have them fill out a questionnaire and you're just like, where do you stand on Israel and Palestine? This is how I'm making this decision. Yes, fair. Very good. You are very good at proving why we should not blame landlords for, part of why we are in the situation that we're in. Holy crap. Gotta be honest, guys. I'm getting a little hungry. Where are we at? Oh, you know what? I can be comfortable with where I'm at today, but John Doe, my landlord, ain't too bad. He charges me like half of the cost of a median rent. See, no, that's why I was being cautious with being just overly like, fuck landlords. Because as much as I want to be, like the idea of just being like, yeah, they suck, they are a class of their own. I also have had good landlords and bad. But yeah, for the good ones, I'll actually give some credit there. I was like, all right, man. Because I had one landlord that, they knew I was not doing very well at that moment. And, you know what? They took a little pity on me, but that is it. Now I know who this guy is. He was one of the guys on Come Town. Yes! Yeah. Yeah. I recognize. Yeah, that's where I recognize him from too. But this idea that Stavros got less funny, somebody tried to tell me that. I was like, really? You're trying to tell me that Stavi got less funny? He became more of a leftist. No, he's not as funny to me anymore. Don't rent to people like you. Is it a healthy society for landlords to have that power? Yep. Exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. Because you know that Les has never thought about how a certain demographic moving into a neighborhood would affect the property values that he has. Come on. God. I unfortunately live in a neighborhood that speaks a little bit like that. You'll overhear some shit like that where it's just like, oh, do you see the new couple down the street? It's like, and what do you have to say about this? Les Wiseman, as long as I don't discriminate against race, creed, color, or sexual identity, I love my gay tenants. Well, yeah, I mean, of course you do. Oh, man. You really are kind of proving it right. It's just like, I love my gay tenants. I also give discounts south. Yeah, all right. Don't have to agree with the idea of landlords, but all right, Les. Credit where credit's due. So. Just hope you understand that coming to this community and being like, I'm a landlord. It's like, you're not exactly what I would call popular, but kind of going into that whole, hating the middle class thing. It's like, oh, do you hate the middle class too? You only like the poor and the rich? Because, yeah. Not saying you do, Les. Not saying you do. All right. Oh, that's it. That's the end of the video portion of this program. As far as watching vids, we're going to kind of chill for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go eat because I got me a chimichanga upstairs that is definitely going to meet its demise. So But I can wait to do that. I can hang for a minute. Everyone needs housing, even bad people. Well, see, Duke, like, I wish more people would think like that, because, yeah, the whole demonization of the homeless is one of the scariest things that I think is happening in society, man. I'm seeing it in my locality, like, real bad. Real bad. We just had a tent city that was right by the train tracks. Went up in flames, and there's high speculation that it was a tire shop or like a rim shop that is right in front of it. Everybody and their mother is speculating that this guy did it because they all know that he was getting in fights with the homeless people, and he was just like, you guys are driving down my property value, you guys are causing my customers to not come here. Which, dude, you run a rim shop, like, you're only gonna have so many customers, and let's be real. But especially, like, I don't know, like, I know you're not getting the what is it, the white kids from the suburbs. Like, that used to be a big thing, especially like when Fast and the Furious was first a thing. But yeah, there's speculation that could be what happened, but as I said, it's all alleged. I just know that they definitely had a problem with the homeless encampment there. But it went up in flames, and then all of a sudden, guess what? Nobody in this community was trying to be like, hey, let's organize, let's try and help these people. Not a single fucking person. And it broke my fucking heart. So, yeah, and I wish I could actually, like, organize on behalf of anybody there, but like, to see the actual organization that is there to help the homeless just literally go, nah. Because they also put out a press statement saying, like, oh, we've been at capacity, this is not, you know, we're sorry, but we can only house so many people. It's like, wow. Yeah, even though my landlord is cool, it still sucks. My money doesn't go to me and my fam. I don't make much. Again, dude, like, the fact that they made this economy the way that they did, where you, like, yeah, building equity in your home. What? And then they try to convince you don't need to do that. Have you seen that campaign where they're just like, renting is based. Renting is great. Renting means you don't have to pay for things when they break. It's just like, yeah, but if you're smart with your savings, then like, dude. No, and that's the problem I have, honestly, Les, with the landlord class, is the fact that, you know, in the area that I'm in, anytime that a fucking apartment goes up, actually, this just happened. One of my best friends just moved out of an apartment complex. I could actually even say where it was. It was in Itasca. It was like a suburb, like, over by, like, the airports of Chicago. And, dude, I can tell you right now, yeah, it's kind of a problem when the guy who comes in and buys the building isn't even just, like, you know, your middle class or upper middle class fucking landlord. It's a dude who owns, like, the car wash down the street. He owns 4 different buildings. He's becoming his own conglomeration, and then he's also raising the rents because he essentially controls that block. So, yeah, you know, you may be cool, Les, but honestly, it's when there is no incentive to actually care, and it's like you're doing it just out of the kindness of your heart. Like, I appreciate that you're a good guy, honestly. Like, I do. I'm not even trying to be fucking condescending about this, man. If you're actually doing that for healthcare workers, cool. I appreciate you doing that, because you don't have to. So, not even trying to kiss your ass, man. Just trying to even say it. But yeah, rents are larger than mortgages because people that can get mortgages charge above the payment because they don't see it as profit until it pays for their ownership. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I bought... So, like, I can say I bought it, like, my place. But I did it because the interest rates were fairly low, and I did have a good opportunity to do it. But... it is 100% profit when somebody else pays your mortgage. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's my problem. When I find out that a landlord doesn't even own the place that they're renting, that shit, excuse me, that shit pisses me off. Excuse me. Wow. Oh, crap. Lots of overhead and yeah, I understand that, man. Trust me, I understand that. Like, as a homeowner himself, I can, yeah, there is, but at the same time, there less. The fact that you're seeing that as your income, like, what I understand is when a landlord has like another gig, or they have like money from something else that they can invest in their places. It's the fact that you see like other people's situations as a point of profit. It's kind of like the healthcare system a little bit. Also, it's like these people are saying you're technically contributing if you're going around buying up properties and then just, taking out mortgages to fill said properties. Like, yes, technically you're playing the system, but that doesn't make you any less of a piece of shit when a family could live there and actually pay the mortgage, and, it takes the control away from you. So, I mean, that I will not back down from. That does make you kind of a piece of shit. So, like, if you're honest to God doing shit like that, all your merits aside for giving, healthcare workers a discount, you're still contributing to the problem at that point, and that's something you'd have to reconcile with. I mean, at some point, Les, like, just being a landlord, you have to understand that you are kind of contributing to the problem, and you're taking advantage of people, especially like in this economy. Fuck, dude, you are taking advantage of people way more than previous landlords. Fuck. Duke of Bread. I have wealthy family that own a lot of property, and also my mom was a small time landlord. It is a money machine that costs. The costs are nothing by comparison to the revenue. Exactly. Like, trust me, dude. No, that's why, honestly, there is no sympathy with like this situation too less. Where I'm like, okay, again, glad that you're nice in one situation, but to not admit that you're contributing to like the problem of just buying up houses and then also, taking away a house from a family that could just pay the mortgage. Yeah, that makes you just as bad as any of the conglomerates doing it. And that's kind of where I was saying, like, the guy in Itasca. And also, yeah, like, let's not try to pretend that you're hurting. Like, really? You're going to do that thing? Like, I bought this property so I could make it either an Airbnb or I could rent it out. But, the overhead. God. Dude, read the room. For fucking real. Read the room. Especially in this economy. Really? You're gonna try? I mean, I appreciate that you are trying to make yourself the good guy in this situation, but there's also that situation where you might just want to humble yourself just a wee bit. Because even John Doe here is kind of being like, well... I don't know. I've thought about it, trust me. Like, in order to play the system and to have like passive income, especially like, look at it this, like, Les, I'll actually give you a little bit of leeway here. If you're using it to kind of supplement your 401k, and it's because you know damn well that you will not be able to live, the whatever comfortable life or whatever the fuck life you've been living, then I kind of understand that a little bit, because like when my mom went on a fixed income, it hurt her. It hurt her a lot. And then her husband retired and they could not afford to live. So now he's back working, so, but also there is something to be said about just making, better decisions. Have you guys ever watched Caleb Hammer? Because I was gonna watch some of his content, but I don't know. Then I have to stipulate it's not financial advice, blah, blah, blah kind of thing. But at the same time, he does some pretty good work as far as introducing, especially millennials, to, the 0% interest credit cards and paying them off and being very smart in building your credit, but also not relying on credit to live and not living beyond your means. Because Destiny made a really good point. I hate to say it, but he made a good point about the middle class where they like to live beyond their means, and then they like to do that shit where it's just like, oh, God. I mean, times are so hard. Like, that was a good example. Like, I can't buy my 16-year-old daughter the new car that she wants. But But that's also minimizing the fact that it is like, oh, like, are we? So it's okay for you to have that, little bit of comfortable life, but nobody else can. Yeah, I don't know. All I do know is, it does kind of like I have seen a lot of upper middle class people try to equate their situation to, the lower class. I hate even using that term, but people making way less than them. And dude, yeah, when he said that they like to LARP as poor people, I was like, that's kind of true. Yeah. I get it. Here. Social Jazz Club. I'm gonna be hopping off here in a little bit. Gonna be rating somebody over on Twitch if you guys want to hop over there, if any of you have your Twitches open. Also, follow me on Twitch if you haven't. If you guys have a Twitch account and you're over on YouTube chat, please do that. And vice versa. If you're over on Twitch, please go to your YouTube account and sub to the channel. It really helps me out, and I really appreciate it. Oh, nice. Thank you. Somebody actually did something. I appreciate that. Thank you. I hope you guys have enjoyed the program today, because this was fun. I had a lot of fun. This was actually one of the first times I got through everything. I had a list, and I had all of my tabs open. We got through it all. So I'm pretty happy about that. Also, yeah, if you guys haven't already, you guys can get yourself a membership. It really helps me out. Also, leave a super thanks, a super chat, whatever you guys would like to do. Or you could tip me via Streamlabs. I do appreciate that as well. Because, yeah, I have a birthday here that, again, not trying to give you guys all my info, but my birthday's this week, and I would really appreciate it, because this is the first time that I'm kind of feeling like, oh god, Duke, I'm not leaving yet. Don't worry. I'm hog. I gotta do this, Oh, guys, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. I'm not leaving yet. Like, chill out. Chill. I appreciate it, though. I humbly do appreciate it. I am just saying, like, these are things that you can do to help me out. Duke, I'm not asking you. Oh, actually, Duke, while it's on my mind, give me 1 second. I have to look up because I tried to make you, to give you a membership, but it wouldn't let me. Since you're one of my day oneers. Not leaving until we were ready. Cool. Thank you, Squish. I appreciate that. God, I love that. Your emotes are on point, Squishmallow Dragon. I really appreciate that. You can't give the leaving speech until you leave. Well, the thing is, I'm not leaving. That's not the leaving speech. Like, honestly, I should probably do the thing where I, hawk my shit and also go like, hey, you should give it, But no, this comes from an organic place of me not knowing how to do that properly and just going, hey, guys, I need to do this because I'm starting to, like, grow a little bit, but at the same time, yes, I could definitely use a little bit of support. It's getting to that point where I've been putting a lot of time into this, so I'm kind of, yeah. Trust me, man. It's this is Destiny kind of called it, where streaming isn't as easy as everybody likes to think it is. Because I've heard that. But all right, can I just say, I was talking to my nephew. I asked him what he wanted to do, and he has like a very small understanding about what I do. And I've just been like, yeah, we could maybe make a video or something. So, you know, he starts showing me like these Minecraft YouTubers, but like he's essentially saying like, I want to be a YouTuber. I'm like, oh no. It's like, oh wow, man. But I got faith in the kid. Maybe, who knows? I always feel kind of weird where I'm just like, well, I have advice, but I also don't, because this platform, man, I can say this much, it is so different than any other type of broadcasting. Like, it is crazy. Like, when I was being trained for radio, they had a, even for talk radio format, they had a way that they would kind of teach us to go about it, where, you know, we would have 10-minute segment, no matter what, you know, have to do a hard plug, or you would have to do your live reads, or go to commercial break if you work for a bigger station. So it is really crazy to not have a program director, to not have an engineer, to not have any of this stuff. Like, it is nuts. If you can get into streaming outside of politics, it is a bit easier. The thing is, I like doing this, Duke. Like, I like my niche. Like, my niche. Trust me, man. Like, look at my room. Do you think I didn't toy with making a comic channel? Like, Pep Talks Comics, or Pep Talks Godzilla, even. Like, I really did. I was actually toying with doing a Warhammer miniature painting channel, where I was going to paint my miniatures and then go to all messages, ding dong. What messages? What? If you're getting streaming outside politics, I am in. Wait. Don't call me ding dong, ding dong. Dude. You're just little brothered by it. I hate that shit. Call me ding dong, you fucking dillhole. I'm at all messages, you fucking. What? Hold on. You're bothering me now. Duke, where are you talking about? What? I just said that. No, I meant you would be the little brother in that one. No, dude, trust me, my little brother used to fucking think that he could talk shit to me. It was one of those, I'm about to humble you, and then all right, one of my favorite moments, and just in general, one of my favorite things about having a little brother, and also, like, having a dad that he was not going to get involved, because anytime that my brother, like, tried to get lippy, immediately my dad would kind of tag me in. He'd just be like, "You're in." It's like, yes! Like, come here, you little shit! Because I'm 13 years old, older than my brother, so, again, and I'm a wrestling fan. So, yeah, there were times. There were times where it's just like, I need you to go teach this little lippy fucker a lesson. I tipped you. Did you get it? Oh, shit. No shit? Oh, damn. Here. Yeah. Let me check. Oh, it's all right. Oh, shit. Guys, do any of you know what the TOS... I know what TOS for the R word is on YouTube. What is it for Twitch? Because I'm trying to get better about that, but if any of you know, please let me know. I don't fight fair per the art of war. Dude, you were all right. So while you were in debate class and everybody's doing like debate 101, you're sitting there reading The Art of War. I can actually kind of picture that shit. I mean, as much as I could picture you, but that's just funny. I can totally see it though. Just you guys doing debate 101. I see I'm doing debate 1001. Ha ha! Ooh, come at me, bro. Is that still a thing? Ew. Come at me, bro. I always thought that shit was so fucking weird. Like, I'll never forget the first time I had that, like, even said to me, where it was just like, come at me, bro. I'm like, wait, what? That was fucking weird. What's going on here? Oh, hold on. No. Got it. Thank you, Duke. Nice. You're awesome. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you're making getting older a little bit easier, because, dude, I am not lying. I wish I was fucking kidding about this. It kind of sucks. I don't know why. I'm just being real with you guys. But when I turned 37, I was like, not even... like, whatever. It's just my mid-30s. Like, for some reason, that mid-30s thing was, like, it was real. And then all of a sudden, that fucking 8, it was just like, oh, I'm in my late 30s. And then some douche was just like, oh, you got 2 years. I'm like, sound. Oh, man. It comes time. It comes for us all. So funny. I wrote a sassy message. I told you to stop whining. Oh, no kidding. Oh, my bad, man. I appreciate you tipping it right at the star stream, man. Also, I appreciate, like I said, Squish, I appreciate you. You haven't done whenever you do, but yeah, anybody that can pitch in at this point, I'm just gonna be completely honest with you guys. I'm not good at the whole asking for this, but like I have been saying, it's been getting a little real. It's also been happening where I have been kind of adding up the time where I'm like, oh shit, this could turn into either I need to cut down my stream or, but John Doe turning 30 has given me an existential crisis. You know what? That one's not that bad. John, I actually want to give you a little bit of peace of mind. Trust me, man. You got 7 good years before you can even start that existential crisis, okay? Because I'll give you at the 38. Ryan Thymod, any interest in debating on modern day debate? I'm not really Ryan Thymod, what would the debate be? Because I'm more of a religious debater. Like, if you can give me the subjects, maybe. I don't have money, but I can get you on the platform as I am the main host. Oh, no shit. Okay, yeah. I mean, I watch a lot of modern day debate. I just actually covered it yesterday with Aaron Ra and Stewart. Which, actually, I'm just gotta be honest. I'm more of a commentator, but I would, yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I also just appreciate you being here. Like, honestly, just sub to my channel, and that's enough for me. I am very, very happy. Like, dude, it's so crazy that I'm even doing this. Like, I love the fact that any of you guys are here watching me, enjoying this. Like, that enough to me really does mean a lot. So, I wonder when you will make it partner so I can sub. I'm at 39. I think, what is it? I have to reach 50 and then some sort of like hour requirement. But yeah, help me get to 50 on Twitch too, because I'm trying to get partner over there. Yeah, man. I really appreciate you guys. You guys rule. And Ryan Thymod, if you could, here, I'm gonna link my Discord. If you don't want to join, I understand. But also, if you can, what I would like is, just like I said, if you can let me know like any of the topics that would, or like anybody possibly that would want to debate. Just, yeah, trying to figure out, like, I don't know. I'm panicking right now. I'll be honest, I'm panicking. I'm also so hungry. Ugh. So let me do this. I'll give you the link to the Discord, and then Also, there's a few things I want to cover before I take off. Discord is ace. Nice. All right, cool. Then that works out for me. Yeah, honestly, you joined one of the funnier communities on YouTube. I'm not even kidding, man. Like, my own community cracks me up. So, I am a very happy YouTuber. Because, yes, I have seen some other YouTubers, especially like the YouTube comments specifically. I never have to wonder why they're just like, and let's go to YouTube comments, I guess. It's just like, oh. That's usually where I was like hanging out too, because I hate to say, like, you know, Vosh or any of those guys, I don't go to the website, so I'm just sitting there in YouTube comments like an idiot, just like, I'm here. One, I've been saturated with the flat earth debates. Oh, no shit. Duke of Bread, Mr. Pepper is good at talking about Christianity. Get him talking with a Christian nationalist. I am. I came from I say Christian cult, but it's God. A very, very strict church. But I'll just say it. I came from like an evangelical Christian cult that believed in doomsday and the Book of Revelation, almost like literally. So even though, for our own understanding of it, it was written by a crazy person on possibly, you know, psychedelic mushrooms, and that is our own understanding of the damn book. That's why I was like, So we're just gonna acknowledge that this John of Thebes guy was kind of crazy. Not John of Thebes. I forgot his title. But yeah, he was exiled to a island on the coast of Italy that is known to have psychedelic mushrooms. Which a lot of Christians don't want to talk to, like, they never want to bring that stuff up. They also don't want to bring up, like, one thing I was always really interested in was seeing, like, just not even me debating it, seeing a Rastafarian debate a hardcore evangelical Christian. Oh, that'd be fun. Because even though they kind of, like, agree on, like, the baseline stuff, it turns real fast. That's so cool. I didn't know that, yeah. You know what? A flat earth debate I might have some interest in, because that is a little like... Now, the problem that I have is also, I try to be funny in those situations, so I don't want to, like, I don't want to be mean to somebody like that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's kind of punching down to a degree. Like, do they deserve it? Maybe. But is it punching down? Yes. God, is the flat earth thing still, like, is that prevalent? Like, I felt I was about to say, I'm like, I felt like that community fell off. Hey! Five-headed dragon before Yu-Gi-Oh! Ooh, we got a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I can tell you right now, the problem with Yu-Gi-Oh is the fact that they do not have regulation card sleeves. I'll tell you that much. Somebody gave me a whole bunch of card sleeves. They're like, oh, you play cards, right? I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh, here, my son played Yu-Gi-Oh! Take these. I'm like, oh, sweet. It was thousands. I'll be honest, I did not play Yu-Gi-Oh! So I did not know when I went to go put my cards in the sleeves that they were not regulation size. You must know I'm a Magic and Arcana player. Also dabble in the Pokemon still. I also play miniature games. I do a lot. I also build Gundams. I read comic books. I do a lot of stuff. But you know what I haven't been doing? A lot of that stuff. Ever since I started doing this, I hate to say, like, some of my hobbies have not been as well attended to. I also am a fan of horticulture, if you can't tell. I don't think you would be mean very well. You would just feel that. I would. Dude, do you know how many times I've burned somebody just like with a quick witty joke, but then I want to give them a hug? Actually, the best way that I can equate myself is if you've ever watched the movie Happy Gilmore, right at the beginning when he punches the kid at the birthday party for bashing him on the head, and he's sitting there giving him a back rub after giving him cake. I'm like, that's me. I wonder when you will. Yeah. Let's see. You know what? Sorry, your comment actually just popped up again. Every once in a while, my chat refreshes and it's weird because it looks like my chat's moving, but then it's just like, nah. Just decided to refresh. All right. Oh, by the way, I got you loaded up and ready to go with this raid channel because all my Yu-Gi-Oh cards got stolen. I think by my extended family. Like one of your cousins just like went in and stole your Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They ruined you. Yeah, no, Ryan, you're not wrong. I may not play the game, but I do know. Yeah, I know about the deck searching. I also again, Pokemon is one of those games that like if you're playing the card game competitively, oh god, the meta changes like every 3 fucking months. It's so stupid. I hate it. They just did it again. I'll be honest, I was playing the newest wave and I was just like, oh, come on, guys. I just tweaked. I spent like $400 to get my decks freaking like perfect. Not at one time, by the way. This took me almost over fucking 2 years. Yeah. My kids are trying to get me into Pokemon cards. Do it. Do it. It's just gonna. I mean, if you got kids, man, hell yeah. Bless on my stars. I love Yu-Gi-Oh. I rewatch the show every few years. The cards are pretty, but never played them. Yeah. That's actually kind of where I'm at, Bloodstone, because like I watched the show, but I was like, oh, I never really bought the cards because it was just another hobby to get into. Yep, it was only a couple hundred though, not thousands. Still, the fact that they stole your dude, that sucks. I'm sorry. I wasn't half toasted. I'd join you if a possible talk nerds. Yeah, dude. Yeah. If you join the Discord, hell yeah, man. I love talking nerd shit. Trust me. I wanted to. Ooh, Bloodstone, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Hello Kitty collaboration from McDonald's. I saw that. I was like, yeah, they got just so you guys know, I'm not sure if you guys care, but they got the Pokemon Happy Meals coming in January. I'm already up on this. Pokemon cards is like gambling, addictive. Don't go to. It is though, especially opening packs. It is. If you guys want to follow my TikTok though, and you guys are into that, I actually do open my packs on TikTok. So, John Doe, it annoyed me how the rules in the game differed from the. I know. Oh my god! I think that's why I didn't want to play it because I was just like, wait a minute, you're telling me that even if I got the little arm holder, that I wouldn't be able to use it? Dude, that's so funny. Digimon. Ryan the Mod. I actually, you know what? No, I just got the new, I got a new set. I don't know. It's not that bad. As far as actual card games go, I'm not even into One Piece, but I played the One Piece card game. It's a lot of fun. So, but I've also been getting back into Magic because Magic Commander decks are a thing. So they just did Final Fantasy, which was it. That was the they have a Final Fantasy VII Commander deck where it's Sephiroth Cloud. I was like, oh, you guys suck. I guess I'm in. I have one card worth around $300. I pulled from a random pack. Need to get it graded, keeping it safe. Nice. Yeah, I got the super limited edition full art dark Charizard shiny card. So I'm very proud of that one. Also around that price point, but that's my baby. I actually might be putting it back there on my shelf here because it is. I do love it. We used the arm holders on the playground when I was in school. Dude, you guys are literally. I love it. All right, now that's fucking funny. You know what? I'll say this. There was one franchise that I almost got into, and it wasn't even the franchise that did it. It was the way that you played the game, Beyblade. When my kid brother, he got into Beyblade for a little bit. That fucking game was fun. That game was a lot of fun. So, I don't know. I could see myself playing that again. Although, one of the TikToks that I saw was a guy that he made his own Beyblade, he attached it to a high powered drill, and he ripped the thing. It started smoking. It's pretty cool. Duke of Bread. I always knew how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but I didn't learn how to play Pokemon until I was an adult in the TCG app. Actually, that's why I love the TCG app. It is great to learn how to play the game. That's kind of how I learned how to play it a little bit. That's also how I learned to meta my Charizard deck. Duke, I think you'll appreciate this. I actually have, in real life, I have my Charizard deck from the digital version where I got every single card. Yeah, I play the Pidgeot Charizard meta, which, Final Fantasy, they got you the low-hanging fruit. I know! They totally did. Low-hanging fruit, fuck you. Yes. Final Fantasy, dude. I love Final Fantasy, especially Final Fantasy 7. Crisis Core specifically. I'm one of those weirdos. Zach was my guy. One of these days I'll post it in Discord. I have pictures of me when I was 19, cosplaying Zach. It was really cool. My wife actually, she did a really good Tifa Lockhart cosplay from Advent Children. That's awesome. I'm trying to build a physical deck, but I don't have everything I want and trying not to spend money. Duke, let me know in Discord. Let me know what you're looking for. As far as the cards that you're looking for, I might be able to just send them to you. Trust me, I got a lot of doubles. So if it's feasible and it's not some of the harder ones to find, I'll help you out with that. That's all. My friend played Crisis Core on the school bus in high school on PSP. Yeah, that fucking game rules. My 8-year-old is hard on Beyblades right now. You know what? Again, Ryan, your kid could be into something a lot lamer. See, now that's the thing. I don't have kids myself, so I always think if I did and they were into Beyblade, it's do they go to bed and then I'm just sitting there what the fuck are you doing? Well, I don't know. I just got you're sitting there placing your own bets. Oh God. Hell yeah, I will work out a list of regulars. Yeah, no, please do. Not even regulars. Let me know what the V, if you have any V cards or EX cards you need, just let me know what you're looking for. If I have any past the 4 that I'm trying to get for whatever deck, they're yours. And I will totally send them to you, so. Yeah. This is cool. This is why I love the post 420 hour, where I get to just kind of chill, talk to you guys, have a little nerd out. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. Don't get to do this enough, especially on stream, because, again, I had to be very careful about that when I was thinking my channel. I'm do I want to talk politics? And then, you know what, kind of force my hand, because... Yeah, I'll be honest, that when Kamala Harris started her campaign trail and all of a sudden was just for Medicare for all, I'm well, I'm for you. And then 2 weeks later, she was just never mind. And I just went, oh. I found a plastic container for a giant Christmas wreath. It's the best. That's a good one. Brilliant. I like that. And the funniest part is I know exactly what container you're talking about. I have 2 of them. So, actually, you just reminded me, I gotta get a new container for my Christmas tree. My freaking Christmas tree container broke this year. Cool. All right, well, I think that I'm coming up to the end here. Let me do some shout-outs. I'll start with Les Wiseman. You know what, Les? I know I talked a little shit about the landlord thing, but also I appreciate your engagement. I also appreciate you talking engaging in chat as far as you're a decent guy. You know, you're never too much of an abrasive person, so. Hey man, I play rock and roll. But host crazy debates. Well, man, how do you like? So, do you debate yourself, Ryan? Like, are you like? Is that how you got into it, or were you just kind of like interested in listening to debates and then kind of like pivoted to modding them? Because man, I respect the hell out of anybody that can be like a really good mod in a debate, because I've been talking about how Piers Morgan is the worst at that, where he obviously always takes like the right-wing side, but he's also like super unfair in the way that he'll step in, where he'll let the right-winger just completely rail off their points, and then the second that the left-winger starts coming in and has too good of a point, then half the time he'll debate them himself. He won't even let the other person do it, so it's kind of like, all right. We're currently getting DebateCon ready, talking to FTE, Destiny, Andrew Wilson. Oh. Damn. Holy shit. How the hell did you find me? Wait a minute. I was about to say, you're doing stuff with, like, the gays. That's also, yeah, that's crazy. One sec, actually. I'm going to link this. Where'd it go? Or not. Hold on. Holy shit. Thank you? I appreciate you sending me that. Sorry, somebody just sent me a tip. Oh, cool. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Wow. Okay. Want me reading that? Oh, no, says don't read. Okay. How did you find me? Says the guy currently streaming to 2 platforms. Shut up, Duke. I bet like, I'm probably not a really good mod, but I agree. Piers doesn't know how to let some rise or fall on their own sword. Well, I think that right there, you're already a better mod, because you recognize the fact that it's like, no, you let them fall. You know, you don't babysit the right winger just because you have some stake at it. You know, I hate when anybody does that, left or right, where it's just like, if you're going to moderate a debate, don't let your bias dictate the terms of the debate. Like, especially being a ref. Maybe that's just like, I watched some professional wrestling. I also, you know, I played hockey, so there's fake refs and fake refs. I mean, that's not fair. I call them shot callers, because that's kind of what they're doing. Like, if you don't know what a ref does in a wrestling match, they usually are like the guys just calling the spots. But I find your Discord, no problem. Cool, awesome. I appreciate that. Yeah, and also let me know if you got a something you think I'd be good at debating. I would, yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm honestly kind of like a little bit like, whoa, kind of crazy. We will talk about how this all happened. No, cool, man. Thank you so much. All right, well, I'm doing the Midwest thing where I have a hard time. I've always wanted to get hoisted by my own. I know a fan of Piers Morgan and Bill Maher, who is a forum moderator. He pulls the same shtick. Oh my god. Is he, did he, like, kind of adopt the Bill Maher, like, wait, oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, god. One of the most disturbing videos I've ever seen that I actually covered on my channel was Bill Maher with the Haktua girl. It's, you want just a master class of creepy? Holy crap. It is so uncomfortable, but as much as she sucks, especially right now with her crypto scam, well, alleged crypto scam, she number one, I thought she was cool because one of the first things she did with her money was she opened 2 animal shelters, and she also helped a animal shelter that was shutting down. So I thought that was cool because anybody that's like super into helping animals. And then she, like, there was this really uncomfortable moment where you could tell he was obviously hitting on her. Yep, that was uncomfortable. And she keeps going like, well, how old are you? How old are you? And he's just like, well, I'm 69. I'm 69. And she's just like, well, I can hook you up with my mama. My mama is about your age. And he was just like, if you knew anything about me. But she's like 21. So like that, dude, it's just he more adopted the creep factor than the smugness. Ooh, that's like even. Ew. That's even worse. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man. I would have actually preferred you just saying, yeah, he adopted the smugness, but we can get around it. The creepiness. Ooh. I hate to say, that might be the end of that. Yeah. Oh, you said a fan. Sorry, I conflated in my head. I'm just like, you have a friend that does that? Oh. Alright. Let's see. Alright, Squishmallow Dragon. I am going to send you your way. Subathon, Piers Morgan, Destiny. We already covered that. Smoking gun, never before seen. No. Talking about NATO, Luigi charged. Here, Squish, sound off real quick. Would you rather go to somebody doing a the Piers Morgan Destiny thing, or somebody doing talking Luigi? I'll give you the option. You got to think about your catchphrase for the debate. I think you should go with, you just got peppered, bitch. Dude, you're really leading into the me being Jesse Pinkman thing. What the fuck? That's funny. John Doe, Far From Friends. Okay, Far From Friends being a Bill Maher fan. He's twice my age. Really? Jeez. I mean, I admit I used to like Bill Maher until you can send me to Rathbone if you want. Okay, we'll do. We'll do that. Just give me a second before I do. All right, Squish. I appreciate you being so cool. I'm just hanging out. And also, I appreciate all you guys just hanging out and being so cool. Because John Doe, also, thank you for sticking around. Ryan the Mod. Awesome. Like, it's been so awesome. You guys say pepper a lot, so it seeps into the viewer's mind. Oh, God. Well, maybe yeah, I gotta work on that whole, like, I got the good branding thing, but at the same time, I'm like, maybe I gotta work on it a little bit more. But, all right, you know what? I'm gonna start the raid. Thanks for keeping me company at work. Squishmallow, you're so welcome. And thank you for helping me out here and being an awesome viewer. All right, guys, you have a good night. All right, you're on your way. And then Duke holding it down. Bloodstone, you know that you are awesome. Although you're not watching me on the fridge. Who else we got? Ruben's Train. Choo-choo, motherfucker. God, you're like always the first one in my chat, too. I appreciate that, man. All right, guys. say things like, my father, Mr. Pepper, used to say. Actually, you know what? Anytime that I get called Mr. Pepper, I do have that legit thing where I have like, my father is Mr. Pepper. What? All right, guys. I'm gonna go eat. I appreciate y'all hanging around. God, I'm looking at my numbers now, though. Like, I literally have 10 minutes to go until 7 hours. Damn it. I hate this. This is the OCD thing just kind of kicking in where it's like, come on, man. You know you want to get that 7-hour stream in. No fridge tonight. Night, guys. Yeah. Damn. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm gonna go demolish this chimichanga. It was, I sent you a DM on Discord. I'm gonna go lay down. I appreciate that, Ryan. And yes, no, I will respond to that. As I said, I'm gonna go eat this chimichanga. So, appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so I'll be on around 1 or 2. I'll sound off in the Discord and on the YouTube channel. So, appreciate you guys. You just got bitch. This is great. Trust me, man. There's like a whole lore thing there. I talked about shaving my head. He thought it looked like Jesse Pinkman. It was pretty funny. So.